Chat. We played it smarter last time. I hope that dude dies. Yeah, he is. He's glitching all over the place too, though. You see that lag, chat? Careful, dude. You can't run on rock, bro. He is. It's his last one. But he's almost in, though. Man, that didn't give you any health at all, did it?
I was healing my way through the storm, guys. I was picking up all your guys' fucking health packs and shit, and just using all your stuff.
In the lobby.
Hell yeah, guys.
I don't
That's
think
awesome.
anybody was out in the storm.
I think everybody.
was in the storm.
Oh, dude, if it wasn't for us healing up, we would have died. I was almost out of it, too.
What's going on, chat? Welcome. My name's Rance. This is my gaming corner. We're going to be getting in some Final Fantasy 14, but first, we're going to do our articles as usual. You're going to hear my Final Fantasy cohorts here. They're all in Discord.
Yo.
There's one of them. There's another one. Fused is in here. And
Come on, son,
yep,
bitches.
Cats Gaming, Grizzly, Key Lime Warrior, Zen, and Chase. Jace with a J.
Yes.
Jace. Jace.
Jason.
So let's get to the article, guys. You heard all of them. They're all in here. We're all children. This is from scnr.com, which is Scanner News, and it was written by Adrian Norman on October 1st, which is today. Dockworkers strike on U.S. East and Gulf Coast, threatening supply chain disruptions. Longshoremen demand higher wages to offset inflation and a complete ban on automation. Nice. These guys are like, I don't want to be replaced by the robots.
Based.
I like my job. I kind of want to
Commenting
keep
on
it.
this,
Thanks, guys.
Reporter was commenting on this. I had a disagreement with him about this, actually.
Did you really? All right.
Yeah.
For the first time in nearly 50 years, dock workers on the U.S. East and Gulf Coast have gone on strike, halting operations at ports that handle more than half of the cargo shipped to the United States. The walkout could have profound economic consequences, with J.P. Morgan estimating potential losses of $3.8 billion to $4.5 billion per day. That's a big number per day, guys.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't meet. I mean, that's. I mean, would y'all say that's about as high as all the immigrants that come in through the border? I'm just kidding.
I don't know. My old man heard
It's
about
pretty
the,
close if it's not.
It's
this
getting
strike,
close.
so he was like, he went ahead and bought a few things that he anticipated might not be available once the strike starts.
So he sometimes says, I do want a big kitchen, though.
Oh,
You
she
want
does want a
kitchen.
big kitchen. Yes.
Big kitchen, right. But for a good reason. But you're not gonna, but you're not gonna berate your husband every 2 weeks for the next 5 years. Why don't we have a bigger house? Why don't we have a bigger house? Why don't we have a bigger house? Why don't we have a bigger house when he's already working to the bone?
Yeah, you don't want to turn him into Jorah Mormont.
Yeah.
The strike involves approximately 45,000 members of the International Longshoremen's Association, who walked off the job at 36 major U.S. ports following a breakdown in contract negotiations with the United States Maritime Alliance, which represents port employers. Give me 1 second, guys. Lovely children of mine, Raylan and Addison.
You compliment them and raise your voice. I
Yeah.
love it.
Don't get daddy on him. Don't get daddy on him.
Thank you. All right.
Let me
If you
see.
guys aren't watching the stream, you didn't see the look, but
I'm
as
just gonna
of
do it. I'm just gonna do a regular duty, by the way, guys, while we're listening to rants.
as of Monday, both sides had made
Alright.
concessions, but they were unable to reach a final agreement. The ILA initially saw a 77% wage increase over a 6-year contract, citing the rise in inflation since 2021. The union is also pushing for a ban on the use of automation and artificial intelligence, which it argues would eliminate jobs. On Monday, the USMX responded with an offer of a 50% wage increase and a commitment to limit automation, but the ILA held firm in demanding a total prohibition on automation. Huh. So they can't, I mean, all right. So we'll let's get through it and we'll talk about it. We are now demanding $5 an hour increase in wages for each of the 6 years of a new ILA USMX master contract. ILA President Harold Daggett said as he joined tens of thousands of picketers demonstrating at all the major eastern U.S. ports. Plus, we won't absolute airtight language that there will be no automation or semi-automation, and we are demanding all container royalty monies go to the ILA. Damn.
That was
I'm
quick.
done.
The union has indicated it is prepared for a prolonged strike, stating that its members are willing to remain off the job for as long as it takes to secure their demands. Okay. Some supply chain experts suggest the strike may not immediately affect consumers, as many retailers have already stocked up in anticipation of the holiday season. However, if the strike continues beyond a few weeks, it could lead to significant disruptions. If the strikes go ahead, they will cause enormous delays across the supply chain, a ripple effect which will no doubt roll into 2025 and cause chaos across the industry, said Jay Dahoki, whoever that is, founder of supply chain management and logistics firm Pro
Do you have any
3PL.
manipulation up, Grizzly, or no?
Yeah, had
You
to
did?
for that one. So I don't know what.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it had to be
made
me.
with
I'm
these
still
spots
learning
are.
stage. I don't know. I don't have as much that I usually do, but go on, rants.
Dock workers remain actually aware of the historical impact of automation on their industry. The introduction of the shipping container in the 1960s revolutionized cargo handling, dramatically reducing the need for labor and leading to widespread job losses. The current push toward further automation is already affecting ports. A 2022 study by the Economic Roundtable found that 4% of global shipping container terminals have been automated, with Long Beach Container Terminal in California alone eliminating 572 full-time jobs annually as a result. Meanwhile, port operators are seeing record profits, according to John D. McCown, a senior fellow at the Center of Maritime Strategy. Container shipping carriers earned more than $10 billion in profits between April and June of this year, nearly double the earnings of the previous quarter. The very corporations that profited off our hard work refuse to share those profits with the workers who make them possible, Daggett said in September 20 statement. Just yesterday, a shipper who normally pays $8,000 to ship a container from Asia to New Jersey was billed $30,000. They'll try to turn the public against us, but know this, our fight is your fight. It's about respect for all workers, blue collar and white collar alike, he continued. If we don't stand up now, our livelihoods may be lost forever, Daggett added. End of said first article. So, chat, fellow Final Fantasy friends, my thoughts on this is, I guess this is a union because that's how they're all walking out or whatever, right? And so I'm not a big fan of unions. I've explained this before in other articles, but it is a negotiation. And if you come in and the union comes in and says, this is what the workers want, and then it sounds like they came back and gave them 50% and promised to limit some automation here and there, doing this and that. But no, they're going to hold out and they're going to say, no, we want everything we want, or you're not going to get anything. And at that point, I would be like, oh, well, then we'll just hire all new people and pay them what we're offering you.
Yeah, that's one of the points I wanted to make is like, one, how do they define automation? That could be like how they're portraying it, like machines taking over people's jobs, or they could be referring to something akin to an assembly line, a bunch of people working on a line that it can also be attributed to.
I mean,
automation.
it could be computer stuff because they mentioned AI algorithms and Well, if I was working there, I'd be like, well, damn, I guess I need to learn about this AI stuff so I can keep my fucking job. So that way,
And,
when it comes in, they go, oh, you know how to do that? You got this little certificate? Man, you've been with
Exactly.
us for a
AI,
few
there's
years, man.
always-
Come on up here.
Okay,
With AI, you always need somebody who knows how to manage and control it.
Correct.
So, I mean,
Correct.
With
Right.
AI, it's like here's the reality: AI is not going anywhere.
So,
You either learn to use AI as a tool, or you get left behind. Kind of
you
thing.
get replaced by
well,
it.
well,
Yeah.
or as automation either. I mean, come on, guys. We were working our ass off laboring until someone decided to invent the wheel.
Exactly.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
just going to
no.
keep
What about all
going,
the
guys.
people
That's how that works.
That drove rode horses and
Mhm.
traveled people there, and then we had the diesel engine.
Well, the reason they started making cars is because horses started shitting everywhere, and you had to constantly clean up the shit all throughout the cities and streets. And then someone said, you know what? I think I can make a combustible engine, and they did.
Yep.
Innovation
You know what?
happens, okay?
We no longer have to ride horses. Not
Well,
the Tim
I mean,
Walls way either.
The best
Well,
part is that innovation also makes more work too, because someone has to be there to run that, to fix it when it goes
Exactly.
down.
Which is one of my counterpoints to all this is like eventually that stuff is going to break down, and there needs to be someone there to fix it.
Well, right, and it has to be maintained. I mean, it's everyday maintenance of maintain.
Those
Now,
guys are gonna make a shit ton of money.
it may not be as many people, but I mean, you're a human being. You're intelligent. You can find other work. I mean, there's lots of places
Well,
hiring.
Well, the problem, the issue with that is, where is this located? This is New York. I actually have one of my buddies.
Oh, is it in New York? Is that where it's going on?
Yeah, it's near where I live, and I have a guy, a buddy of mine. He's a seaman, but he went to Maritime College. His father, he's a pilot. He drives the boats, where the Chinese come and they do all of the. Oh, that didn't heal. Whoops. Hold on. He pilots the boats that where we get all of our Amazon products and everything.
That's not a
So
bad job.
so
I mean, I don't see them
he
replacing
makes a lot of
him.
money. He makes
mean,
he makes about $140,000 a year or something like that.
Yeah.
Now that sounds like a lot of money. The problem is that people don't quite understand the cost of living to live in the tri-state area. And these guys that work these jobs, because the quartering had a problem with it, because he was like, these guys make $39 an hour, and they turned down a deal that was going to give them 50% more income. Now, apparently, that previous one didn't address the AI information or AI issues that they had. The problem is,
Well, no, it
is
says
that
here
it's not
wage
a-
and increase and commitment to limit
the new-
automation. Oh, is that the
yeah,
new
that's
one?
that's
Because
the
it
new
said
one, yeah. So,
50% and commitment to limit automation.
well, I guess it wasn't enough of a commitment, but
Right. I mean,
here
that's
nor
quite a
there,
bit to me. I mean, they were asking for 77. He said, you know what? They didn't even do half of 77. They did more than, and they
want
said
77,
50.
but they did 50%.
Right, but they were asking for 77, but they said, you know what? Maybe they can't do 77, but they're 50. Because I don't know the corporation's overhead either. I mean, I've worked for lots of friends that own their own businesses. I've worked for lots of people that own their own businesses. And overhead, a lot of people don't seem to understand that, especially the lower labor workers. They're just like, oh, no, they could afford it. I said, do you have any clue how much it costs to even run this?
Right.
To
And
keep
it's
you
like,
going. And inflation hits them too, not just the workers. And so I think it's pretty fair to say 50%. I mean, that's not that
50% is, I would say, is pretty fair. But if
that
you're
is
coming
pretty
in
fair.
like, oh, we want an
From
extra
from
all
77
of
to 50,
this,
that's
I'm
not
like,
that
okay.
bad.
it's a matter of it's a union thing. So the unions being involved is a problem. I totally get that.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that quite frankly we have to have the discussion to be honest about the cost of living where these men are and they're raising families
Mhm.
and where you can make $140,000 and your wife is making $30,000 a year. And I'm sorry, it sounds crazy, but people are barely making it.
Yeah.
They're barely making it because they need someone to take care of their children. They need daycare
Yeah.
because they're all taking on a $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 house. What I was talking about before, and these guys are asking for these exorbitant wages because even with the 50%, because
So-
that's how much it costs.
So
It's
so
crazy.
what do you do, Fused, if the
Mhm.
company, it's like I said, because we ain't seen their numbers. We're only hearing what the ILA say. And
Right.
ILA is just another union company. And look, the ILA is demanding that they get container royalty monies go to the ILA, not to the people, to the union. All right, so they're demanding container royalties to go to them. Like that's one of their demanding, along with the 77% and everything else. So they're kind of just working these guys up so they can get what they want. I can't fucking stand unions, chat.
Yeah.
Fucking stand
And
them.
they know they have
Yeah.
you by the balls because, and like my buddy, he was making, I shit you not, he's making, they pay these guys, he went to college, got his like a master's level of an education. And then when he was 20, I was doing my master's when I was 26, and then he went for his apprenticeship.
Mhm.
So he finally started his career last year when he got married.
Mhm.
He went from making $15 an hour to making $140,000 a year. They make these guys wait forever before they start actually making money.
Mhm.
So, but now these guys know they have you by the balls. Once you're at that level, you grind and you don't make shit for the first until
Mhm.
you're in your early 30s.
Mhm.
And they know they have you by the balls because if they don't work, then no one's getting their Amazon packages.
Mm-mm.
So we're in a fucked up situation where they need we need them more than they need us.
And see what's
you know, so it's
what's
all
worse
about-
with doing that though, that if it starts cutting into their overhead, you're still not going to start getting your packages.
You're not. No, you're right.
It's
you're
gonna
right.
take it out
Right.
from underneath them. So either way, it's a shit thing. So how come we can't come to a half and half agreement here? Like
Cost of living's
all.
too high, man.
Oh, well, I get
Yeah,
that.
too
So
high,
vote
honestly.
correctly. That's all I'd say. Y'all need to
I
pay.
legitimately
Tell that,
pay-
yeah, tell that to
surprised
the
if we start seeing
70%.
layoffs.
I'd tell that to the
69,
complete
70%. Oh, yeah,
unions
70%.
organization. I'd be like, have your people
You're
vote
never gonna
correctly,
get
and you won't
people.
be having this correct. You won't be
Well, I'll
having
tell
this
you
issue.
what, some of these people probably did vote correctly, but the election didn't go in their favor anyway.
Right.
2020.
Yeah.
Look at the election numbers for a lot of these people do live in New Jersey. Look at the election numbers in 2020. How many people voted for Trump? How many people voted for Joe Biden? Yeah, they didn't need any election interference or anything.
Yeah.
It'll never. Yeah,
On the
it's
blue side.
ruined. No, I mean, and it's so funny how California and New York get all the, oh, they're the worst. New Jersey just flies right on the radar. Honestly, it's probably one of the worst.
Fortified.
It's crazy.
Well, nonetheless, I'm just trying to tell you how it works, and that you're gonna
You're right.
you're
though,
either
you're
gonna
right, though.
destroy destroy yourself one way or the other. You're gonna sink the fucking company, right? Because their overhead's gonna get too high, and then, or, they don't take you back, and then things don't get delivered to the people, and everybody loses out.
That's a lot.
Either way, everybody loses out.
Right.
and
Long as the
and
con- long as the
I mean,
consumer wins.
I gotta get. Well, that's just it. The consumer's gonna lose out either way. It doesn't matter.
The consumer is always going to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Consumers always gonna lose. Yeah.
So
Yeah, the
I
consumer
think
always
it's-
eats the shit into this.
I think it's fair. They came in seeking 77%. They came in seeking 77%. They came back and said, "We'll give you 50." They only took 20% away from it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad. I've been with companies that are all like, you either get nothing, right? Or they'll be like, "We'll give you a 5% bump." You're like, "You cheap motherfucker." You know what I'm saying?
Here, have a chicken nugget.
50%
Right,
is
right.
huge, regardless of the
We-
industry or work.
Whereas there's one of those memes where it's all like, well, what is it? When you used to work in like at a grocery store or whatever, they're like that. They're like, "Here, we'll get you a pizza party." You know what I mean? And it's like, you motherfuckers, dude. I don't want
Fuck
pizza.
that.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I hate that,
cringe.
Yeah. There's much
Hey, we
worse
got you
shit.
free lunch today. One banana.
Right. There's much more work. There's worse
donut.
shit.
Here's a donut.
Oh, your manager fired up the grill and made the cheapest, nastiest fucking hot dogs you could ever want. They're about to go
Yeah.
bad the next day, or did go bad. And that's literally what they do. And then I read shit like this, and I'm like, really? They're offering you 50% more, and you're not going to say yes?
No, like it just last year for my pay raise. My pay raise was like 3%.
Right.
I had to email my boss like, dude, look, you're gonna pay me 9%, or I am going to have to leave this company.
There you go. See, he's arguing over 3 and 9, and these guys are arguing over 77 and 50.
Yeah, like if I had 50%, I would lose my shit. Like, holy
Right.
crap, I'm getting how much?
I'd have been like,
But
Christmas is
again,
going to be good this year.
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
again, I don't know like how bad it is in the blue states, like compared here in Tennessee.
Right, I get that. I
It's like a
also-
night and day difference.
I also live in Texas. So
Your eyes would be bugging. You would be like, I wish I could instant transmission out of here.
well, Fuse, that's just it. I would leave.
Yeah, and you did.
I did. I left Austin. Austin is little California. I left that bitch. That's my
Problem
hometown.
is, your skills are transferable.
Correct.
These guys, their jobs are the Hudson. Like my buddy. Like I mean, okay, you can get a job in Maine or San Francisco. You can do San Francisco or you can do New York City. Those are the major hubs because you get the West Coast ships and you get the you get the what's it called
Yeah, but he's a pilot. I'm sure that he can do all kinds of stuff in all kinds of areas. I mean, what's the big
that's
what is it?
Tyler.
Is it the Mississippi River where you can dock and pilot ships up and down? And I'm sure he'll make
You're gonna
about the
make
same amount of money.
no,
You don't think
Get him
so?
boat tours.
no way.
You don't think
No,
so?
you're not.
I'd have to
No,
look that up.
Mississippi.
I'd have to look that. Boat
And quite
pilots
frankly,
get paid
people don't want
good.
to move. People, if you're from this area, and there's a unmitigated, unnecessary distaste to move to the south up here.
Right.
I totally get that, but if you've worked, I know I watched my buddy. He went to college. He did basically a master's program. Then he worked for $15 an hour for another 4 years as an
Mhm.
apprentice. And now
Mhm.
he made his money. He's making $140,000 a year.
Mhm.
It's really tough.
And he
for
earned
them.
it. I mean, that's good. He earned it.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to do the
But
same thing in
it's
my
hard.
trade. In my trade, Fuse, I had to be an apprentice, and then I had to be, a technician, and now I'm a master.
Right. So
I
yeah,
had to
very
make my
similar
way
thing,
there
right?
too. But I mean, it is what it is. But
But
it's
imagine making
I see a lot of young.
140 and realizing that's not even enough.
I see a lot of young people now that are like, oh, 6 months to a year, I should be making what you make, and I'm like, what the fuck are you
that's
talking
hard.
about, bro?
No
Oh,
way.
that's retarded.
I was like, I've been doing this 16 years, man. What?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Right, that doesn't make any sense. I see it all the time.
It's
But
like entitlement.
yeah, it's scary.
Fucking entitlement.
But anyway, so what pissed you off about the quartering? What did he say?
No, it didn't piss me off.
Well, I mean, what did you disagree with him about? Sorry.
It was just it was very skin deep about it. He was just kind of like, oh, this is entitled, and I get like the unions being involved, that is the problem, but he was just saying, oh well, they're making six figures, like.
But he forgets
shouldn't be
Wisconsin
complaining.
is very different from the tri-state area.
Right, and I
Exactly,
get
and that's what I
New
was
Jersey
saying.
is more money. I get that, but that doesn't mean you can get everything you asked for. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no.
you got to look
absolutely.
at that overhead. Now, I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree. If inflation goes up and it's getting harder and harder for people to live, they need a raise.
Mhm.
I get that. I understand that. But the company then has to sit down, look at their overhead, right?
Mhm.
And they got to figure out, how are we going to pull this money in, And then they came back and said, we'll give you 50%. I was like, fuck, dude, I would have took that in a heartbeat.
I was about to say, like, even at the end of the night, me and a friend were talking because I'm like, I'm on the fence about do I leave my job, do I stay at my job, kind of thing. I said, look, they need to pay me more, they want to keep me here even longer. And he was like, well, reality is the only way to really get a higher pay raise now is you have to quit a job, and either the company will pay you more when you're trying to leave, or you just find another job that pays more. Because essentially the overhead at HR says, hey, we can only afford to pay this guy so much. So if you go to a new company and say, negotiate with them saying, look, I need to be making this much work with you guys, they have to like calculate that in with the HR department essentially, and it's like, oh, okay, we can afford this guy, but they're not going to get bumped up like they want.
Well, that's it. That's how I did it. I've worked for multiple different pest control companies throughout my career. And that's because I've been a manager to just a regular tech, to a teacher, to a trainer, to everything, right? I even did sales. And I went from company to company, not because I didn't like the company I was with, but because they no longer wanted to they didn't no longer wanted to give out any more money. And so I would go to another company and I would be like, hey, this is how much experience I have. This is what I do. And then they go, oh, yeah, we'll pay you that. And I'm like, cool. I'll go tell the company I was working for, said, look, I found another job. They're offering me this. What do you guys say? They either say they will match it or do more, or they'll say no. And if they say no, I'm gone. And that's how, huh?
Oh no, sorry, I'm in the game.
Yeah, but
went over to Jason. I was like, nope, I'm a level 72 sage.
But like Few said, in my trade, I can do that because bugs are always going to be around. They're going to need somebody to take care of it, and weeds, and rats, and mice.
Right.
And
send the rats to my place. I'll be the great rat king.
Yeah.
And it's a really tough situation for people to be in today. If you're in these kind of like how would I say, high end expense uh, places to live, because you have a standard of living where people aren't really realizing, they don't have the discussion with themselves saying, do I measure up to live in this area?
Am I
They
living out of
settle
my
in.
means? That's what it is.
Well, I mean,
So,
it's tough because if you settle in with a woman and, there are certain things that need to be
do
in
you?
place. I mean, there's not a lot of people over here that will just stick around with a man for 5 to 10 years while he's, if you're 35 and you got 2 kids in an apartment, and saying that, oh well, a 3 bedroom house is seven hundred
Well,
and $25,000. How much time do you have? I
well,
mean, you
well.
should have thought.
If ladies are listening, if that's what you expect, you belong to the streets
Oh,
because you need to be a
that's,
man's helper, not his burden.
they'll do it for a couple of years, but
I'll second that one, Rance.
But
yeah, I
so
agree.
nonetheless,
Yeah,
I'll tell you what my mother told me.
fuck.
She said, "Look here, son, you're living a champagne life on a fucking beer budget.
Mhm.
All right, and y'all can't
Yeah.
like. There's so many people that do that. You can't live that way.
Mhm. Mhm.
All right, you can't live on a champagne lifestyle on a beer budget. It don't happen.
The ones that truly do make it are the ones that live the beer life on a champagne budget.
Boom.
Yeah,
They
pretty
have no
much.
fucking worries whatsoever.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I moved into this house and I was making both Sweets and I together were making about $120,000 a year.
Mhm. Mhm.
I left my job because I wasn't seeing my family ever,
Yep.
working all the time.
Yep.
And then I got another job that pays a lot less. But guess what? I didn't lose my house. My bills are still paid.
Mm.
Food's still on the table for my kids because we purchased a home not out of our means, but under our budget.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because we planned for hard times if they were to come. And
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people would just sit there and say that they basically go get all the wants instead of worrying about their needs. And then whenever the hard times come, it's like, we can't afford anything. It's like, I wonder why.
right. But I have one more article, guys. We got really worked up on that first one, Chad. I kind of like having people in here with me because it's not just me ranting and bitching. So, so we got
Hello,
here.
by the way.
There's sweet.
Before he starts.
There's sweet
Hi.
sunshine. Hi,
Hi.
beautiful.
Who? What? Where?
Yeah.
No,
Where?
not me.
Yeah.
No way.
Long story short, guys, the most important thing you can do, the most important decision you can make is the person that you marry. You'll be
Marry
screwed.
well.
Marry, you have
Find
to,
a good
or
woman.
girlfriend or whatever
Yeah.
your thing is. If you're not,
And you can choose them. We don't live in a country where they're picked for
That's
you.
right.
You can
Yeah.
choose them. And you
Yeah.
know what? Ask them questions and
As
you
soon as
get
the
to
baby
know
pops
them
out
more.
of them,
Some
that's
advice for the women. If the guys that you keep dating aren't no good and keep doing it, guess what? Quit dating those same guys.
And
Yeah.
men, look for women that is like your sister, kind of, within your budget. Because if you date somebody that's high maintenance, she's just gonna run you dry. You don't need no
Yeah,
gold diggers.
exactly.
Sorry.
Cool. To the third world
I
country
want a new
go.
purse this week.
Zen, we'll go together. Hey, you
Hey,
want to
hey,
go to Japan, bro? I got you.
there's
Yeah, let's
poor
go. We're
there's
going
poor
together, bro.
women. There's poor women.
I'm going, bro.
Telling
Me
you,
and Zen are
Japan
going.
got
We're
those
going.
low birth rates,
joke.
guys.
The post
Yes,
okay, guys, the
yes.
post I got to get through these articles. The postmillennium.com. And this is written by David Creighton on October 1st, which is today. Equity listed as top goal by FEMA as damage from Hurricane Helene unfolds.
Oh my
Here we go.
god.
Yeah. In case you're wondering why the response to Hurricane Helene has been a disaster, FEMA's goal number one is to instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. This is real.
Wait, they're giving.
Hold on a
They're
minute. Let me get
basically
through the article. Let me get through the article. Let me get through the
Like,
article.
whoa, shit,
That's
this
just
is
the
news
title.
to me.
That's just the title, bro.
Oh, let's look into this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's going on?
Go in.
Almost
Go in.
150 people are dead, thousands disposed, and millions without power because of Hurricane Helena's path of destruction through 6 states. Yet the Biden-Harris administration's Federal Emergency Management Agency, aka FEMA, has been revealed to be focused on equity as part of their top goals.
Yep.
FEMA's 2022 to 2026 strategic plan outlines its 3 ambitious goals. The first is ensuring that equity is the focus of any catastrophe or emergency. The Category 4 storm may have left a wasteland along the southern Atlantic coast, but FEMA, the federal agency tasked with responding to disaster relief after a hurricane, is firmly focused on equity as so communities can address the increasing range and complexity of disaster within their diverse sphere according to its strategic plan. I'm sorry, guys. Any of these plans, I do not want to see the word diverse or equity.
Yeah.
And
Words have been
and
poisoned.
That
and
should never,
emergency
ever
plans.
come up.
And
That's
equity's
the
actually
natural disaster
equity's actually
situation.
not a bad word. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys because
They
it's
changed the definition of the word.
it's not a bad word. I mean, what does it mean? It means the quality of being fair and impartial. That's it.
Right.
That's it.
Well, this is how they get in. They take something that's like, oh, I agree that diversity should be okay, and then they go, cool, let's force it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought
exactly.
equity was the initial.
They
money
take something
invested
that
into a
is
business.
meant. Yeah, they usually take something that's there with good intentions and they go the whole mile with it and make it into something that's objectively bad.
That's the strategy. They've been doing it for decades.
Wide ranging and long term, the goals defined in the plan respond to the changing landscape in which we find ourselves. While some activities in this plan can be quickly realized, some will require efforts through 2026, the plan states. The plan outlines 3 bold, ambitious goals to meet this challenge. The site continued. These goals position FEMA to address the increasing range and complexity of disasters, support the diversity of communities we serve, and complement the nation's growing expectations of the emergency management community. These goals are viewed by many on social media as not just skewed, but entirely divorced from reality. Those were some good words. Elon Musk reposted with comment on X post from Libs of TikTok that noted, in case you're wondering why the response to Hurricane Helena has been a disaster, FEMA's goal number 1 is to instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. This is real. So it was Elon Musk who said that first part. Musk responded, the whole U.S. government has been doing this, and I believe it. Oh, looky there. They got a cute little picture with it. Black and white people holding the earth. Instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. How cute. Thanks, FEMA. FEMA lists its first goal as a desire to instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. The second as a plan to lead the whole
I'm
community.
offended. Why is there a white person in that? Why couldn't it just be black people?
Right.
I'm offended.
It was the black god that created it. Lead the whole community in climate resilience. And the third being to promote and sustain a ready.
No, I'm checked out. I already checked out.
Well, with the climate resilience, and the third being to promote and sustain a ready FEMA and a prepared nation.
What is this, the George W. Bush era FEMA?
It sounds like Obama's FEMA. As counties in North Carolina are deluged with flooding and a town in Florida was wiped off the map, President Joe Biden has been targeted with media criticism for being detached from the gravity of the problem. Both him and Kamala Harris, by the way. This new article left out Kamala Harris. Strange. Anyways, yeah. As the Daily Caller. Well, I like the post-millennial. I don't have anything against them, but that was a bit weird. As the Daily Caller noted, in August 2023, FEMA was doing white supremacy workshops for its employees while over 1,000 Hawaiians were potentially victims of the Maui wildfires. According to the Washington Free Beacon, FEMA ran the 3-hour-long training session because it maintained that white supremacy is ingrained in nearly every system and institution in the United States. And there you are, chat. I wish I could say this was a fake story, but no.
You want to? What I hate about hearing the white supremacy crap is.
You know, what if you happen to identify as a minority? Like, if you're white and identify as a minority, are they still going to tell you to go fuck yourself? Because technically, they're supposed to treat you as the oppressed minority. Who are they to deny? I got a 23 in me. It says I'm 5% black. You gotta help me.
Yeah,
What
but
drop rule?
from what I heard, if you don't show it, if they can't see it just by looking at you, then you're not.
Yeah.
The rules change every
Right,
other day.
which is
But
the
fucking
literal
Okay, so
definition
what
of
are we, back in
racism, chat.
What are we, back in
That's right.
1887?
That's literally the definition of racism, guys.
We're back in
Literally
1887, boys.
judging
Okay,
someone
look.
by the color of their skin.
Well, what was freaking mind blowing is this: like, my family heritage is like Skylanders. Okay, it's technically white, but I
So-
have almost immediate Cherokee. Like, I'm a 16th Cherokee. Like, only aspect I got from that was like eyes and hair. That's it. But it's like, oh no, you're white. It's like, okay, but my most recent heritage is Cherokee. Like, how does that work then?
Women's group to sue Secret Services over discriminatory DEI quotas. I'm just reading you guys the title. Some of these are pretty good. So women are now suing the Secret Service.
You guys want to do another roulette?
Let me stand clear and you can cue us.
There should
Flat-
have been more women that day. Maybe
so
then the bullet would have
Alright,
landed.
cue us.
Here you go. Flashback. Kamala said in 2022 that disaster and aid should be based on equity.
Oh boy.
What?
That's what it
What about
says.
Kamala?
Says flashback. Kamala said in 2022 that disaster aid should be based on equity.
He did
Go
say
to
that
hell,
last.
Kamala.
That's why it
Go
doesn't
fuck
surprise
yourself,
me because they already
Kamala.
had this issue last year where they pulled some shit like this.
I won't read the
obviously-
read the whole article, but here's like just one paragraph. We have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for
i.e.,
equity.
If a white family has their house destroyed and a black family has their house destroyed,
The
they're gonna pick the black family and
Right.
not help the white family first. Yeah,
Right.
that's the gist of it. Because it's confusing if people don't hear it. They hear the equity, but like that's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying.
That's why
Right.
people should be very upset about it.
Right. And it's very highly focused on white people.
Right.
It really is. It's racism. Period.
And the big thing too is that the only people that are really paying attention to these kind of things are people like us on Rumble. Whereas even people who are super on the left, that I know, if I brought this up to them, they would say, "Oh yeah, that's ridiculous." But there's no way, like there's no way to convince them that they think that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden would actually do that. It's like that's not what's actually happening. Like there's no way the United States would actually do something like that. They just don't
Right.
believe it. They don't believe that is exactly what's being said. Like, no, they're just talking about equity because they think that, because in the past we treated black people last. So they're just making sure, but everyone's gonna get treated equally.
Exactly.
Like,
And they'll be like,
that's
why
not-
are you being racist? Like they'll
Correct.
say it.
So-
They'll run
They
defense.
just don't
So
believe it.
Fuse,
They
did we
won't
miss the
believe it.
debate because of my articles?
No, it's
No,
I'm
it's at
watching the
9
podcast.
p.m.
It's at
Eastern.
9
Oh, is that
Eastern.
9 p.m.? Oh, okay.
It carries the same energy as like people who say, "Oh, the people they're just mad saying it's woke, but it's actually not woke." I'm like, what the fuck? Right there's all the elements is right there, plain as day. It is woke.
If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck,
All their excuses are absolute bullshit.
It's a
You know,
chicken.
like,
It's chicken.
they'll be like, pronouns have always existed. I'm like, okay, then why didn't you put them in your bio until 2018 when the rest of you fucking retarded cultists
Yeah.
started doing that?
yeah, like the fucking Starfield shit. Like, it's not a big deal. Their pronouns are optional. Yeah. If it's not a big deal, why don't we suggest the pronouns be removed? Then we'll see how much of a not big a deal.
You are
think it
now
is.
banned from Nexus Mods, bigot.
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Kamala Harris.
And why do you not
Never
have a black
speak
square? Why do you not
again.
have a black square?
I wish I had
I mean,
the
shit.
Gios
You want
fucking-
you want to
yeah.
disarm them real quick? Just fucking go. Oh, by the way, all special treatment of any person, regardless of race, sex, or creed, gone.
Yeah.
That's how you
You're-
get real equality.
You remember that Seinfeld episode where
Get rid of
Kramer
the
didn't want to
special
wear the
treatment.
AIDS ribbon? That's how the left operates.
Yeah.
Who
But you have
who
to
does
wear
not
the
want to wear the ribbon?
You know what's
You know what day it is? Because I know what day it is.
All right, kill the butterflies. Kill the butterflies.
I started the wrong game,
These
chat.
kind of things really they do really frustrate me a lot.
Oh, I
It's
get frustrated a whole
very
bunch,
annoying,
dude.
very annoying, yeah.
And
Ma-
then the gaslighting. Why do you care? Well, that's
Why do you
that's
care?
the one that irks me.
Yeah.
Probably because I'm
Yeah, for
white.
real.
It's like, why do you care? Because
Yeah,
it's fucking stupid.
It's always not a big deal until you suggest that they be removed, and then it's suddenly a big deal.
Well, I mean, okay, so
Well,
listen, guys, listen. This is why I get upset about the January 6th thing, because I'm it's not an insurrection. It was a riot, but it's not an insurrection. Okay,
Yeah.
But what
Yeah,
makes
that's
me
what-
mad is we had a whole summer of Antifa and BLM fucking burning buildings down.
And they want to call that a fucking protest.
Literally killing people.
The Summer of Love.
Yeah, Summer of Love, literally killing people, doing all kinds of things, right? And then when people actually go and protest and riot to the people who are actually causing the issue and not just hurting their own community or innocent people, they actually went to the people who make the decisions for the country and protested to them. All of a sudden, that's bad.
The worst thing since 9/11, which is
Right.
what they like to brand it as.
Right. That's
I remember
suddenly
seeing an
bad
article where
because
they
it
went to
was
some,
it was bad
mayor's
because it
house.
was pointed at the right people. It was pointed at the people who are responsible.
Absolutely.
Right. That's the only difference.
That's the problem.
Is who it was pointed at.
Right.
It's okay when we do
That's
it.
why I don't approve of the Summer of Love, but I'm okay with the January 6th stuff.
Well, I'm not okay with it. Rioting
Don't
is
come after
never
me,
good,
feds.
but they did go protest. And I mean, yeah, they broke one window.
They broke one window
Yeah,
and
they
they
broke a
casually
window.
walked into the building. That
A
was a
window
protest.
that belongs to them, by the way. That's our window, so we can do what we want with it.
If
Right.
the police hadn't ushered
Yeah,
him in,
yeah,
I'd
it's public
probably,
property.
you know.
The police
see it
did. The
differently.
police did usher him in, and the
Yeah,
people that broke the window, I can understand them getting a fine.
Yeah.
You know, you
Right.
broke a
Yeah,
window,
if they
you're gonna
got
have to
fined
pay
for
for
the
the
window,
fix.
fine.
Yeah. Fine, all right.
Like
Even
they
though we-
replace it.
Even though we
Right.
already paid.
But
for
no,
the
there's
window.
people that are still in jail to this day.
With no trial. With no
Right.
trial.
With no trial.
No charge.
Right, they're not even charged with an insurrection.
If it were the left, that building would have been burned down.
Right.
Yeah,
Tell
right.
me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong. They burned down cities.
Yeah. Tell me this chocobo ain't yellow.
Oh, there is a black chocobo.
That's
Is
racist.
there, is there
I
a
still
golden-
That's
remember seeing
racist.
the clip
Golden
on
Africa?
Blood Over Crowder where they
Oh.
got a guy, an elderly man,
Was I kicked off
who
YouTube?
was just minding his own business wearing a MAGA hat on his knees and they shot him
You
on
know
the
what
street.
Yeah. You know what my favorite hypocrisy of them is that if you argue with them or argue a point with them about like equity or anything like this or anything, they will bring up Donald Trump before you ever do. Like, I didn't mention Donald Trump. You did.
Every single time.
Yeah,
they
And
do
yet
it,
you'll
and it's
say,
without
I'm
fail.
obsessed with Donald Trump.
That's-
I didn't mention him because he has nothing to do with this fucking conversation.
Yeah.
But you want to bring him into the conversation every time that you're wrong
Yeah.
on something. It
Which
tells
one
me.
of us is obsessed again?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
tells me exactly that you're wrong on this.
Yeah.
Because you got to use that as a crutch to you believe strengthening your argument. Really, all it does is prove that you can't stand on your own 2 feet without bringing him into the conversation.
TDS
Right.
is real.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
people,
Oh,
when
100%.
people when they're wrong about something in the argument, when they're wrong, they'll tend to start talking about shit that has nothing to do with the argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, what they'll do when they're wrong, they'll start trying to shift the blame onto something else, or they start trying to insult
Yeah.
you and go for low hanging fruit.
Or
When they
like
start doing
Bill-
that, you know you won. You
Yeah,
don't
like
need
Bill
to go any
Burr.
further.
Like Bill Burr said, they'll start thinking of some shit you're sensitive about. Maybe you don't get along with your dad, and they just start concocting this evil statement. This desperate Hail Mary attempt to get you so fucking mad at them that you call them a cunt. And that's it. And cunt trumps all the bullshit they did to start the argument.
I don't know, like the whole conversation, the whole what? How long? I've been, we went chat. We ain't even played yet, and I've been sitting here doing 2 articles
Been reading
for
articles.
51 minutes.
Got an
We
hour
had this.
before the VP
We've had
today.
we've had
So,
this
we're not
entire
getting much playing done.
for 51 minutes, right?
I've been playing. She's been hanging out.
For 51 minutes, and we hadn't mentioned Trump through that whole thing,
Exactly.
not once.
I was going to say we mentioned Biden only because the article mentioned Biden. That was
Correct.
it.
Well, I mean, when you're the person that's the administration right now running everything, of course you're going to be looked at. And I'm going to look at Trump the same way. Guys, I'm not a big Trump fan. Like, I think he's a New York prick. And that's what I think he is. He was just some asshole that was on TV when I was a kid that sold and built buildings. That's it. That's all I saw him as.
Who was on Home
Yeah, that's
Alone
really,
Yeah.
walking
that's
down
really
the
how I
elevator.
saw him as.
Yeah, that's
Or
all.
escalator.
That's all I saw him as. And then when 2016 came around and they brought out fucking Hillary Clinton, I was like, holy shit, they're really trying to vote for Satan? I'm not voting for her. And I was like, what the
I'm
hell?
not ready for World War III.
Right.
I'm gonna vote for Trump.
Oh, that already
Well,
started.
they
last
you know
week.
what it is they don't realize that it's not so much Trump the man. They've just turned him into an avatar, which they can, focus their psychosis on.
Right.
You know,
It's-
so
it's-
That's,
what
that's
people-
exactly it. He
it's
is
what
their.
people,
he's their 2
persona non
minutes
grata
hate.
that they can play.
He's their 1984. You
It's
know?
what people on the left and the right fail to understand. Trump did not. He's not a return to form for the Republican Party. He's a usurper. Trump did
He's
not
a
invent
symptom of the
MAGA.
problem that
He
he
did
created.
not invent MAGA. He inherited MAGA from the likes of Pat Buchanan, Barry Goldwater, Ronald Reagan. The list goes on.
Absolutely.
Long after Trump is dead and gone, MAGA will still live. We will keep it alive because we, the people, are the United.
Well, I mean, it was the Tea Party and it was a bunch of other things, but so what was I lost my train of thought, guys. Sweets, are you in the game?
Yeah.
Okay, where you at? I'm like standing over here all by myself.
I'm doing my own side little missions.
Oh, okay.
I'm curious what MSQ quest you guys are on. I think
I'm looking for the
I,
Guardians.
I'm on Lord of the Whore.
How dare you?
Yeah,
Do we want to try for the Alliance raid again?
I mean, we can try and then queue for another hour and then be ready for.
I'm sorry, it was an L.
Yeah.
If you guys want to do this this striking tree mission,
You-
we can do that.
You gonna do the?
I'm in a cutscene right now.
I'm gonna try to
Give me a-
finish
give me a
this.
second.
You gonna do the
Yeah, let me
debate with
finish
us, Sweets?
this,
Sorry, Grizzly, what were you
Bacon
saying?
Yeah, it's gonna be
Hey, is
JD
that a dungeon or
Vance
is that-
and
It's a trial.
Tampon Tim. Tampons.
We're fighting Bravo.
Probably gonna
get my ass
irritate
over
me
there.
to piss.
Oh yeah. Oh, good. I
Hold on,
should have
wait for the party invite.
fused. I should get Sweets on here whenever we watch a debate, dude. You should have saw her face when she was listening to Kamala Harris debate.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to. She can have.
Oh,
a
Sweets.
camera
She's
and
dude. She was sitting on the couch right next to me, and she was like, "Answer the fucking question, bitch." The fuck are you talking about? You still didn't answer the question. What the
in
fuck?
a middle class family. And let me talk to you about my opportunity economy.
It's like, what does Trump have to do anything about the damn question? Answer the question. What are you gonna freaking do?
Right.
It's like, what does they have
What's
to do
going on, Red
anything?
Pill?
And
Oh, it was right off the bat.
she straight up said, "Oh, there's gonna be lies in this debate." I was like, "No shit, there's gonna be lies because they're gonna come out your mouth."
Turn the
Yeah,
page.
so you're setting everybody up
There was a
because
Freedom
you're
Tunes
thinking
video.
your ass is the truth. Bullshit.
Well, Sweets, I have a question for you. So, what would you? So, there's a lot of women here who, not 16 years old, well, 16 all the way up to 85, who would say Donald Trump's going to take women's rights away. What do you say to those women? What do you say? Because
What rights are they taking away? I mean,
the right to their
we-
bodies. The right to their bodies. That's what they would
I
say.
He's
mean,
gonna take your abortions.
What would you
whatever.
say? Especially because I live in a state
I
where
don't
there's no
know.
limit. There's no limits. If you go on the Department of Health in New Jersey and you ask, are there limitations to abortion?
Honestly, I think maybe a woman can have abortion, whatever, but they should have a limit of how many abortions they can have because I think there is something seriously wrong with women who have multiple abortions and continue to want to have to do it because yeah.
Pardon.
So
Basically, what Sweets is
it's
saying,
like-
that's how Florida
Well,
is.
when
No,
wait a minute.
I don't. No one should tell me what I should do with my body. Just like nobody should tell a man what he should do with his body. I mean, that's kind of like a woman pushing a man on. Well, maybe he should get snipped so he can't produce kids. So in case he wants to rape somebody, then he can't get her pregnant, right? Well, it kind of goes both ways. The cum comes from the man. Why can't the man do something about it? But then you got the women who want to like sleep around, and then they want to like don't want to face the consequences. So easy way out is terminate, and they want to continuously do that, and that's wrong. Something is wrong with their soul. I had an abortion. I lost a part of me. That's why it's a touchy subject for me because it's not something I want to admit or talk about. But yes, it loses a part of you, and for a woman to continuously do that and feel like it's okay and want to keep fighting it, no, it's not right.
There's so many women that need to hear that, and they just, it's just not a thing. It's just not a thing. It's just,
I don't
losing
see.
your
I
right.
don't feel
You're losing your
comfortable,
right
and
to
it's been
vote
12, 13 years.
over.
It's been 14 years since it's happened, and I still feel ashamed of it. And if they want to continuously do it, yeah, no.
So, baby, when he says limit, what he's talking about is that they have laws that you can abort the baby up to 9 months.
Well, there's no
Well-
laws. That's the thing.
There's no laws to
So
stop
so they
it,
can
right.
feign ignorance. So it's
Yeah.
like my governor can say it's like, oh well, you know, we support women's bodies, and it's up to your doctor. And they say, oh well, what's the limit? And it's like, oh well, you know, we would never, we're against
Well,
murdering
see,
children. You know, outside of the womb.
there should be a limit of no longer than 8 weeks. I mean, when I had mine, they made me wait until I was 8 weeks because they couldn't even really detect it, let alone do anything about it. So, 8 weeks, yeah, I think the woman has enough time to decide in 2 months if she wants to keep it or not.
Do you think 6 weeks
Let
is too
alone,
short?
well, it's hard to detect a birth or a child
Heartbeat
or
can
a
detect at 6 weeks, yeah, they
anything
feel
at
like it.
6 weeks.
Okay, and here's my thing.
Okay.
You have Plan B. It's a morning after pill.
Exactly.
Just
There is
that.
another option that is Plan B. Well, okay, if a girl gets raped, well, go to a pharmacy. They have it over the counter. Pharmacist can give it to you, whatever. Or if you have a one-night stand, want to be a hoe, well, get a monthly supply of that shit.
Damn.
I wanna be a hoe.
I mean, I'm not up for birth control, but I was on birth control too. It's if somebody doesn't want to have kids, there's ways that you can go around of not having kids without having to go through an abortion. I think it's all fucking propaganda shit just so people can be divided about whatever this shit
Oh, it
is.
absolutely is.
100%.
It's just for us to fight and argue and stay all on this media politics. Politics is all of, to me, is
Well, that's the
shit.
main thing. That's what I was kind of getting to where
It
it's a
eats
lie
your
about
soul. It's
where
dark, it's ugly, and I don't see any good from it.
they-
Every
the
time
lie
I
is-
listen to it, it gives me anxiety.
Well, the
And
lie
see-
is the lie is that Donald Trump gets in and women are going to lose their rights.
It's gonna be
That's-
Handmaid's Tale.
Well, people need to look around them and realize of other sources other than believing what people are
Women don't-
telling
women
them.
typically- I've heard this before, where it's like, there was another lady on Rumble who said like she thought she was very liberal, and then she found her husband and had a lot of respect for him, and he said no, this is not what it is, and then that's what made her change her opinion. But if she didn't, she's like, yeah, if I never met my husband, or if I didn't meet a man, a man of that I respected, I wouldn't have even looked elsewhere.
That is why
Well,
leftists are single women or
That's why they're anti-family.
crazy women.
It's,
That is why
meaning of-
rights are the future, is because leftists are not.
Yeah,
Like I
because
said in base stoners chat, I think we should divide the left and the right and let them destroy themselves, and we'll see how the future upholds.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
But
Drew.
like, I think that, one of the things they don't like is the fact that usually people tend to be more conservative the older they get and the more, in tune with a family they have. This is why they don't like the nuclear family,
They
because when
gotta
you have
start
kids,
working and realize how the world works, and it's
Yeah.
like, fuck, what kind of crazy shit we live in.
yeah, and and your natural instincts to protect your children, to protect your family, to protect your property. Like, these things come with having a family, and they don't like that. They hate that.
And then they feed their children the same lies that they had to live through.
Yeah, exactly.
So if they hate it so much, then they should leave my kids and my family alone and let us do our thing, and they do
theirs.
their own thing. If they want to kill and murder theirs, then so be it. They're not gonna succeed in life by
Exactly.
killing all these kids. What's gonna happen when y'all kill each other's off?
Yeah.
Y'all not multiplying.
And that's why they want to try to tell you what to do with your family. So
Correct.
they could, oh, it's my children. Like you see the
No.
teachers who have the crazy eye, and they're
The-
like, my kids.
Y'all weren't
Yeah.
with me when Rance was laying his seed in me. So
Exactly.
that's
Like,
what I say
Yeah,
about
well,
that.
Not wrong.
And if y'all were, y'all better pay me, because that shit ain't free. Oh, that's all I got to say. That shit ain't free, and it's more than $5 a month.
This is why Rance gotta be careful. Sweet's gonna take over his channel. The people want Sweets.
Rance, you better start checking your
Hey.
bedroom for cameras.
I'm smarter than I think. I'm smarter than I think. I've had friends tell me that Rance has brainwashed me because I wasn't for women's rights, and I'm like, what? What different rights do you have that I don't have that they have?
You know what?
Make some
Just to
difference.
fuck with their heads, you need to show up like on a regular non-Halloween day in one of those Handmaid's outfits and say that he made you wear it. Just to fuck with them.
No, I like my body. No. I'll hold the sandwich.
Okay,
Don't
okay.
sandwich, sir.
If you want modesty,
That's what
that's what
you
you gotta do, sweets. Show up in a nun outfit.
And Rance
a
does
full-on
like
nun
them.
outfit.
Every time he sees one, he points them out at the store.
Yeah, I'm like, look, a penguin.
Rance is very simple man.
Get one of those. Go to Spirit. It's that time of year. Go
She-
to Spirit Halloween.
She
You
did.
get one
She did have a friend that didn't want to be friends with her anymore because of her political.
Oh, I've had a lot of people like that,
yeah.
you know,
Oh,
in
dude.
my life. My mom's
And-
got people
and-
in her life.
And believe it or not, chat and everybody in here, Sweets is not very political. She doesn't. She doesn't get it. Where's my tacos? You know what, Red Pill? Find you a good woman that'll make you some
Red-
tacos.
I like tacos.
I mean, I told him he can come visit.
Uncle Mott?
It's like,
Much love,
If
Red
he
Pill. It's good to
visits,
see you, brother.
I'll
Oklahoma
make
does
make
not-
tacos.
Make tacos. She buys tacos.
I've got my heart set on Taco Bell.
It's not real taco.
I know,
That's Tex-Mex.
I know, but it's still tasty for how cheap it is.
I blame it part on society doesn't have morals anymore. I mean, like I said, Sweets isn't very political, but she has very good morals. And
They
has she?
consider
Hey,
morals
Houston
to be
didn't like
political.
what I had to
realizing
say.
you got
Kick me?
you got to keep people out of the public school, and there has to be a real, honest to goodness discussion. I talked to my buddy who, you know, we all went to college and everything, and his kids are set up. His 4-year-old is already like, I feel like that his 4-year-old's already like a freaking 10-year-old. Like this kid's gonna be like a freaking like rocket scientist or some shit. I don't know. And his daughter's really young. Like both him and his wife are fantastic people. You know, his wife was like top of her class. He's a successful businessman. Like I was the best man at his wedding, and you know, I'm really kind of trying to indoctrinate him into the idea of, dude, do not send your kids to public schools. They will ruin everything you have done, or potentially ruin everything you have done to raise your kids. Keep them out of the public school system. I think we have to have a real discussion about keeping very talented, very valuable human, Americans out of the public school system. And quite frankly, even if they're valedictorian of their high school in 2037, let's just say, and Harvard and Columbia and Stanford, they throw the family free rides to the wazoo. Don't send your kids. It's gonna get to that point. Like, just don't even send your kids to college. Don't send your kids to public schools. It's not even worth it. But it's like this whole like, just send them in, throw them in there. That's how you become successful. But it's gonna get to the point where I think that's where
I'd
it
rather
all
send my
starts.
kid to a trade school than a college. Learn a
Well,
trade.
that's what I'm saying. But even if they were valedictorian of their it might be better to do that down the line, or at a point maybe there's some kind of online institutions. I know there's a college, Hillsdale College, which is one of the few very conservative schools. I think it was started in the 70s, and they teach about the Constitution, and they're vehemently conservative. But obviously they're not super highly, they're not Harvard, they're not Princeton, they're not all these other schools, right? But I think it's going to be time when, people like us start having children at that age of 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 in the 2030s and the 2040s. We have to push back against these institutions that even if you don't send your kid to Harvard or freaking MIT or whatever, we gotta have these other colleges or institutions that don't have indoctrination, and they can still become an Elon Musk or whatever.
Most professional business owners that I've known, and I know a lot of them, none of them have a college education.
Right, of course.
All of them learn just doing it.
No, that's the thing. It's like the best lessons are experience, not
We are. Maybe we're better.
Experience is the best teacher, not some
it's
random book or
you know-
some person telling you how to do it.
No, and I think
I
it's
think
this.
what's-
I think it's still important to do reading, but it's
Right.
like the books they give you in colleges is pointless. Like I learned more about managing money reading Dave Ramsey's books, reading Grant Cardone's books. I learned more from them than what the school system or even a college course can teach you. So it's like you're just wasting money and time at college at this point.
It's been made a huge money pit. It used to be actually something of value.
Sweets, are you ready to
it's
do
not
this
so
main
much
quest, babe?
Oh, hold on.
You guys want to switch to who? can you guys switch to a class that we can play for the Lions Trade? We'll try one more time.
Give me a minute. I'm in a cutscene.
Good conversation,
Sorry.
guys. Good conversations. Baby Red
fighting.
Pill says tamales de polo con salsa verde.
I'll have to
You know,
buy
but-
the tamales because I don't have an army for help.
You know what Agus said. I think the thing that we're seeing, I mean, we see it more and more in all this is really, there's no shared value with us and the other side now. We polarized so much that it's two entirely incompatible values systems trying to coexist within a singular country, and I don't see that changing or improving, because again, like I've said before to people, I said, I'm not. They tell you not to dehumanize your enemy, but they've already dehumanized themselves by being on SSRIs, gratuitous amounts of hormones. I mean, you can't unscramble an egg, and their brains are literally scrambled eggs at this point because they've taken all sorts of medications, hormones, this and that, and then been indoctrinated on top of that. How do you fix that? There is no fixing that.
Put bacon with it.
You gotta try again for the next generation. You're ready to go.
Hey, Fatal, World War III. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it could be.
We're
Strong
already at
men
the
make
point
weak
where we
times.
can't
Weak men make
reach
hard
across the
times.
aisle.
Or
Yeah.
strong.
Put some sausage with it too,
Was it? Good times make weak men. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
and then
Good
give
times
them a
make weak men,
tortilla.
weak men makes hard times. Hard times
Let's
make
make strong
men. Strong men make good times. It's a whole cycle.
It's a cycle, right?
I advocate the return to states' rights.
Yes,
Absolutely.
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 That would solve the vast majority of our issues. If you guys are not familiar with a historian on YouTube, his name is Brian McClanahan. His name is spelled with an O, B-R-I-O-N, McClanahan. It's fucking weird. But he's a YouTuber, he's written some books. I've got one of his books. It's called How Alexander Hamilton Screwed Up America. It's an interesting read, and it also, I won't call it a complete diagnosis, because there's obviously more to it than just one man.
Well, every time Texas comes and says, "Do you want to split?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it. I vote for it every time."
Yeah.
Alright. I got the cutscene. I got the next dungeon. Let's have Key Line first.
I was like, let's make some deals with Mexico.
I
We
split
could.
so much that I split my lines.
We got the Gulf of Mexico. We can make a port out of it. Texans can do it, guys. We're tougher than you think.
But yeah, Brian McClanahan's big thing is think locally, act locally, and a return to states' rights would solve so many of our fucking problems.
Oh yeah.
A lot of the problems that we're dealing with
But
right
that's-
now as a country
that-
are the defeat of,
That's like saying small government, though. That's all you're saying.
Yeah.
What are we doing,
A
guys?
return to Jeffersonianism.
Okay, where you at?
We're trying to save the country, Fused. We're trying to save the country.
We're trying to make America great again.
Yeah, one Final Fantasy game at a time.
Yeah, that's why I'm so gung ho about Tennessee, because like
Bring up your map, where
America
you
First
at?
is a big thing. I'm starting to be
My
more-
map? Hold on a minute, baby.
I'm starting to
I'm
be
right
on
here,
sea
but I
first
gotta
than
be
America
over
first,
there.
because I just think that's what everybody should be doing.
Keyline, what are you?
I've
what,
got my
what
own
are we, what
rights
are we
with
queuing
Tennessee.
up? What are we queuing up? What are we queuing up?
I'm
Oh,
going
the
to the
striking-
Lord
we're
of the
going to the
Whores.
striking
Is that where
tree
you're at?
hard.
the striking tree
No,
hard.
I
It's
have
a
the
Vermont
Great
fight.
Divide.
The striking tree hard.
I don't know what. I don't know if I'm ahead of you or behind you.
Wait, it said I did
Do
not
that
meet
one and let me know.
one or more
Because
of the
I
requirements.
accidentally, I think I did one,
You
and I
actually
think
get the
that's
quest?
worse.
Yeah, like I've got it here on my.
What's the bit of a item level recommendation?
Yeah, it's probably one.
My item level? Let's see. Hang on.
You need an item level of at least.
A million.
You need average item level 65.
1
65?
million.
Okay. I just
Nothing
had
much.
to,
My
switch-
co-host has no
I just
internet.
had to
Not
switch
going to
out one of
stream
my
without
items.
him.
It should be good
I don't
now.
blame
It
you,
should
bro.
be
Just hit the
good now.
recommended. Just hit the recommended button.
Yeah, my item level should be good now. I switched it out.
Wheelo Minsons
The
are
recommend-
sworn to
The
strive.
recommended button never
Kills
puts my item level where it needs to be.
It sometimes happens.
There we go.
Gotta fight Grandpa again.
All right.
This isn't a bad one. This is
No.
I'm at when Yurgi met the fraternity.
It is stable now, yeah, but I'm having a rough day with my internet. Unfortunately. Thanks, boss. I appreciate you sticking around. It is in the green now.
Is that where those frame drops come from? The bad connection?
Yeah, I mean, I'm.
Nope, I did that homeboy already.
You did that already?
Yeah, I did him.
We're in the green right now.
Not like
I think
that.
Ramua's
Yeah.
beard looks like a ball sack.
The fucking music.
It
Oh,
kinda
he
does.
lost it due to the hurricane. Is he doing all right, bro?
Who's that?
Fatal's co-host has no internet, so he's not doing no stream. He said he lost it during the hurricane. Is he doing okay?
I hear AT&T is providing internet to people, so if he has AT&T,
I heard
he
Star.
might be able to.
I heard
Starlink was.
I heard Starlink was too.
A lot of them are doing
So, I don't know what internet he has.
Remember, Keelan, get behind him.
I would go with the Starlink because Elon will probably not charge him for it.
No,
Oh,
you're
shit.
facing him.
Okay, I'll get behind him then. It's kind of hard to tell where his ass is. Oh, there we go.
Get away from his hairy pubes.
Why does it
It's gonna
always
seduce you.
Why does it always turn gay with you guys? What the hell?
it. I can't control what they do.
There it
They
is,
say-
chat. Fuse said
Why
it
am I
himself. He
fucking
said Final
frozen?
Fantasy's gay.
You got some of my lightning.
He has
These warriors
5G
of
on his
light that I
phone, but
hear.
can't
I
stream.
can't
Okay.
control these warriors of light. I can't control them.
You did the Inconspicuous Man? You did this already, Sweets?
Yes.
No.
I didn't mean to.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, you meant to. Don't lie
I
to me.
thought it was my little quest thingies on the side, and I guess I accidentally started doing that one.
Okay, so through the maelstrom. Okay. Now I gotta go do that. Where's that at? Oh, back to him.
Alright, you got stunned.
You got stunned?
Yeah.
We gotta kill the gray arbiters.
You have to talk to him again, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, we have 2 sages.
okay, now
Oh,
what?
I'm all watching your stream and I'm behind.
Did you go somewhere else?
No. Well, yes, but no. I'll be where you need to go next.
This is a good song too.
So chill.
Yeah, this is when the music got started.
Not a very
Oh,
long
yeah,
game
can I
streaming,
go,
guys,
man?
but we're gonna join Fused. I'll probably keep
man.
streaming when I join them, but we're gonna watch the debate, and I'm probably gonna get some popcorn while we do it.
Ooh, I should do that too.
Bro,
actually.
I
That's not a
need
bad
a
idea.
break for it.
Yeah, after this, I'm gonna log into my account and then so I can play in the Discord.
I'll probably stop playing the game during the debate just so I can.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we're just gonna be on Discord.
gonna be doing a debate
He's gonna
thing
do his
too.
own. Jason, his own thing.
Yeah, I think Fuse is gonna keep the Discord up, so
God damn it! Now I really want popcorn.
So you're gonna stay here in the Discord Fused and
Yeah,
keep the stream
yeah, I'll
rolling?
Yeah, I'll say.
All right.
so we can keep playing while we're listening to it. Is that what you're saying?
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I have been reflecting upon the events which
We'll
took place
reflect
during-
somewhere
real
else.
time.
Bitch.
Wait, I don't have. I can't res.
You
Oh, wait, I
have
don't
that
have enough
ability?
MP. Oh no, I don't have enough MP. Sage actually burns MP. What the fuck?
Hey, should we take some of these earrings? I don't even know if this is any good. Nocturnal earrings, gloom earrings, Aurora earrings. I'm gonna take the money.
Oh, we've got arbiters back up.
Okay, now I'm on the
go
great.
around.
I'm at the Great Divide now, Sweets. They're talking that shit. Skip that cutscene. Now what do we got to do? Talk to her again? Oh, talk to somebody else. Leave the solar. What's going on, chat? Welcome. My name's Rance. This is my gaming corner. We're playing some Final Fantasy 14 and bullshitting about politics and culture and all kinds of stuff. Make sure y'all smash that like button. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Your son, you'll be fine.
Okay.
Man, I don't know.
Oh, I see
You
this.
find me?
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, I don't. Well, at the moment, I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. I haven't left that area yet.
Oh, well, leave that area. I'm at the crystal. Where you're supposed to go next.
Oh, that's not what it says.
Oh, well,
Nice.
then you've got
Good to hear
problems.
that.
That's what I'm saying.
Phoenix.
You
We'll
go to that
we'll play
crystal
Mario
right
Party
there.
soon, man.
Hold on. I'm coming out of there.
Come on. Oh, well,
Who am I supposed to talk to? Oh, there he is, the refugee.
We did it. Oh my gosh, the fucking beard.
All right, so I spoke with the refugees.
All right.
Okay,
Thanks for the help, guys.
there you are. I see you.
let's see.
fucking tree hard. It has
If we can't queue up for this alliance raid, we
So
still
you
have
ready
the
to go
alpha
to
schemes go through.
We do, but Grizzly doesn't have
Van Allen?
I was about to say, I did just unlock the next dungeon in Dawn Trail.
That's where we got to go next.
Okay, we can do that. Alright, hold on. Let me make sure. Let me queue up this.
Sweets.
thing, and then We'll do the dungeon in Dawn Trail.
Your thing.
'Cause as long as
Oh,
we
she's got to
get
go
in
talk to
there, then
people.
The guys
it
in
don't
here.
take us 20
I already talked to him.
Why didn't you
Oh,
What's up,
I
Two?
didn't talk to
break
him.
these rest and I'll be right back with you.
VP debate.
What's up, Tooth from the Tooth Entertainment?
That's right. Y'all got to check out the Tooth from Tooth Entertainment.
I could just pull it up.
The
Rumble
tooth?
will have it, right?
They should.
I don't even have to like log into any kind of
Like we're not going to be
This is
watching someone else commentate on it, right? You're just going to pull up like Newsmax or something.
Yeah, it's on like
Newsmax.
CBS, so it's just straight debate on there. If you have to pull it up on
Don't you have
YouTube
to
or
have an
something.
account though?
No. You can just go on YouTube and get the this off the CBS stream.
The CBS.
I would just check Newsmax. They don't have it?
They don't have it yet.
Oh, okay.
What about
I
that
just wanna have- I just
right
wanna have it
side
ready just in
broadcasting
case.
network?
My kids
they
sound
don't
like
have
they're
it yet.
fighting.
Oh.
I'm about to have to go knock some heads together.
Right Side Broadcasting Network. I don't think they do any commentary on
shows
the
a lot.
debates.
Live
Um,
on Newsmax.
Just
So there
got
was-
back from the gym.
So they
Hell
won't be
yeah,
streaming
bro.
it then just in general.
Got your swole on. You hurting yet? I bet you Bo's
I'm gonna-
messing you up, isn't he?
And,
I got about 15 minutes left because I gotta hit the bathroom and do
you
that
think you
before
can,
everything
you
gets
think you
ready.
can, well, do you want to try and do this dungeon or no?
I might be able to get to
don't know.
this. Depends on how
No, you
long
don't
it
know.
is.
I don't know. I'm gonna be back in 2 minutes and decide if you want to do that. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I need to go and use it myself, so I'll be back.
I'll stream here in a bit. Fantastic, Tooth. Man, I beat the Yellow Sage Rat. The Yellow Sage Wind Rat on Black Myth Wukong, bro. That little fucker was a pain in the ass. Who cares about the debate? They are going to say Walls won anyways. Yeah, but I'm a big fan of tampon walls.
Yeah, well, you know, it's October. There's October surprises.
Fucked
you
up
know,
my
the
back,
CCP
but that's okay.
involvement.
Right.
CCP involvement
And then-
is something that might pop up. Obviously, the attack with Israel and Iran today may come up in the debate.
Right.
What's Walls going to say? Because he can't do anything. He can't say anything about alienating the watermelon and bio people.
And then there's
So-
going to be election day shenanigans. So, we're in for a ride.
Yeah. I mean, and also, you know what? You know, and this is not a slight on Trump, but it also is just a slight on a man being 80 years old. When a man is 80 years old, you kind of want to know what his VP stands for and is about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Regardless of who it is, Democrat or Republican, all right? And Kamala is just fucking retarded. She's basically a step above a vegetable. So you got to know who the VP is in this situation. You know, even if your mind's already made up, you got to be able to inform other people. You know what I'm saying? And when you're a content creator like I am, like Rance is, like Agus is, yeah, it kind of becomes a little relevant to know that going into a lot of your you know, when you do your news.
I'm traveling.
You know,
All right,
to
baby.
sort of know what's going on with these people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. The October
I mean, yeah,
surprise
it's a show, but it's
is
professional wrestling. But you know, I mean, hey,
the October
you know.
surprise is World War III, most likely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
well, we
could
saw that.
be that could be
We
true.
have a three-way war.
I am on the Final Fantasy 14 Discord on Fuses.
Palestine. Then we have Ukraine and Russia.
Oh, he just wanted to jump in.
I have no clue. He's just asking me whose Discord am I in.
China, Taiwan. Yeah, I think World War III is on the docket, and if I heard correctly, I think we have.
Maybe I'll jump in while I'm playing. No, you actually have to be a Final Fantasy 14 player.
Too many
to-
people. If we start letting people in that don't play, then it's just gonna become.
Right. Yeah. Fuse has a
That's
rule.
the wrong way, Rance.
If you're not, what are you talking about? I'm going the right way.
The game is free, so it's not even. The game is free.
Yeah,
like we're
so
blocking
sign
anyone
up for
out.
the game for free, and you
If
still
not,
get
no one-
nothing.
If
But
you have a
you-
computer that could run a
Wrong.
potato,
Just download it and don't play.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
I'm
That's
just
his
joking.
username.
I'm just joking.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuse will know if you're not playing or not.
You must have
I just
gathered
talked
by
to
now
Billy
that
Ann.
I mean,
Ulda, on
yeah,
the other
I,
hand,
don't,
is
I think
not.
we have a
It's
really
right.
solid group here, and it is sometimes hard for certain people. Some people have a little bit more of a not an aggressive personality, a voracious personality.
Intimidating.
Yeah, and I want everyone to be able to speak, and if you have like 15 people in here, it would just. So
Yeah,
we
definitely.
want to play the game first and foremost, but yeah, it is a fun conversation. But at a point, you know, you got to have some. I mean, that's why I show you guys on my stream who's in the Discord. We already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, and poor Cats is in here. Cats hasn't been able to say anything. Cats, how you doing? Oh, she's not there. She's not. but Cats is probably playing the game. So yeah.
Dang, don't put me on the spot.
Are you in here, Sweets? There you are. Did you
Mouse,
talk to him?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, are we doing Grizzly?
Yeah.
Pronounce it.
Desperate times is where I'm at.
Damn it, it's easy.
This one is English.
Damn
Get
it.
out of this.
Backyard? What?
All right, I'm gonna do it.
Have an easy one.
Jace, you can do it, right? Oh, he's not even there. Oof.
All right, Tooth.
I guess we'll just wait. I don't know. What do you think? We just wait for him? I don't think he's gonna be able to do it.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't Jace be able to do it? I thought he was done Dongar.
He's definitely. No,
Yeah,
he's done,
Dockworkers
but I don't know if he has
Strike.
the time to do it.
Why are you glowing,
Heavy
Sweets?
update.
I don't know.
He's deafened though, so I don't know. He's probably getting ready.
I ate things that I shouldn't have probably ate that does things to me.
I've only
And I
done
think
this
it made me
once.
glow.
I'm excited. I've only done this once.
Bum.
I'll go message him.
All right, chat. I'm going to take a quick break real quick and refill my drink and use the restroom. I will be right back. You will still be able to hear these guys, so I won't go to the be right back screen. You can listen to them jabber on. Again, like I told you, we're all children, so.
He's gonna come back and see, why is my channel deleted?
Yeah. Well, it probably won't be Rumble, but Twitch and YouTube will be like, you're banned forever.
Please take over.
Okay.
As soon as leaves,
My
we
bad.
just drop every racial slur we can think of.
That's not enough. We've tried.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, me, Rance, and Pudge were. We tried.
No, bro,
Trust me.
you didn't
Trust
see
me.
the time I was holding my AR-15 and reading racial slurs from Google.
We tried.
That's where I got Chalk Demon from.
We tried. Trust me, we tried.
There's a hilarious clip of a Team Fortress 2 pub where the guy gets on there, he goes into the voice chat, he goes, "Oh, dude, are you live on Twitch?" And he just starts saying the N-word over and over again.
Okay, Jason
Very
says he's
enthusiastic.
back. He said I'll be back shortly, but I gotta head downstairs to make something to eat. Haven't had dinner yet, so getting close to 9 p.m. I'm not logging out the game though, so if y'all need me, yeah, I should be back in a few minutes. Yeah.
Not in a rush.
Not in a rush either. I mean, like, while
And
we're
to be
waiting.
quite honest, like I'm not even that interested in this debate. If I didn't stream, and if you guys weren't entertaining to hang out as friends, like I wouldn't be watching this thing. Like I don't
Right.
really give a shit.
I get to
But
go to the Hori Boulder.
It's fun.
Just,
Alright, let's go to the Hori Boulder.
you know, I'm thinking about. I think my mom wanna watch the debate. I tell her that it's on tonight. Like, I just thought about that.
I do think it'll be a little bit more entertaining than people think. I don't know. I think Walt's is kind of a blowhard, so I think that'll be.
I mean, hell,
It'll make
JD
it interesting. It'll make it interesting.
Yeah, JD Vince has already been trolling the fuck out of people before this debate, so. Hell. Yeah, isn't there that thing with the tarmac where he tried to confront Kamala Harris? Well, I think that was before Biden was forced out of the race.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Biden.
I'm not-
we all
I'm not-
know Biden didn't drop out organically.
No, absolutely not.
Nothing about the man is organic. He's an assembly line processed cheese curd from like a really shady ghetto fast food restaurant in East Knoxville.
The dude, look, I hate his policies. Can't stand them. But the man is a literal walking husk. Like, he's not there mentally. Just stick him at home, put him on hospice. Has he done crimes? Yes. But I'm just sitting here like, just put him on a house arrest or something. Like, good lord.
Yeah. Just keep him away from whatever drugs are keeping him upright and let him be bedridden for the rest of his days. Hell, give me some of those drugs. I want that high.
You want that high?
I was gonna clean my room.
And
before I got high. I was gonna get up and find the brew, but then I got high. My room is still messed up, and I know why.
I think Pat's finally disconnected.
Cause
That's
I
when
got
I
high.
drop out.
Cause I got high. Cause I got high.
I think so. I just heard a ding. I don't see her in the Discord on the sidebar anymore.
He's very polite.
Skibidi-bee-bop. Yeah.
So if Keyline got to, what did we just do?
He just did the shrieking tree hard.
Hard.
That tree was very hard. It
I
wasn't
couldn't
soft.
I can't get hard for that beard. It's nasty.
You got a good amount left.
I figured while we're waiting on Jays, I have to make up the answer currents. I'm also sort of backtracking and getting them. Oh, by the way, level 99, so almost there to 100.
Nice.
I'm really sorry, guys, if I'm ever like too animated and too loud and shit.
You're not forgiven.
Oh. Okay. Oh, you don't get to heal yourself.
Pull this up. Yeah, my
I actually cannot wait until Keyline gets a heavy tour because that's when the game really starts picking up.
It does. And it's good. I want him to get there because he's actually been consistent coming around, you know. Like he actually showed a real interest in the game.
It's a pretty fun game to play.
All right, I'm back, chat.
I don't even know. I still don't know what expansion I'm playing right now. I don't know if I am.
You're still in the base game, ARR.
Okay.
I think it's post patch maybe. Can you fly, right?
I can
You can
fly.
fly,
I got
yeah.
my chocolate.
Yeah, you're in post patch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like you're going to come to a part before you end ARR where you're going to have to do like 3 Alliance dungeons back to back. Your best bet is just wait for us to be all to do those because that's a 24 player raid.
Okay, this is why I can't watch the CBS thing. So they have the pre-show, and they said, "Oh, Waltz brings that feeling of joy," and Kamala Harris
Oh my God, joy.
brings it on stage. That's what I'm listening to right now. That's the one lady. Oh, you know, she said, "Well, he brings up a level of joy," and I said, "What? So if he can bring joy to the stage, does joy take care of the goddamn 4-5% inflation?"
No.
I
What the
swear.
fuck?
Does it block
Does
the
joy-
border?
does joy
No.
end wars?
God,
Is it gonna stop
the
the bomb?
joy.
It's not
fuck?
going to stop the bomb, idiot.
I'm fast traveling, babe.
Made up world, and it kills me.
That line only worked on women. That's it. That's the only way they get away with it.
And my drink
It's
will be done.
insane.
Alright, I'm back.
You can fly, sweets.
Now they want me to speak.
You can fly. You can
Alpha
fly.
node.
So frustrating when they say shit like
That wouldn't work on me.
Say what used.
Sweets is like,
that.
I
You're a
don't know.
married woman, so you're not in that. Well, even if you're you're a rare married breed.
I'd be like,
Howdy,
I need
howdy,
more
y'all.
than
What's
just
going on, Tex?
joy. Damn.
There's some married women out there that are very delusional, but you don't count.
Oh, I know.
You're good.
You want to?
That's why I don't have any friends.
You know who it makes me think
That's
of,
horrible.
sweets?
Horrible.
It's sad.
It makes me think of Grant's wife,
Oh, yeah.
Rachel. That bitch is crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, what do you want, Alpha node?
I'm gonna put this in the Discord so you guys can suffer.
Ooh, I get some materia.
Oh, we get
Oh,
the
is
we get the
debate
suffer.
fixing to start?
It's in 30 minutes, but they have like a pre-show, so you guys can listen or mute if you want.
We get to listen to the.
That's also kind of like Shasta's
Or are you
wife
putting
too.
it on the Discord?
Yeah, pretty much. Shasta's not any better either. That dude's all into his feelings. He might as well be a woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm serious. He might as well be a woman.
Old man grumbles. Okay.
True crime original.
Well, his wife
What
rubbed
is
up on him.
stream attenuation?
CBS News app.
I'm watching a commercial, chat.
Or you can be really old
Anybody know
at
what that is?
60.
I'm going.
And you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
Gwyneth Paltrow, the woman who's selling a candle.
Yeah, isn't she selling coochie candle or something like that?
Yeah, with her vagina. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stream now on the free CBS News
Oh
app.
yeah.
I don't even live in this
Ranch knows.
anymore.
And I don't even know how he knows.
I
We're
wish I
gonna
could
have to
sell
have
shit
a
with my
talk
vagina.
now.
Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow sells coochie flavored candy.
I told Rance that before he dies, he
sells
needs to
well.
clone his PB.
Might make you look before you launch. If you have
But he won't do it.
100 airplanes
A man never needs to clone.
space
Before he dies, yes, he does.
on the free.
We need to clone. No, we need to clone certain women. Okay? Yeah, we need to use the cloning. Men don't need to be cloned. Okay?
No, he just needs to clone his PB.
How do you do the soothe thing?
Cut from the same cloth for the most part.
It's an emote.
Emote. There you go.
You can't write a better script.
Slash soothe.
Oh, I did it. I did it. I got it.
Was it Flavor? Was that Flavor a second ago? Yeah. I thought I recognized him. I thought I
If
recognized
it
that.
was, it probably is him.
Or I should say,
Nate Burleson is such. I like him as a player.
I should say
He's
what's
so
left of
cringe
Flavor
now,
Flav.
man. He is completely
Welcome back to
just sold out to
the vice presidential
He's a
debate
good
in
guy,
Michigan,
man.
and its
That's
15
unfortunate.
electoral votes are part
But
of
I'm
the
sure he's making a lot of
wall.
There's
States
barely
that
anything. Like
Democrats like to think
he's just
are
dried up
firmly in their
all that
camp.
coke and
But
crack.
in 2016, they thought
Where
that
in
too,
the heck
and
is
Donald
Sue
Trump
at?
became the first Republican to win there in nearly 30 years.
You just type
CBS News national correspondent
I'm on
Eureka Duncan is
PS5,
in
I
Grand
can't
Rapids.
type.
Oh.
Voters. Good evening, Eureka.
I mean, I guess I can use the stupid keyboard.
Good evening
but I
to
don't
you.
even know
Good
how
evening
do
to
it.
everyone. You know,
PS5
Buchanan
keyboard
County is
sucks.
where we're at.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
It's a
Hughes?
very
Oh, look, I found it.
It's all the way up. It's all the way up on my.
The PS4
Okay.
keyboard sucks.
Maybe I can turn up on
the
Discord.
presidential election 3 times out of the 4 last.
I turned it up on my
presidential
part.
elections. So joining me
controller
is this
doesn't sound awful.
lovely group. They all say they watch
I wish.
CBS, and we
I
love
wasn't an
that.
Xbox guy, but that sounds
show of
pretty bad.
hands, briefly,
Yeah, they
how
had
many of
a
you guys are
text
leaning or
plug-in
planning
chat
to vote
pad. You would
for
plug into your
Harrison
controller,
Walls?
and you would send
So we have
text
2.
messages
How
to
many
your
are planning to
controller
vote
like that.
for Trump?
Oh, I remember that. You plug it in and it's like a little
Yes.
keypad on the bottom.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I remember that.
Horrible, horrible
CBS News
invention.
poll shows
The
us
360
Might
at
as
least
well
have
just-
good games.
because they want to hear
Oh,
more.
hell
Yeah.
yes.
Good.
I met Rance
Yes.
playing off the
Are you
360.
Oh my
And I'm
God,
gonna
like,
start
look,
with you
I wanna
because
say
you voted
PS3
Banjo Kazooie,
Xbox
nuts and bolts.
2016.
Fuck yeah.
You didn't vote at
See,
all
look,
in
like something
2020.
Banjo Kazooie
Here
and
you
two
are.
PS2 GameCube Xbox
Trying to
is
figure
the
out
better.
what
Is
Nuts
better.
and
Is
bolts
better.
did not impress
What do
me
you
that
looking
much, but I think I was looking for that nostalgia feeling, maybe.
Hey, I don't know if I'm supposed to be taking some of
I
these
like it because I
rings
like
and
building
shit.
custom vehicles.
Fused.
What's that?
Safety.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be taking some of these rings or not.
And Eric,
Like
what
the
about
Daystar ring and the
I mean, economy is extremely
Even Star
important.
ring. I don't know what it does.
Safety
Like
as
it
well.
doesn't
I
tell
have
me
two
anything.
daughters. I'm a business owner.
Where
so
are you? You in a
they're
dungeon?
very important to
No,
me
no,
as well.
I'm just doing MSQ.
What do you mean by rings?
It's what you
one
earn.
of the rewards.
Rewards.
If it's from a quest, it's not that. From a quest, it's this one.
Okay, so I'm
I
just
just
I'm
take
just
the
gonna
money.
grab the money.
Don't think too much into that.
Well, the other thing we talked
Just
about
take the money. If you need new gear,
Yeah.
you can buy new gear.
Yeah, we can make you. We can make you. Well, I guess we can't. No, we can't trade.
leaning more toward Nikki Haley.
If
We're
they're free to
free
play,
account.
no.
That's correct?
No.
Oh, you weren't. Okay, that was Holly? That was.
Yeah,
I'm
we can't,
so
we can't
sorry.
trade one up.
It's all good. We're only here to build things
Well,
anyway.
let's go back to you then, because I think
Yeah,
it's
Grizzly, I would
interesting
say
when you
that
have- to make this
pound for
decision,
pound,
you're looking at
I
this debate. Well,
believe it's
so
the
many
sixth
people already
generation,
know who they're going to
PS2,
vote for.
GameCube,
You were looking at
Xbox,
Nikki Haley as someone that
Xbox
you were
is better.
really considering, but you're a bit
Xbox
torn.
360, PS3, only
So
because
is there something that
the
these
PS3
candidates could say
got
or
off to
do
a
that would
bad start.
clarify
First
where
of
they
the year,
stand on
there were no
this issue?
games. But then at the end of its life, it just had bang, bang, bang.
The PS3 was the shit.
PS3 was
fucking
fucking
beginning. It sucked in the beginning.
Yeah, but you said it had rough. Isn't that because from what I hear, the PS3 had some really strange architecture that made it very, very difficult to develop for?
And it was dummy expensive.
And Max,
Yeah.
what about you? You have
Like the Red Ring of Death?
You're planning to vote
That was
for,
360. That was
Trump and Vance.
Yeah.
Talk to us
PS3 had a yellow
about
light,
why
which
and
was
what
their
are you
kind of
hoping to
Red
get
Ring
out
of
of
Death
this debate
equivalent.
tonight?
Yeah.
They did, yeah, they did a yellow ring, right? Yeah, it wasn't as pertinent or prevalent. I had. This is my. I'm on my third Xbox 6. I had two of them that got red rings.
Is the economy,
I love things that are piss colored.
immigration, and a strong
I've only encountered one.
shore up some of,
And it wasn't mine.
developments overseas and bring it back home and get
Yeah, it's October
us
now. That means
squared away here.
Scream Fortress.
And that's what we've heard
is
time
just
and
around
time
the corner.
again, even
That
in
makes
our
me
polling,
excited.
the economy,
Scream Fortress,
safety,
yes, their Halloween
immigration,
event.
issues that
If Sniper hooks a spray bottle
Oh, I
into his
died.
karate bar, is he pissing on him or is he just spraying piss on him?
We're gonna run this one. Yeah, we're gonna run this one. He's not gonna mind.
regardless of how they
You want to
feel.
pick me up,
This is
Rance?
kind of a,
Yeah,
a
baby.
taste of what voters are thinking
If Sniper
and feeling.
hooks
Where
up
you
a
at?
spray nozzle to his karate jaw,
I see
I
you.
have to look for my
and
yellow
he
body.
uses it
I
on an
can't
enemy,
move.
is
Okay,
he
here we go.
spraying it with piss or is he?
Oh, I gotta fight. Hold on.
Oh, then we're queued up.
It's not piss off. No problem.
I got other things attacking me.
And then your teammates can follow up with leading for and have the conflict.
Hammer, what's going on?
Damn.
Yes.
But I was in here like, okay, we're celebrating
We're celebrating the destruction of our enemies.
I'm on my kid mindset. Oh, now I know the feels.
everything's fine.
Everything's not fine. Everything's not fine.
What the administration did was to clarify the law attack deals. Taking away some of the obscurity of militia or what's happening in the region around. Now Iran from Israel. Harris hopes that clarifies thing that Israel must defend itself.
You like that morbid killer who sings songs while he kills someone.
Working on it, babe. Casting the spell now.
Walls and Vance. They will be testing each other on
I
that
just don't know whether the
basis.
songs would be appropriate for whatever I'm doing.
That
I'll pick like the most random happy-go-lucky song, like
they
or I feel like Malcolm McDowell from Clockwork Orange just doing Singing in the Rain.
Hold on, let me heal you. You're still pretty low.
Childcare is expensive, housing is expensive. Those are just two of
I still need to watch it.
We'll look at as we examine where the two candidates stand on everyday costs.
There you go. I'll help you.
So do I get 9 after this dungeon?
Oh, I can't move.
No comment.
I'm gonna hop on for a few minutes and eat some dinner. I'll be right back.
What's happening? Oh, this one.
You know what? There. I'm immune. I'm immune to it.
Yeah, there's more up ahead.
Alright. Pretty. He said go wall to wall.
Wall to wall.
You good?
Ultra mega move.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was it.
Oh, yeah, we have to talk to this guy.
I don't hear it no more. What happened?
Oh no, I can't hear the debate. It says I can't do it while on console.
I just find the setting weird. Like we go from this Indian ancient like civilization to having this like whole tech thing going.
Oh, it went quiet now.
Yeah,
I don't hear the
understand it
stream
either.
anymore. Fused.
What's that?
I don't hear the stream anymore.
Oh, I turned the audio down because they're on commercials and it's annoying.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah,
I was
I'll
like,
turn it on when
it just suddenly
on.
went quiet. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, they're talking about nonsense. And also, I'm probably gonna lose my shit because these dungeons.
Well, while I'm watching this debate with y'all, like I hated the last debate. I liked it. I don't even get
question one. They go straight to talking about Trump and ignoring the
okay,
question.
so I'm just gonna follow this guy.
It is an any.
We're gonna have to do this again.
Okay, so he has a laser beam that goes. All right, I got this. Watch out.
Addison needs to get in the shower, babe.
Already did.
Oh.
On top of it.
Got it covered.
Oh.
I don't remember what to do here. Oh, it's right here. Yeah.
Reap the whirlwind. Threaten me with
Which
a
one
good
is this
time.
one?
Audi.
What are we supposed to be doing?
Audi.
Yep, you want to stay in.
Okay.
For the merchant. We're looking for a merchant. Okay. I call you Chocobo. Oh.
Oh, is it any merchant?
No, it's in a certain area. It's in a stone's throw.
Okay. Yeah, okay, it's over this way. You see the little one that has the
Yeah, I see it.
orange highlighted thing around it.
Yeah, so I guess I say I work in a trade too much, huh?
Oh, buddy.
We got it. Yep. Oh shit. Oh, I almost had it. Damn it. I almost had it, dude. I should have had it longer.
Yeah, sail at her a few moments.
Of course, yeah. Oh, swift cast. It's too late.
That's a gigantic tortoise.
I'm up.
Hello, Tex, by the way. Sorry, I just saw Red.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't see that?
This is inside.
So
All right,
Get to
so
the out.
outside.
Get to the out.
Okay.
All right, so we talked to the crying kid. Oh, we got to go somewhere else. Okay.
Gotta go to another merchant. Which is like right here.
Not pulling back.
What's for motorcycles?
Alright, so I'm gonna do all those blasts again.
Did you see the two little people in the armor suites?
No, I didn't.
And then do we go
Oh,
back
there
in?
they are, about to talk to
Yeah,
you.
Yep,
middle.
I
Go
do.
back to the middle.
Alright, we got that time.
Oh, we got to travel again. Looks like they're talking. Fused. Is it still commercial?
They're just doing coverage. Which one is this one?
Oh, okay.
This is out. Stay in.
Outside.
Stay in. Okay, got it.
A bunch of CBS lies, chat.
Once we kill this guy, then we should be good. Ah, you're right.
Do you want me to run it, Fused? I got
Yeah,
better.
if you want.
I got better internet. You want me to put it on Discord?
It's up to you.
I can still play the game and do it, can't I?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
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 Overnight sensation.
I mean, we're gonna do it through CBS, I guess.
Okay, here I got it.
concerns coming just 5 weeks out from this election. But the
We just
other
finished
top
we just
issue
finished
on the campaign trail, how much families are struggling to cover the cost of
Wait up.
childcare. This has been a big one in terms of talking points. Senator Vance made some headlines recently over his suggestion that grandparents should be more involved.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
grab
Cecilia,
this.
this caught the attention of a lot of parents of young kids. This is the care economy, right? It's been a central talking point for both Vance and
You're gonna
Walz.
step away,
But here's
babe.
the brutal reality: the cost
after I
of
grab
childcare
this check
is
mark.
rising faster than inflation. It's almost double the rate of inflation.
I'm gonna stay
Both
at
of these
this guy.
candidates have said they support permanently expanding the child tax credit. Harris and Walz have also said federal paid family leave would be an important priority here if they win. But again, few specifics on how long it should be. And we do know that
I guess
Vance
I'll
told
grab
our
the next
colleague
mission,
Margaret
too.
Brennan back in August that he supports an expanded child tax credit, expanded child care options for families beyond preschool and daycare. But that grandparents' comment certainly striking a chord, saying aunts and uncles should be helping out more too, Cecilia.
Yeah, Jolene, I was really struck by this next one on housing. A CBS News poll found that half of Americans aged 30 to 64,
that was a big hill.
they are not confident that they
They're
will
on TV
ever reach the
advocating for
American dream
family
of being able to own a
households.
home.
Oh,
What
I
are
have
they
to
doing
do something
change
else.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like,
Cecilia,
I'm just like, yeah,
love
dummy,
you got the Fed
obviously.
cutting
Like,
interest
what the
rates
fuck?
last month,
That's
right? And
obvious.
you've got more Americans who want to get
I
back into the
mentioned this.
housing market, so it's
I mentioned this
encouraging to
about a
see.
year ago that
But
this was
Vice
going to
President
happen.
Harris has
There-
now proposed
there you go.
a
They have no
Views.
other, I mean, what else can
down
you say?
payment
You
assistance
have no other
program
option
for
at this
certain
point. They
first-time
put it in
home
this
buyers. She's also
situation.
proposing a tax
Yeah,
incentive
this is-
for builders of starter
this is
homes,
inevitably
which are in
what's
short
going to
supply,
happen.
to help tackle
Yeah,
this
it's literally
supply problem.
it's
which is
Why don't
breaking
they
your
bring
legs
the
and
fact
giving
that
them a
he
wheelchair.
more than a decade and a
that
half.
JD Vance said
this
that you
depends,
that he
again,
brought up the cat ladies. You
congressional
can't have a
approval
family or a
depends on the
large
type of
group of people
implementation.
if you have a bunch of
And former
cat ladies,
President
though.
Trump
He should
has
double
proposed
down.
changing
But he's too scared to do that.
regulations, making federal land available for
No,
them.
because that requires
He
him
hasn't
pushing back
offered any
against feminism.
details on that front.
Yeah, and
He's
he's
also
too
said
pussy to
he wants to
fuck. I don't like
deport
JD Vance that much,
15 to
guys,
20
you know.
million undocumented
who
You
was-
want me to run it?
That's
blamed
Views?
for increasing housing demand.
But I was like, when you
something
said,
that Senator Vance says he
Trump should have
supports,
picked up, what's
but,
his name,
mass
Brian on
deportation
Twitter?
could
Or I forget
also
the guy's
impact the
name.
workworce needed
Byron
to build
Daniels?
homes here.
That
as
one,
well,
yes.
Cecilia.
It was like,
We
when
had
he
somebody
posted that, I'm
question
like,
how they
yeah,
think
I
they
agree.
will
That would have been a
actually
better
be able to
pick.
pull off that plan, Jolene.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Nancy, I want to ask you a quick question about this. The economy, compared to where the country
I would've
was
loved
during
to
the
see Rand
pandemic,
Paul get
and
that
compared to
spot.
how that has wrecked economies all
I
over
think
the
a
world,
lot of us
the U.S.
would,
economy has
but
bounced back. The recession never
I know
came.
it's a
Rand
pipe
Paul's
dream.
hot.
Inflation
I
is
know it's a
coming
pipe dream,
down.
but
The
still.
jobs numbers are good. Can the
I think
Harris
what it is, like,
say
Rand
any of
Paul
the
is actually a
coming out of Cutchins,
libertarian
are
who
they the
actually
same
has,
body
like,
that Joe
common
Biden was in
sense
when he was running?
I
things,
think Harris
but it's like,
approaches
he's
it
like,
a
hey,
little
I can't
differently
run as a third
Biden
party, so he
really
runs
tried
Republican.
to
Yeah. Well, hey,
thread the
that's what
needle
Glenn Jacobs
between,
did, and it worked
look
for him.
how much I did to bring the economy
And
back
Glenn Jacobs
from
is
the
probably
breach.
about to run for
Look
governor.
at all the jobs
Like,
I've created. Look
and
how
my thing is
prices
this,
or
like,
inflation at
the
least has
Libertarian
come
Party,
down.
I'm sorry,
Look
you guys
at
are
this
stupid. Like,
legislation
They're
that
so
I
fucking
passed.
stupid.
if you want to make a
But I'm
difference,
working
run
on
as
it,
a
and
Republican.
I've got a record.
Like,
Yeah.
Harris has
It's
really
not rocket
leaned
science.
into
Yeah.
the notion that more
We now have
needs to
two
be done
perfectly
to
good
help
examples of
American
people who have
families.
been- had
She talked
success
a lot about that. You heard
as
Jolene
libertarians
just describing
running as
the
Republicans.
assistance she wants
Just
to
do that.
provide for first-time home buyers, the child tax credit, lots of different tax credits. And so there is some
you in here?
indication that approach.
You said you fast
along
traveled, right?
with, interest rates coming down, along with gas prices coming down, is
Oh,
starting
you
to
ran to the gym. Look at that shield. That's
White House
awesome.
does still have an advantage on that big issue of the economy.
Holy
But
crap.
it's starting to inch closer and closer.
This one sucks.
Guys, we are just
Fun.
minutes
You
away
always have to be
from the
moving.
vice presidential debate.
This
show.
is the one that sucks.
What in the God screener? I'm damn.
Zid loves this shit. I did, he was fucking dying laughing. Welcome, Grizzly. Welcome to pain.
You know,
First it was welcome on, now it's this.
I really
Don't hit
love
those.
That
don't hit
is
those-
fused,
don't hit those
UB.
walls.
That is fused.
Don't hit those walls,
Don't touch
bro.
the walls. Don't touch the
those
walls.
walls, boy. Don't hit those walls.
The world of
It's okay. I have a skill that makes it so if I get hit, then it turns it into damage.
legality.
If it's legal,
Now you
It's
got to see
obstacle
why I
course.
was laughing, Fuse.
It's a fun option. This is actually fun when you actually know what it is.
it's a work.
It's a little
Okay,
option course.
I'll take this one
It's
off.
fun.
It's America's most neglected problem. I use sports betting
You
as
see, that
UB, we're going to be also listening to the debate.
whatever I had left was gone.
The purpose of the industry.
I can imagine someone saying that during their first time. It's really fun when you know what it is.
All your money is gone.
I say, Fuse, did you want me to run that debate or not?
Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah, I told you I would.
A little work in morning, I go for coffee with my two good friends.
I didn't know if you wanted me to share it on Discord or not.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I was gonna say because
I have to try and keep them alive.
that way you're not running more on your internet.
It's fine. No, my internet's fine now. It's back.
Oh, is it good? Okay.
Right.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple.
Sorry, Lord.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army.
I'm sorry I missed you talking in there earlier. You be in my Twitch chat, man. It shows you how much I don't pay attention to Twitch and YouTube, bro. I'm glad you're in there, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, UB Legends on my Twitch chat. He was actually talking about tech advancements, and I think he said facts about the pizza party BS that I was talking about.
Oh, yeah. What was that? Have y'all seen that meme where it's like a hand in the ocean reaching out for help, and then another hand comes down, high fives him, and the guy drowns anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone was like, you know, low wages and long hours, and then the manager hand comes down, high fives him with a pizza party, and the employee drowns.
Get your finger out of your mouth. You're eating boogers? What are you doing? That's gross. Good night, Bubba. I love you. Good night, baby.
Let me see if you can find me.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also that I lift up other voices. You can't.
Hey, is that dude that was like pretending Trump people beat his ass?
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just running around.
I think that was John Legend.
Oh, okay.
Playing dodgeball at this point.
John Legend's a piece of shit too.
My bad. I mean, I'm extremely racist. All them black people look the same to me.
Welcome back to the vice presidential debate coverage on CBS News.
Yeah, John Legend can go fuck himself too.
Press corps
Fair enough.
You know, when in 2018 when they did Jesus Christ Superstar on NBC, he played Jesus, and it was very mid. He would never have been my first choice for the role.
Primary debate. And that
but
Antonin Scalia died, and suddenly
see, around this time I had like a raging fanboy hard-on for that musical, Jesus Christ Superstar. So I had very high standards for what the NBC version was going to do.
In essence, we've had some
well, that's what I get for having high standards.
Major storms ravaging the southeast that are
so that was crazy, but I still like
climate change. All of them are.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, what do you think?
It was freaking stupid, but I'm like, you know what, it's not that.
Suddenly can crop up.
Cool.
And, you know,
at the very least, NBC was smart enough to hire Alice Cooper to play King Herod. That was a very good casting choice.
You don't get to go anywhere. We're going to be checking back in with you when it is all.
The only good thing about the show comes now that I think of it.
Did I mute it? I didn't.
How much
are they doing final thoughts before they start the debate?
Yeah.
And just let go.
President Trump has expectations for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance knows, as Robert Costa so thoroughly laid out, at age 40, his entire political career is ahead of him. If this ticket does not prevail, the Republican Party will find itself in an uncomfortable and unwelcome and unwanted post-Trump era. What role does J.D. Vance play in that? A considerable amount of that decision will be drawn from what he does tonight. He knows that. In contrast, Governor Walz is 60, 1 year older than Kamala Harris. He does not have any obvious designs on the presidency if Kamala Harris wins and serves out 2 terms. He's there to enhance the ticket as it exists,
There is no rotation.
amplify things on the positive side where and when he can. Very different calculations, very different risk factors for the ticket.
I'm disappointed I can't like cast spells on everybody.
76, he was the nominee 20 years later for the
You're too low level. You'll
rescue yourself. Bad night. What are your?
Remember, you don't even have to.
Everybody in the press, when we're in the press galleries on the campaign planes, they talk about these vice presidential debates.
You gonna pick Revolution, babe?
But they really are high stakes.
Revolution calling. Revolution calling.
That's the only had one option.
Oh, it gives me two. It gives me Peace of Stanley and Revolution.
Revolution calling. Revolution calling.
All right. Well, I talked to that dude. I picked it. I got it.
Of assassination attempts on the Republican nominee, of political violence, and of aging politicians. So it's no question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
And it's the other big event is these incredible floods in North Carolina, which also is a platform for presidents.
God, this game is gorgeous.
The handling of natural disasters is often a proxy.
I love the graphics and
Rents, what you said earlier is facts about pizza parties is true. Yes.
Capable of handling big, important things. And that's why President Biden tomorrow is heading to North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida and Georgia the next day.
You know, it's funny Keeline mentions that because
what?
The other day the pizza party game.
Yeah.
Because like we had an incident at work where essentially both our filters went down, and my supervisor, and so essentially that means our site was down for like 24 hours.
Okay.
It's hell cleaning the filters. And my supervisor said, you know, I think I'll get everyone pizza when we're done cleaning all this. Like,
JD Vance doing this.
what?
How about a little bit of extra chump change?
Yeah, for real. What's going on?
That's right. Well,
I
we
thought this
have
guy would be
the
like
vice presidential debate coming up in a moment.
Why am I getting all red mage weapons? What is this?
O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan.
Okay.
Ohio Senator JD
So,
Vance.
did you go to the next place?
I'm heading there now. I just
Stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News.
I'm turning everybody
24/7
down so I can hear the
exclusive
debate.
content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
Is the debate choppy? Because I'm using my GPU for.
I'm not really watching it. That's why I was asking if you wanted me to run it for you, Fused.
The video is a little choppy, but the audio is just fine. That's
Yeah,
all.
Choppy because my computer automatically is going to prioritize
the audio is good.
Yeah, the audio is going to be always fine.
Audio's good.
The video is not going to be good.
Yeah.
So if you want the video, then
But yes, Fused, I'm heading toward a few. Yes, Sweets, I'm heading towards the target.
Between the two men who hope to become vice
Now
president.
Dick and the Mellies.
Me with Fuse.
I did no such thing.
Republican Senator JD Vance.
Medic.
Ohio.
Now this is likely the final debate
I don't know.
About vagina candles and now
CBS News.
Vagina?
mixing my
Where?
name up with somebody else.
Where are we supposed to go down? I think it's the.
The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Yeah, I'm lost. I don't know where.
I'm lost too. I'm trying to get to it. I think I found it this time.
Continue to build the future together. We're to turn this whole country red.
Oh, I did find it.
Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS.
What does CBS stand for?
in New York.
CBS stands for
Communism Broadcast System.
Yes. CBS stands for
O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us.
Collective
Tonight's
Broadcasting
CBS News vice presidential
System.
debate. We want to welcome our viewers
service.
on CBS,
Collective Broadcasting
and other networks
Service.
here in the U.S. and around the world.
I'm trying to think of a funny dick joke.
Ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
CBS stands for cock and ball submission.
I'm Margaret
Does more
Brennan.
than that, Grizzly.
In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal.
He's a furry.
Then each candidate will get another minute
He's a
to make
furry.
further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion
We should go to an anime convention and find every Woke Lamont cosplayer we can and fucking troll them or some shit. I don't know.
Provide the candidates.
I'm not creative enough.
Hold up
like that.
hold up a questing sign that says "Speak to local Lamont."
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain
baby.
decorum. We have
Did you
not
find
shared
where
the
you
questions
needed
or
to go?
topics with the
Yes.
campaign.
He swings in the
stage
way he
is set.
turns.
They don't even look like you're looking at the game.
Thank you for joining us.
I wasn't. I
Let's get
was
started.
adjusting volumes.
Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering
On the
from
brink of war?
catastrophic
I didn't turn you down.
At war.
As 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran
He swings
launched
with
its
his tail
largest
first.
attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action.
Oh yeah, you got to pay attention to
President Biden
which
has
side his
deployed
tail is
more
pointing.
than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional
I wonder if
war.
Volklabot was a
Iran is
failed
weakened,
Utopia concept art.
but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and
Or
it
fan
has
art.
drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership. You saw experience today where, along with our Israeli partners and our coalition,
When he does it forward, his tail will curl forward.
But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes.
Although it's probably hard for you to see it because of all the special effects.
It's not just that. It's those that were closest to
Oh, that's right.
I refuse to get rid of him because
the world is
crazy
this
person,
dangerous.
and I like him.
His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human
Yeah, I'm
being he
waiting
ever
for
met.
you.
And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them
Carrie,
together.
what's up? Recon, what's going on?
Understanding that our allies
God,
matter.
AW, the wife
When
rate,
our
wife
allies
Crowder.
see
Oh, nice,
Donald Trump
Why can't you
turn
keep Trump out of
towards
his mouth?
Vladimir Putin,
I mean, that's all they got, bro.
turn
That's
towards
all they got, Carrie.
North Korea, when we start to
pick
see
the match. I'll
that
take
type of
that.
fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
We're not even 5 minutes into the
Time is up.
debate, and he's
Senator
already
Vance,
brought
the
up
same
Trump.
question. Would you
How many
support
times?
or oppose a preemptive
gotta keep
strike
count.
by Israel on Iran?
We need a count.
So Morgan, I want to
I would be
I have my
already
wine.
in alcohol
Thanks to
poisoning
CBS
if
for
I
hosting the
did
debate.
that.
And thanks most importantly to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough
I'll
about
lose
this
count.
country to pay attention to this vice presidential
99
debate.
bottles of
I want to
beer
answer the
on the
question, but I
wall.
want
Sweet.
to actually give an
99
introduction to
bottles of
myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family.
Trying
My
to hear
mother
this.
required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it
Is
possible
this guy
for me to
for
live my
Trump or
dreams.
not?
And most importantly, I know that a lot
don't
of
know
you
who's
are
whose.
worried about the chaos in the world
Vance
and the
was never
feeling
Trump
that
in
the American
2016.
dream is unattainable.
Ah,
I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to
Trump is the
remember
better option.
that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, he needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor
America
Maryland,
is
do you care to
firmly not
respond
in
any
a
of
position
the
to be able to
allegations?
Let's travel it,
Donald
sweets.
Trump
Was in office. We'll sometimes
JD
hear
Vance, you said we got to help our allies and fight the bad guys, aka
who we
$5.6 billion more dollars
that had
Correct.
boxed
and a
Iran's
possible
nuclear
war
program in the inability to
And that's
advance
from
it.
Vance.
Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than it was before because of Donald Trump's
I just want
fickle
people to
leadership.
stop dying. At least he
And when
doesn't
Iran
say
shot
we
down
need
an
to
American
support
aircraft in
until the
international
end,
airspace,
until
Donald Trump
they defeat
because
their
that's
enemy.
the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump.
But
And
he'll
when
give Israel a lot of
Iranian
money too.
missiles
But
did
he says it
fall,
better.
Now hold on a minute. There's a big wait a
and they
minute.
received
There's a
traumatic
big
brain
difference,
injuries,
okay?
Donald
They only
Trump
gave
wrote
so
it
much
off
money to
as
Israel for we've had
our allies
an
understand
agreement with Israel for a
Donald
very
Trump
long
is
time.
fickle. He will go to
All
whoever
right.
has the most
And in
flattery
less
or
than
where it makes
3
sense to him.
years, they've given
Steady
more money to
leadership like you witnessed
Ukraine
today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks
compared to
were
Israel
repelled. Our
for the many
coalition
years.
and we need the
In that
steady
time
leadership
period,
that
we've given Israel
Senator
$300
Vance,
billion.
the U.S. did have a
over the course of
diplomatic
60
deal with
60 years.
Iran to
60
temporarily
years.
pause
They've
parts
given
of its
Ukraine
nuclear
more
program, and President
in
Trump
3.
No, we haven't
exit
given them
that
300
deal.
billion.
We haven't?
Yeah,
He
we've given them an
recently
insurmountable
said
amount. They need to get rid of both.
days ago,
Correct.
the US
Ukraine needs to
must
needs to
now
stop
make
yesterday.
a diplomatic
Israel needs to be a
deal with
discussion that
Iran
happens
because
now,
the
so we stop doing it
consequences
over the next couple
are
of years.
impossible.
Correct.
Ukraine, we never
Did
should
make
have
a
given a dime
mistake?
from the
You have
beginning.
1 minute.
Correct.
First of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty
But it's not.
word,
It's
but
not a.
something
It's not a
that
one or
you
the
said
other.
is
It's
quite
a
extraordinary.
both.
You yourself just said Iran
And
is
Israel has a
close
lot of
to a
things that
nuclear
people don't want to
weapon
talk
today
about
as
of
they
why
have
we
ever
shouldn't be
been.
giving them
And Governor
any
Waltz,
money.
you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice
They have a great.
president
They
for
have
the
a
last
great
3.5
country. They have
years?
great
And the
people.
answer is
Well,
your
I
government,
don't
not
think they
mine.
need the help. They don't need the help.
Consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk
Netanyahu seems to
about
come to
the
Congress
sequence
and
of
everyone
events
gets
that
up and
led
claps
us to
for 4
where we
minutes,
are
and he
right
begs for
now.
more money.
And you
Of
can't-
course,
his
when
administration can't over the
when our
subject, which I
administration
appreciate
is weak
Governor
enough to
Waltz
keep
bringing up.
handing out the
But
money
when did
constantly, of course they're
Iran
going to
and
come
Hamas
ask.
Both of them do it. The
proxies
Republicans and
attack
Democrats.
Israel?
Correct.
It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Waltz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability
get 'em,
back
Vance.
to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time? I'm 40 years old.
How
When
much
was the
would I
last
bet
time
as soon
that an American
let's
president
assume
didn't
Trump
have a
wins the
major
election.
conflict break out? The only
Vance
answer
gets
is
in there and
years
just
that Donald Trump was
backstabs
president.
Gentlemen, we have a
Politically.
lot to get to.
True.
Nora,
I mean, that's
Margaret,
true.
thank you. Let's
I'm
turn
not
now to
gonna say the
Hurricane
possibility
Helene.
isn't
The storm
there.
could
It's
become
like-
one of the deadliest on record.
I wanna know,
More
like,
than
why,
160
hey, Vance,
people are
what
dead
made you
and
decide
hundreds
you
more
want to
are
be a
missing.
Trump supporter
Scientists
now,
say
when in
climate
2016
change
you were
makes
never
these
Trump supporter?
hurricanes
Like,
larger,
did you just say
That's
stronger,
bullshit.
and
actually
more
did a
deadly
good
because
job
of the
and you
historic
changed your
rainfall.
mind or what?
Senator Vance, according to
That is a
CBS
very
News
good
polling,
question.
7
Yes.
in 10 Americans and more than
More
60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce
Bullshit.
climate change.
Bullshit.
Senator, what responsibility
Climate change does
would
not
the
cause
Trump
these storms.
administration
That is
have to
bullshit.
try and reduce
This is such a
the
Democrat
impact
question.
of climate change?
Did you find it,
I'll
Sweets?
give you 2
I
minutes.
want to hear
Sure.
what he
So
says.
first of all, let's start with the hurricane
Yeah.
because it's an
I've moved
unbelievable,
on.
unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw
I
today,
flew up
actually, a
hopped on
photograph
top.
of two
Okay.
grandparents on a
I'm
roof with
already
a
on
6-year-old
living
child, and it was
on
the
an
last photograph
impression.
ever taken of them
Oh,
because the roof
yeah, I'm
collapsed
past
and
her.
those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Waltz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent
Come
people.
on,
Our
JD,
prayers
let's
go
go.
out to
Come
them,
on.
and we want as robust
Stop
and
with the sob
aggressive
story.
as a
Tell me
federal
what you think.
response as we can get to save as many
Respond to the
lives as
climate change
possible, and then of
bullshit.
course afterwards to help the people in
He's
those
got to
communities
touch
rebuild.
people's
I mean, these are communities
feelings.
that I
Let him
love.
get
Some of
his
them I know very
story out.
personally. In Appalachia, all across the Southeast, they need their government to
Feel
do their
sorry
job.
for
and
his
I
soul.
commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster.
He's not going to answer the question.
Honora, you asked about climate change. I think
It's a
this is a
non-answer.
very
There it is.
look.
There it is.
A lot of people are just justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns, I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
He almost got there, but he didn't.
To respond.
He almost got there, but he tried to go out of his job.
He almost got there. And this is going to be a bunch of gobbledygook about climate change. Oh my God!
With this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks
I don't
that are
think
down
anybody
there.
can do anything
In
about climate
contact with
change.
the governors,
It's
I
going to
serve
change.
as
It's going to change.
Co-chair of the Council of Governors.
No, it's not.
Climate is always changing.
Governors, no partisanship. They work together to solve the government.
It shouldn't be a topic to talk about.
Those humans at the front end. The federal government comes
That's like
in and makes sure
revolution.
they're there to that we recover. But
Climate's
we're
gonna
still
do
in
what the
that phase
climate's
where we
gonna
need
do
to make
with or
sure that
without
they're
humanity.
staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen.
That's not true. That's not true.
Donald Trump called it a hoax, and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration,
humans do.
We've seen this investment.
Humans do.
We've seen massive investments.
Impact the climate. Yes, but it's not as significant as
in the Inflation Reduction Act has created jobs all across.
That's what he's saying.
20,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio.
There you go.
The EV technology that
China,
we invented,
India,
and
Russia. There you go.
200,000
saying it right.
Rather than going after the countries that are doing it significantly.
That's what JD Vance. He should have said what Grizzly said. He should have said we need to bring manufacturing back, and he's like, and then he should have said, matter of fact, we need to encourage to have the UN should have sanctions. If you want the UN to do anything, should have sanctions on China, Russia, and India, because they're the ones that pollute the air and water far more than the United States or any other Western nation.
That would have been the right thing.
And meanwhile, we have to do the Paris Climate Accord and pay all the money.
Change is real.
And they don't got to do jack shit.
Our impact is absolutely critical. But this is
there's a reason why we got pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord.
And
they brought us back in.
Jobs that we're seeing.
Why don't we have China, Russia, and India pay their fair share?
We are seeing us becoming.
Yeah, we might need a group for this one, Sweets.
And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity.
Yeah, I kind of want to listen to this for a second, babe. You can get some
President
popcorn.
Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in
I appreciate
particular
it.
Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking about the Democratic leadership. The issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, but a lot of them are being made
Come on, JD.
China, especially the components that
Nuclear.
go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing things by the climate.
Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks.
His eyeballs went wide open once he mentioned nuclear.
The next year.
The Waltz dude, his eyeballs went open big.
Number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Because they forgot what they're doing.
Now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American
All they
voters.
remember is the enemy.
Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass
Fuck
deportation
yeah, I'll
wave
tell him
in
I'll eat his
American
cat.
history, and to use the U.S. military to do so.
Yes.
And I want to use his barbecue pit to do it.
No. I'd be like, what kind of cat you have?
Would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate
Need to know the species if it's tasty or not.
Deport their parents and their kids.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have
What's up,
to
Hazy?
stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris.
See, I feel sorry for the people who don't want to have kids, and when they get old and they're not going to have no one to take care of them.
94 executive orders.
They're going to think the government's going to take care of them.
Illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists.
Actually, no, I expect to die alone and
the
miserable.
floodgates, and what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming.
Maybe we shouldn't say that, so then they don't get on the ball and multiply.
I don't want people who are struggling with addiction.
I don't know,
to
I
be
like his
deprived
tie.
of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations, and that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 20, 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we
gun towers, tall walls, armed troops.
Of those people have committed
any plane that flies over and doesn't identify as a U.S. plane, pop it out of the air.
Start with deportations on those folks, and then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
That was good. You did a good
Governor,
Yeah,
that was good.
That's a good answer.
to respond to any of those specific allegations.
Hazy says, and not turning into Canada that is
quote,
pushing life in
letting
prison
in
for hate
fentanyl
speech.
and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children.
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this. This is a crisis.
What?
It's the opioid
Yes, it
crisis.
is.
And the good news
Yes,
on
it
this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our
Oh,
nation's
fuck
history.
you, Tim.
30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do.
Fuck you,
But
Tim.
let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look,
because it was a monetary revenue that she got.
Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration
freaking
that
bill.
this nation's
That
seen.
bill was
It
in addition
crafted
to
by
all this funny money for Ukraine
Senator
that the
from
Republicans weren't
Oklahoma,
gonna
James
sign off
Langford.
on.
I know
Correct.
he's super conservative,
That's
but he's
the
a man of
problem. It
principle.
wasn't
Wants to get it
they
done.
said, "Oh, we had an
Democrats and
immigration bill
Republicans
that the
worked on this
Republicans
piece of
didn't sign."
legislation. The
It was an
Border Patrol
immigration
said,
bill,
this is
but then
what we
you
need in
tacked
here.
on
These are the
Ukraine
extras.
Right.
billions.
You're trying to squeeze in shit we ain't going to pay for,
Pass
bitch.
this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there.
lie.
1,500 new border
You just say
agents.
this every time.
Detection for drugs. DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants.
Yeah, just
but as soon
we'll
as I
get
was getting
that,
ready
but
to
then
pass
you
and actually
give
tackle this,
Ukraine another
Donald Trump
$37
said
billion.
no.
Yeah,
Told them
no.
to vote against it because it gives him a campaign
quit
issue.
checking on extra
It gives
shit,
him
then maybe we'll
what would
support
Donald
it.
Trump talk about if he
earmarked
actually
this
did
shit.
some of
It's
these
so
things?
bullshit.
And they need
Sorry
to
for
be
the
I
done
do have to
by
say
the
the debate
legislature. You
between
can't
two
just
men
do
are
this
better
through
than
the
a
executive branch.
debate
So
between a
look,
man and a
we
woman.
have the options to do this. Donald Trump had
Fucking
4
pissing me
years.
off.
He had
Just saying.
4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime.
That's
But
because
here we are
Congress
again,
was blocking
9
him.
years
What?
after he came down that escalator,
Congress was doing everything they can to stop him from doing
telling
that.
him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time
No,
is up.
I don't want to give
Senator,
Ukraine
the
billions of
question
Right.
was, will you separate
Yeah.
No.
parents from their children,
For
even
Master
if
George
their
Soros
kids
won't let
are
her.
U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months
Smells like
before,
shit.
she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it.
It needs to happen.
There you go,
And we
people.
saw
There's
this,
his answer.
Senator
Fuck what
Vance,
you
it
people
surprises
think.
me
That's
on
what
this.
he's saying right now.
Talking about and saying, I will create
He's saying he wants to
stories bring
demonize the
attention to
idea.
this.
He straight
That
up said it.
vilified a large number of people who were here
create
legally
stories.
in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump.
Look at his eyeballs. They go wider and wider and wider when he's trying so hard to get somebody to believe him.
Dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
I don't know if y'all caught that. His eyeballs.
Senator, I'll give you 1 minute.
That's a
but
look of
let me
someone
just
who believes their own
ask you
shit.
the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree?
Because he has to do it through
that
executive
Congress
action.
controls the purse strings and would need to support.
It's the only way he can do it.
Changes that you would actually want to implement. You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio,
that's
are
a
the American
that's a problem that's brought on by a bunch of different
destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think
in some cities, yeah, there's illegal immigrants, but that's the blue cities doing what blue cities do.
Senator, your time is up.
The housing issue is not an illegal immigrant thing. Illegal immigrants aren't going and buying 4-bedroom, 2-bath houses for $750,000.
They're the ones that supported it. It was
I don't know if y'all
to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it.
I don't know if y'all noticed. It seems like the
on housing, we could talk a little bit
Kamala
about
and Walzer seems to take notes when Donald Trump or Vance is talking.
Look, this
versus when they're talking, Donald Trump and Vance, they're not taking no notes. They're like writing something down. I noticed that in the last debate. I questioned it, like, why is she like writing something down when he's talking? Like, is she gonna like go and push that out later?
They've
And he's doing the same thing, but yet
talks about.
I don't
to the
see
least
Donald
amount as
Trump
you
and
do
Vance
unto me.
doing it.
I think that's true of most Americans. They simply
I don't know.
want order
Maybe
to it.
I don't
This
catch
bill
them doing
does
it.
It's funded. It's supported
If they
by the people who
don't
do
say,
it, and it lets us keep our dignity.
the only way I'm going
about
to
how
get
we
behind
treat
them on the
other
housing
people.
issue is
Thank
only
you,
if they
Governor.
say
And
that they're
just to
going to
clarify
stop
for our viewers,
major
Springfield,
companies,
Ohio does
companies
have a
in general,
large number
such
of
as Stevens
Haitian
Realty,
migrants who
BlackRock,
have legal
from
status,
purchasing brand new
temporary
properties
protected
and
status.
flipping them
Nora?
onto the rental
Thank
market.
you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret,
Thank you,
I think it's
Nora.
important.
They need to stop
out of
it.
the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
They don't wanna do that?
They
don't care.
And since you're fact checking me, I think it's
Attaboy,
important
JD.
to say
That's what
what's
I'm
actually
okay.
going on.
Get her.
Go.
So there's an
Not let 'em
application
move.
called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That
Nice.
is not a person coming in, applying for a green card, and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret.
Don't interrupt me, bitch. Don't interrupt me.
There you go.
We have
He didn't
so
let that
much
move.
to get to,
He
Senator.
didn't let him move.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much-
the books since 1990.
Thank you,
And
gentlemen.
we shouldn't have them on the books.
One app
Right.
has not been on the books.
We should not have that on the books.
They cut his mic.
Gentlemen,
They cut his
the
mic.
audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
Oh, no,
we
we
have
heard
so
'em.
much we want to get
Talk
to.
louder.
Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Fuck
I'm
you,
a
bitch.
woman. I'm
Thank you,
talking.
Margaret.
Want to cut the mic?
The
Cut all the
economy
mics.
is a
Talk
top
louder.
concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the
Force them to
specifics.
stop it.
Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a
The
renewed
fact
child
check shit
tax
is
credit.
bullshit, chat.
The Wharton School says your
Someone tells you to
proposals will
fact check it, you
increase
tell them
the
to fact
nation's
check
deficit
these
by
nuts.
$1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that
This
without
debate's way better
ballooning
than the
deficit?
Trump and Harris
Governor, I'll
one.
give you 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
thank you. And
Well, that's what Sweets was
Kamala
saying.
Harris and I do believe in the middle class. Because
You put
that's
a
where we
woman at
come
it and it
from.
gets
We
boring.
both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact?
They're
me?
actually talking.
The
You don't have a
forward
woman in
plan
her
that
feeling. You're
Kamala
just
Harris put,
accusing the
out
man of
there
what he's
is one
done.
that's talking about this housing issue.
That's what
One
it.
thing
That
is,
was the
there's
other
3
debate.
million new houses proposed under this
3
plan.
million new houses.
with
Are they
down payment
houses or are they
assistance on the front end
townhomes?
to get you in a house? A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy
Anywhere
every day,
anyone
whether they
can
be prescription
live.
drugs or other things, that there's fairness in
But
that.
there's
Look, the
actually a bunch of
$35
apartments that
insulin
were
is a
built in
good thing,
Nashville,
but it costs
the
$5
last
to make
couple years
insulin.
that
They were charging
people can't live in
$800
them.
before this law
It
went
costs
into
too much.
effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12%
Those
of
tiny
houses in
homes are kind of
Minneapolis,
nice.
Prices went down on
A
rent
lot of them are
4%.
actually
It's
owned
working.
by
And
Stevens
then
Realty.
making sure
That's why I
tax
keep
cuts
shitting
go
on
to the
them.
middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right
Stevens
thing for
Realty is the
families.
one that
And
sell
more
that
businesses
rents
off
out a
the
lot
ground.
of
The
them
law
here
as it
in
stands right
Kansas
now is
City.
$5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a
Yep.
philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump
They're
made a
overrun with
promise, and I'll
kids.
give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said you're rich.
Don't even have the staff or the wages to pay for them.
And then he went to the
When
top
there's
tax.
wait lists
What happened
for
there
daycares
was
of like
an $8
18
trillion
months.
increase
You
in the
gotta put
national
your
debt,
kid
the
on a wait
largest
list
ever.
while you're
Look, he's
waiting.
writing down now,
Crazy.
Sweets.
A 20%
Crazy.
consumption or sales
more
tax
tax
on
credits.
everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including
Stop
businesses.
Oh, he did.
Destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and
tax.
potentially
That's like the
lead
first
to
time I
a
seen
recession.
one of them write
This is
down.
simple
Though.
for you. Where are
Were
we going?
daycares a
Kamala
thing
Harris
100
has said
plus
to
years
do
ago?
the things she wants to do.
No,
We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their
wonder
fair
why.
share. When you do that,
It was grandma.
our system works best. More
It was
people are
grandma.
participating in it.
My
and
grandma
folks
did it.
have
It was
the
the-
things that they
My
need.
grandma did it.
Senator, I want to
It
give
was
you a
also
moment to
the
respond on
wife,
that. But similarly,
because the
Wharton
man could
School has done an
support his
analysis
entire
of the
family on
Trump
his own
plan
income.
and says it would increase the nation's
I'm the youngest of
deficit
6, so
by
I always have somebody looking after me.
$5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit?
That is
I'll
a
give you
good
2
question.
minutes.
That is a good question.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris
I looked out for
proposes
myself. My
to do,
siblings were
and
supposed
some
to
of
look
it, I'll
out
be
for me,
honest with you, it even
but they
sounds
didn't.
pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years.
Thank
She
you.
had the opportunity
opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%. drive the
Say it
cost of
louder, I didn't
housing
hear it.
higher by about 60%.
Say it again.
Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense, and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense,
they had to stop him from writing.
The record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has
He
forgot what the question
Kamala
was.
Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy.
Smart,
we
he
were
will
already
say
before
something
COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it's the Infrastructure Act or other things.
Yeah, he forgot his question. He was too busy listening in advance and writing notes.
I made a note of this. Economists
He forgot what it was.
can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted.
No, they can't.
Look, if you're going to be president,
Gee, I wonder who's to
you don't
blame
have all
for
the
that.
answers.
Which
Donald
party
Trump believes he
attributed to
does.
that
My
shit?
pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there,
there goes his eyeballs.
nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years?
Shit.
The last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it. And
Look, I take advantage of the
we're
tax
just
code.
asking for
I don't
fairness.
like
Why
it.
do I have
Why
to pay
not?
taxes?
You have a minute.
But why not?
Governor, you
It's
say
the
trust
people
the
that
experts.
Hillary
But
Clinton
those
likes.
same
You keep
experts
the
for 40
freaking
years said
loopholes
that
in
if
there
we
that
shipped our
I use that her
manufacturing base
friends
off to
use.
China, we'd get cheaper
true.
goods.
He
They
said it
lied
10
about
years
that.
ago.
They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to
He actually
Mexico
came
and elsewhere,
clean. I was
it would
like,
make
wow,
the
this
middle
guy's
class stronger.
fantastic.
They were wrong about that. They were wrong about
Get
the
'em.
idea that
Comments
we
on
made
that.
America less self-reliant.
He doesn't pay
less
federal income tax.
Productive in our own
That's
nation
smart.
would somehow
I'm glad
make
he's
us
not.
better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time
I don't
in a
pay income
generation,
taxes
Donald
'cause
Trump
neither do
had
your
the
donors.
votes and the
There it
courage
is.
to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore.
watching the debate
We're
on
bringing
the,
American
on the
manufacturing
Discord.
back. We're unleashing
our
American
lives.
energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this
We're talking
isn't just an
shit on our
economic issue. I mean, I've got three
to-be
beautiful little kids at home,
representatives
7,
of
4,
this
and 2, and I love them very much. I love
nation
their
that is on
opinions.
a
I gotta give him credit. He's doing better than I thought. He's doing better than I
He's
thought.
not doing bad. He's not doing that bad.
Manufactured by
He's not doing
nations
that
that
bad.
hate
He
us.
didn't answer the
This
last question. It's
has
kinda pissing me
to
off.
stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy.
Correct.
More. Why?
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were.
I do want billionaires
Look,
to get- everybody
I'm a
does.
union guy
I want
on
everyone
this.
to get tax
I'm not a guy who
Does he say
wanted to
something
ship
about
things
me?
overseas, but I understand that.
I see.
That's a
We produce
talking
soybeans
point
in
answer,
America.
chat.
get rid
That's a
of
talking point
taxation
answer.
Something that we
Taxation's
believe in.
entirely.
I think the
Yeah, what
thing
he
that
said.
most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So
He's having to dig
appreciate
deep for
that.
this.
So if you notice what Governor Walz just
Yeah,
did,
yeah,
is he
it's
said,
very
first of all,
deep to go.
Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a gross
show
generalization.
that he did. So what Tim
He's
Walz
trying
is
to dig
doing,
so
and I
deep,
honestly,
he's
Tim,
digging
I think you got a
beneath the
tough
barrel.
job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Oh, dude, he got wrecked.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, please, I'm getting destroyed on this. Let's move to a different topic. Please help me. Please help.
Moderators.
The vice president
CBS, please help. I'm getting reamed.
The president hears before making
Throw me a bone, a horse bone.
Throw me a bone. Yeah, that was the cry for help. You saw that?
Yeah, it was. It's a big cry for help.
You said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly
He's
Tiananmen Square protests
doing a lot better than I gave him credit
1989.
for. I gotta be honest.
But Minnesota Public Radio
Carrie,
and
he's
other media
doing
outlets are
pretty well.
reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
Fuck, they're coming out
Can you
of his lies.
explain that discrepancy?
Yeah. Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the street lights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17. Worked on family farms.
Ride your bike when the lights turn down. Okay.
To become a teacher, passionate about it.
So that's why you lie?
I
mean,
first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89.
Did you not go
to
home when the
travel
street
to
lights
China.
came on, fucker?
5 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people
Ooh,
there.
they just
We would
brought
take
up
basketball
Tiananmen
teams,
Square.
we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go
he's
back and forth to
cooked.
China.
He
The
can't-
issue for that was
He's not answering it.
He's doing
Now,
a really
look,
bad
my
job.
community knows who I am.
Wow.
They saw where
Delacour,
I was at.
what's going on, bro?
I lied, but my community knows who I am.
I poured my heart into
What?
my
Fuck,
community.
dude.
I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that.
What'd you say,
Those
Rance?
same
I
people
said hello.
elected me to Congress
What's going on,
for
man?
12 years.
It's another
And in
day, bro.
Congress,
PC's
I was
working
one of the
thanks
most
to you.
bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric.
He will say whatever he's got to
being
say
there,
to get
the
elected to
impact
get
it made,
power.
The difference it made in my life. I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I
He
would
will
make the
lie.
case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends
never
up
did.
losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the
Yeah,
best
he
you can
literally
for
called
your
it the
community.
China virus.
And
You
then
guys
it's
Dude, I hope
about
JD
them
Vance
and letting
fucks
your
him up.
folks understand what it is.
He kept calling him
My
racist
commitment,
because
whether
he
it be
kept calling it a
teaching,
China
which I was
virus.
good at, or whether
I
it
hope
be
he goes, did y'all hear all that? He never answered the question.
Those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
He basically
Governor,
answered it by
just to
saying,
follow
you know,
up on
I'm
that,
kind of
the
retarded
question
and I
was,
just
can
say
you
things.
explain
That's
the
basically what he
discrepancy?
said.
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just.
So he misspoke.
That's what I've said.
All right. There you go.
There you go.
So I was in.
I mean, no, you let a fucking
China
slip.
during
Now I
the
heard he's
democracy
misspoken. I've heard he's misspoken for 19 years.
What needed to be in governance.
This is so bad.
Did she actually just re-ask the question to get him to answer the question?
She did.
Did that just happen?
Yeah.
This is a fucking
highest office, and you said
this is a slaughter, one-sided slaughter.
You've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments.
You know what I'm here for.
You then voted for Donald Trump in 2020.
JD Vance is like, yeah, I got this.
Reported new messages last week in which you also
The other dude's like,
demonstrated
shit,
Trump's
I gotta flip through the
economic
notes.
record when he was president.
He did do
Writing
this.
to someone in
Waltz's facial
2020,
expressions
quote,
look like he's
Trump
an 80s
thoroughly
comedy
failed to
movie guy
deliver
trying
his
to make
economic
it.
populism.
He did do this. He's gonna have
You're now his
he's gonna
running
have to
mate,
answer.
and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align
He
with
should be ready
his.
for a question like this.
If
though.
you
Yeah.
become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald
He
Trump
can't
the
wait for
advice
this answer.
he needs to hear?
Yeah, he's waiting for
and
it.
not just the advice
so hard right
he
now.
wants to hear. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open, and sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications.
You see it in his eyes.
But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration in the first round if Congress was doing its job.
You never hear a politician say I was wrong.
That Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum.
He's not doubling down. He's not
congressmen
trying
to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better.
I think he is a well-performed debater.
Impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued
out of shits and giggles. I'd like to see the Tim and Trump debate.
One issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration. It's the one issue where Kamala Harris has
go on the same topics, but
that's funny.
Think about this: if you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Like, oh, this was such a great debate.
Yeah.
Wall Street, okay.
Thank you.
No, he fucked them up.
Reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned,
stop it, he's dead. Quit kicking him.
That made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you said?
Answer it.
Says, but look.
Answer it.
This issue is what's on everyone's
yes
mind.
Or no?
Donald Trump put this all in motion.
Never said.
Quit deflecting it to Trump. This is you.
Yes
they
or no?
Put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy.
Yes or no, motherfucker? Answer the question.
It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks.
Answer the
She has a complication.
Yes or no?
She needs to go in. The medical care.
They use the most obscure example they could find. Someone who actually wanted the child, by the way.
We're talking about like
terrible and sad situation.
Chat, that's a 0.2%. 0.2% chance that shit will happen again.
Wanted the child and you're using it as some kind of
those are
political.
It's now, when you got asked about that,
there's a difference between an abortion and a C-section.
There's no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore.
Correct.
Well, delivery, but if she's too early and can't deliver the baby, they have to cut it out.
A woman wants to get an abortion at 8 months and 2.5 weeks. Can she get it?
Is going to have a register.
It's up to her doctor.
It's too late.
It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception.
A baby can survive at 24 weeks, 20 weeks.
Fertility treatments. For so
proof of example, Fatal's going through it.
Fertility treatments are why I have a child. Absolutely. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed.
8 weeks.
The catch-all on this
no
is
sooner.
The states will decide.
2 months.
What's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not.
If they were raped, and they shouldn't be sitting on it for 8 months.
Maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world.
Mortality
is about
infant mortality rates
first in healthcare for
mainly because
we trust
women
women,
who are obese.
We trust doctors.
Correct.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
Say it again.
The man abused the woman, and the woman can't go to her prenatal care.
This issue because I know a lot of Americans
because she doesn't have help from the man that got her pregnant.
Agree with everything that I've ever said on this.
I know the best birth control don't have sex.
I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of
Abstinence,
who
the
had
best
unplanned
avoider of
pregnancies
all
and
relationship
decided to
problems.
terminate those pregnancies.
Don't fucking
because they
touch
feel
each
like they
other.
didn't have any other
Simple as
options.
that.
Oh, I'm gonna touch
And,
you.
you know, I one of them is
Oh,
actually
we're
very
married.
dear
You
to me.
can't.
Yeah,
You
it's-
know,
She's
you've
Yeah, I'm gonna
signed
touch
that
you.
law until death to us
And
part,
she
love.
told me something a
That's
couple
it.
years
You just
ago
call me the
It's
touchable
over.
because I'm gonna touch you.
hadn't had the abortion,
I
that it would
told
have
you.
destroyed her
Yeah.
life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly
I'm
wants
your
to
cray
protect
cray.
innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies.
All right,
I
the
want it
people
to
don't
make it
trust
easier
the
for young
government because
families
the government
to
has
afford a
way too
home
many
so they
times
can
said,
afford a
I'm
place
from the government
to
and I'm
raise
here to
that
help,
family. And I
and
think
made
there's
that the
so much that we
scariest
can
statement
do
ever heard.
on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on
Tell
the
them about
abortion
the cat
policy
ladies.
specifically,
I
I
hear
don't
about the
trust
cat
the government
ladies.
worth of
big
nothing.
country, and it's
might not
diverse.
hear
And
that one,
California
too.
has a different viewpoint on this
I
than
barely
Georgia.
trust
Georgia
my
has a different
neighbors next
viewpoint
door.
from Arizona, and the
Let
proper
alone the
way to
government.
handle this, as
Y'all
messy
take
as
my money, I don't
democracy
even know what y'all do with
sometimes
it.
is to
I mean, I'd
let
rather hear about the
voters
ladies'
make
cats,
these
but I'll take the
decisions,
cat
let the
ladies.
individual states make their abortion policy, and I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and
Cat
let's be
ladies.
I
honest,
keep mine
sometimes
nice and
a
healthy in
very,
case
very
zombies
messy and
happen.
divided
Not the
country.
cat ladies that
Governor, would you
I'm
like to
thinking of,
respond and
and that
also
he's
answer
talking
the
Remember,
about.
question about
Cat
restrictions?
ladies do not
4080 is
love
a
them.
long
The
time.
question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation.
40-year-old
That's a
single
long,
Minnesota.
ladies
long
with
time.
3
Let me tell
cats
you about this idea that there's diverse states.
who have had
There's a
72
young woman named
boyfriends
Amber Thurman.
and not one
She happens to
husband.
be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because
Oh
of that,
fuck!
she
Come
had
on,
to
dude. You're gonna be
travel a
telling us
long
fucking
Fox,
stories.
Lion, Catland.
Shut the fuck
Carolina
up, dude.
to try and get her care.
He
Amber
just
Thurman
said he'd
died
make up
in
stories.
that
Didn't he just
journey
say that just
back
not
and
too
forth.
long ago?
The fact
He'll
of it
say
is,
whatever
how can
stories
we
he
as a
wants.
nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right
Just
to
full of
control your own
stories.
body,
How about you
The
tell
baby
like
has a right
facts
to
of what
live.
you're gonna do,
The
not
baby
no
has a right to
stories.
See
live.
that working on women's
Baby has a
emotions
right
right
to
there.
live.
The right
lived
for
in
you to
Minnesota,
control your
she
body,
would be
bitch. You
alive
should have
today.
controlled your body when you opened
That's
your
why
fucking
the
legs.
restoration of Roe versus
Damn.
Wade. When you listen to Vice President
Yep.
Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it,
Rance couldn't
you
live
hear us
over here.
talking
Yeah.
exactly the same.
Yeah,
Donald
control your
Trump
own
is
body,
trying to
shut your
figure
damn
out
legs.
how
How
to
my
get the
daddy
political
told me
right of
is
this. I agree
keep
with
your
a lot of
dime
what
there, and
Senator
if you
Vance
drop
said
it, you
about
get your
what's
ass
happening.
whooped.
His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator,
the
let me
dime
ask you
between your
about that.
knees.
He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the
Cats
past,
love
you
JD,
have
the
supported
angry
a
childless one.
federal
That's
ban
there you go.
on
There you
abortion
go,
after
Carrie.
15
That
weeks.
angry childless
In
women
fact,
hate
you said
everything,
if
yeah.
someone can't
It's
support
unfortunate because
legislation
there's a lot of nice
like
ladies
that, quote,
who have children
you
who
are
have lots
making
of
the
cats.
United
We're not
States the
talking about
most
them. You're all beautiful.
barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the
The
entire
childless
world.
cat ladies.
My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora,
I have
first of
3
all, I never
cats, guys.
supported a
I'm
national
gonna tell you right
ban.
now.
I
Sweets
did
has
during
3
when I was
cats.
running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For
And they all
example,
have their
we have a partial
stories.
birth
And I
abortion
have
ban
2
in
kids and 2
place in
dogs.
this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's
And a
trying to get
cow.
rid of
And a
that.
cow.
We do plan on
$5
eating.
I know the Democrats have taken a
dono,
very
thank
radical
you.
pro-abortion
Just the
stance.
cow,
Yes,
not
like and
the not,
follow.
not the
Things
dogs
that
and
changed
cats.
is in the state of Ohio,
He
we
can
had a
prepare for
referendum.
Thank you,
every
Hazen.
scenario.
You have a great day.
And the people
How
of
could you have
Ohio
3 kids?
voted
You watch your
overwhelmingly, by the
wife
way,
be
against
pregnant
my
3 times.
position. And I
That'll
think that
help.
what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families.
That's right.
So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy
hate
their
everything
relationships.
because
And we
they
have got to earn people's trust
know a
back.
good man and
And
don't
that's
have
why
kids.
Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible,
Childcare
because
more
we've got to
accessible?
do
What do
a
they mean
better
by that?
job at that, and that's what real leadership is.
What do they mean by
Governor,
that?
your response.
I'm going to respond on the
the words are
pro-abortion
good.
piece of that. No, we're not.
The words are good, but I need to know what the details
We're
are.
pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women
you're
having
not.
miscarriages, women not getting the care,
A miscarriage is not an
physicians
abortion.
feeling like they may
Hazy,
be
thank you, brother. I
prosecuted for
appreciate it.
providing that care. And as
Thank
far
you, brother.
as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy
Joe,
rates.
thank you,
We
Hazy, with
understand
the
that
$5.
too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true.
$5
We also
make
make
rent
it you're
holler.
a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But
Do
these
something
two
strange
things
for
to
some
try and
change.
Say that we're
He'll show you his
or
toenails
pro
clippings
abortion.
later.
That's not the case at all. We are pro freedoms for women to make
Hazy
their
with the
choices.
5. Thank you
We're
so much.
going,
Like
and Kamala Harris is making the
Thank you,
case
man. Thank you,
to
Hazy. I
make
appreciate
options
you.
for children
Thank you
more
so much.
affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the back.
Hazy's over here pulling out the Oprah, man. You get $5. You get $5.
You get $5.
Hazy's an awesome dude.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
Governor Thurmond should still
he's
be
a
I may
good guy.
disagree with him on some points, but he's
alive, and I
generally a
certainly
pretty
wish
good
that
guy.
she
Yeah, he's a
was.
pretty cool cat.
And maybe you're free
just
to
let him
disagree
talk,
with me on this and
ramble on.
explain this to me. But as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into,
I do the same thing. He does the same thing to me. He just lets
it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched.
Fucking get him, Vance. Get his ass.
Get him. That's not true.
Get him, man. Get him.
That is fundamentally barbaric, and that's
Yeah,
why I
it
use
is
that
barbaric.
more, is
Fuck
because
yeah.
Tell him,
some of
bro.
what we've
Let's
seen-
go.
Do you
Tell
want
him.
to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate
would
their
he
freedom
talk
of
while
conscience.
he's
Fucking
talking?
get
We
him.
can be a big
Shut
and
up.
diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
This is one that there's always something. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the
He's
physicians
shaking.
who know best. when
Yeah,
they
great.
do
Then
this.
shut your goddamn mouth about
I
it.
told you. It's written to try and make a point. That's not it.
I told you. This is what they do. They just say the physicians. They just know.
Damn, he's telling him. Hold on, he's telling him. He's telling him. Tell me, motherfucker. Tell me how.
Getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved.
We're not
I use
telling
this
anyone
line on
what
this.
to
Just
do. We're
mind your own
saying, look,
business on this.
is
Things
it best
work
for a doctor to
when
make a
Roe's way
decision
was in
to kill a
place.
baby at
When we do a
8
restoration of
months?
Roe, that
Right.
works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't
Mind your own
to making
business.
sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals.
Yep.
They get early child.
Minnesota was the,
They get
You are
Minnesota-
retarded.
So the
Minnesota was the
hiding
one
behind
state
we're
that
going to
didn't
do
vote
all
for
these
Reagan
other
in
things
'84.
when you're not proposing
your
them in your
law
budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them.
states
She's
that it's
proposing
up to
all
the
those things to
doctor.
make life easier.
And it's
for
the same
families.
shit in
I
my
asked a
state.
specific
No.
question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's
You
not
gave
true.
me a
That's not what the
slogan.
law says.
What does it have anything to do with abortions?
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going
That
to
is
be right
what
back
laws
with
say.
much more of
Minnesota,
the CBS
New
News
Jersey, I
vice
believe in
presidential debate in
California.
just a moment.
Fuck yeah, boy.
Who are the other-
Vance
Oregon
is
a-
fucking
a
him up.
big abortion state.
I hope he gets mad.
It's true.
Vance, I hope you reach over and shake that
Anyone
motherfucker's
can do
hand
this
at the
right
end.
now, bro. Look, you just say.
You shake his hand and
"Can
stare him right in
I
the fucking
get
eyeball.
An abortion in Minnesota at 8
Minnesota.
months. I mean, it's disgusting to even ask. Abortion in Minnesota
It's
is
legal at all
stages
stages of pregnancy. All stages.
Right there.
Nate has one of the quickest minds.
It's right there.
And it's sourcing Wikipedia too.
It's
Do-
right there.
Do
It's not
Texas.
true.
Put Texas in there.
True.
What's
It's not
Texas
true.
say?
That's not what it says.
We got to move the
The statute. Here we
abortion
go. It's right there,
clinics.
first thing. It's a you find everything. Everything.
Put
is
New
right
Jer-
here.
put New Jersey in there.
Easy. Oh, don't even get. It's even worse here.
Put New Jersey in there. Let me see what it says. Does it say the same thing?
So they're real slick with it over here. Minnesota, they didn't hide it good enough. It was right in front. Holy fuck, it was easy. I said it was easy.
It was literally the first result. Here's a
yeah,
quote
I
for
get
it
it.
on
Yeah,
courtesy of Google.
That's
It is
freaking
legal
New Jersey.
throughout the entire term.
Yeah, you must. In New Jersey, so what you do is they actually hide it, so they have to go to like a portal here. Here we go. Medical.
Oh, okay.
association, they
Third
hide it.
trimester abortion in New Jersey. Okay.
So see how they're smart.
Yeah.
So they make you read and shit.
You got to get into
How
it.
do I
Yeah.
find it?
They make you look for it.
But then they give you the little about 33% of it, and they say, oh, it's extremely rare. Like no one does this.
Yeah.
Like there's fewer in the third trimester. This guide to third trimester abortion is designed to help you understand the reasons a patient might need the procedure after 24 weeks. So they say after 24 weeks. They don't say 8, 9 months. They just it might. Oh,
Yeah.
and here it is. 28 cisgender women.
Yeah.
And so it was only 28. With our statistics, blah 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 blah. Thankfully, women currently have and they're already pro. They're already pro. This is the first thing that comes up. Women currently have access to abortion throughout gestation, even past 24 weeks. However, or regardless of the reason for terminating pregnancy, this decision you should be able to make for yourself in collaboration with your woman's health specialist. They don't even say doctor. They got the words.
Right.
Women's health specialist. When it comes to women's rights, it is absolutely essential that you're able to have an abortion if you decide that's what's best for you.
Mentally fucks with you and emotionally fucks with you. Like,
don't mean to change the topic so
whatever.
soon, but level 100 now.
Jersey's slick. We're slick with it here. And then I go in. They're slick. They're slick. They're slick.
I want.
You're not gonna get me.
I want mine.
They're slick.
We got to move these.
And then, Planned Parenthood. You know where you are. I don't see Planned Parenthood or around where I live. It's very interesting. Where there's a lot of black people, there's a lot of Planned Parenthood clinics.
It's in the hood.
Always.
It's always in the hood.
I'm like, why did I get a Planned Parenthood? What? I've never seen that plan. I was like, I walked down the street in the hood. I'm walking in the hood in Newark, and I'm like, Planned Parenthood. Interesting. I don't see that where I live. What the fuck?
There was one in Knoxville that got torched a year or two ago. Completely burned down.
Yeah, so this is like a lot.
There you go.
New Jersey.
New Jersey now allows
like,
abortion. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Tennessee had
it's
a
pretty
trigger
clear.
law that whenever Roe v. Wade was overturned,
just straight
Tennessee
lied.
said nope, no more abortions.
What a
You're all
liar,
gone.
bro.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Tennessee is just about complete abortion ban.
Like, just what a freaking liar, dude.
Tennessee's already put in a lot of combat paternity fraud.
That's all right, because JD Vance is eating his ass alive.
I fully support. Yeah, like DNA tests are going to be a little easier to get if they pass that law.
I'm actually looking forward to see what.
Law's already passed. It's on the books.
They're gonna get rid of that. Google got to get rid of that. That was too easy. I was ready to do some little digging. This is too easy.
Hell no, right there.
Screenshot it. Screenshot it now.
You can't
screenshot it.
Grab
Save it.
that. Grab that.
This. Come on, man. This is too easy.
Grab it now, Fuse. They will erase that.
Yeah, dude.
Grab it.
Grab it. Put it on X and tag Tim Walls.
It's everything.
Yes,
it's easy. It's too easy to find.
Put it on X and tag Tim
Here
Walls.
it is, Governor Walz. Oh shit! Here we go. It's his page. This is his press release. Oh, it's taking a long time to load. Other people are looking.
Hold on,
it up.
here, chat. I'll show it to you. Hold on.
It's taking too long to load. People are loading. People are in it. I can't load the page. Fuck. I want a page won't load. I can't load the page.
We're seeing this real time. This is wonderful.
Bro, Governor Walz signed reproductive freedom into law. It's the Minnesota.gov website. It barely
there
loads.
It is.
Everyone's
there it is.
looking into it.
And he said this wasn't true.
Fundamental freedom. The PRO Act establishes.
Yeah, the
every
PRO
Minnesota
Act. That's
has
what you just
the
clicked on. Yeah.
Including the right, continue pregnancy, and obtain abortion. Governor Walz, okay.
But that's
fucking screenshot that said.
It's part of the PRO
there
Act.
and said, "Bruh, you signed
The bill
this."
codifies protections for all reproductive care, including not limited to abortion care, contraception, sterilization. I mean, everything. I got everything on here. The bill also prohibits local units of government from regulating a person's ability to freely exercise their fundamental right to see. And there's no, it's back, but this is like, there's no way to even state. He lied.
It's
through his
open.
teeth.
Yeah.
He
lied right through his teeth.
lied.
See, in your search, it literally told you what the PRO Act was. Fuse.
Bro, and like, how long? What did that take? That took
Go.
That took
Yeah.
almost 60 seconds. to
Go
load
up
the
a
damn
little bit.
thing?
It literally told you what the PRO Act was.
We're back.
Where's that?
In the Google search when you were in the search when you were looking for the governor. Yeah, you go up a little bit. Go up a little bit. It tells you about the PRO. Yeah, he knows it's up. It told you what the PRO Act establishes that that every Minnesotan has a fundamental right into the decision. Yep.
Yeah.
It's the same. That's just
continue a pregnancy,
right,
and give birth. Yeah.
And to obtain an abortion.
They're so slick with it because they never say, "Well, it's not illegal at 8 or 9 months," but they never said it. They never say any limits. There are no limits.
But unfortunately,
there are no limits. It's like as if there was some kind of statute for having sex.
The doors lock better.
And we didn't have a statute that said, "Well, 18 years old is an adult."
Of course, we've got to increase school resource officers because
we should say that having sex with a 12-year-old is probably illegal.
Take guns out.
It should probably say something like that.
It just doesn't fit with recent experience.
But with abortion, they can just leave it up.
Safer.
They just
say
no.
We've got to have some common sense, bipartisan solutions.
What a liar, bro.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight.
That shit was funny. That took like 45 seconds to load.
I got a 17.
Everyone was looking it up.
Everyone was
the
looking it
community
up.
center playing
Everyone was
volleyball.
fact
Those
checking
things
him
don't
real
leave me.
time.
As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens
Talking
of
about the
DeSantis
school
parents,
shootings.
and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead. And
We
they
have
asked
the
me to do
increased
something.
school
And look,
security.
I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first
Vice president's
responsibility
not a
to our
hunter.
kids to figure
Don't
this
fucking
out.
lie about
She
that.
can't even tell you what kind of gun she owns.
Enacted
She's a lying bitch.
enhanced
Reminder,
red flag laws.
schools are gun-free zones.
Enhanced background check. And we can
I mean, I can barely tell you which one I own, but I have one.
solve this.
Grizzly, you mispronounced
that
easy
won't
targets.
allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and I here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids.
Are you queuing up for
it's
something?
abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But
Donovan.
that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't.
How about
have
y'all
issues
embrace it
happen,
and start
even
teaching
though
it?
They have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There
Teach
are
it in
reasonable
school.
things that we can do to make a difference. It's
I mean,
not
when I went
infringing
to
on
high
your
school,
Second
I had
Amendment. And
a
the
rifle,
idea
a
to have
little
some of these weapons out
pellet
there,
one
it just doesn't make any
to
sense.
do in
Kamala Harris,
ROTC.
as an attorney general, worked on this issue.
They do
Let's stop
teach gun
using
safety
other
in school. They're
countries
just
as a model
extremely
for our
selective
laws.
about
Say
who
we're
they teach
taking
it
your
to.
guns, but I ask all of you
And
out
it's an
there,
optional class, not a
do you want
mandatory
your
class.
schools hardened
Right.
to look like a fort?
But let's stop using other
is that what
countries
we
as
have
a
to
model
go
for
when
what
we
we should
know?
be doing with our
I
laws.
mean, I would
countries
use
around
our
the world.
kids and
but we need to
maybe
be more like
build them
Europe.
up to
Cities,
defend
got
our own
drills.
country and
They're being kids. We
want to
have
like
multiple
live and be
defense
here
systems right
versus
now.
fight
Shouldn't
with
be
each
that
other.
difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
You can
We
still
need to
keep
be
your
more like
firearms,
Europe.
and we can make a difference. We have
have to
to.
be
If you're listening
inclusive.
tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your
arrested
17-year-old
for
witnessed a
carrying a
shooting.
butter knife.
I'm sorry about that, and I
I
hope that he's
appreciate
doing
you saying
okay.
so.
Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim
people
said
can
actually
hit
about
you with your own
Finland, because
car
I do think it
their
illustrates
own
some of
car.
the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay.
These two
First
seem
of
like they're
all,
running for
we
president.
have
Kamala
way
Harris
higher
and-
rates
and
of
Donald Trump seem to be running for something.
mental health,
Fuck.
substance
Oh,
abuse.
that's nice of
We have way higher
Vance
rates of
to say
depression,
that.
way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I
There
don't
you
think it's
go.
the whole reason why we have such a bad gun
There you go.
violence
Quit looking
problem,
at the gun
but
and
I
look
do
at the
think it's a big
person.
piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities.
There
And
it
this
is.
is why we have
There you
to
go.
empower law enforcement to
It's
arrest the
the
bad
person,
guys,
it's
put them
spiritual,
away,
the whole
and take gun
mental.
offenders off
They
the
only
street.
care. They only
I think
care
there's a
when
whole
it's in a
host of
public
things that
school
we can
that
do
is
Right.
here, but I do
that
think
has
our
a
schools
median
And the
need to
income of
government's
about
doing it to us.
150,000,
Senator, thank
and it
you.
happens
Governor,
to
you
happen,
previously
and a couple
opposed an
people get
assault
killed.
weapons ban,
But
but if
meanwhile,
only
every
later in
weekend,
your political career
thousands
did you
of kids
change
are
your
getting killed in
position.
every
Why?
major
setting
city
that
in the
off
United
with
States. No one
social
gives a
media
fuck.
I've become friends
Yep.
with
It's
school
a
shooters.
symptom of a cultural
NRA,
problem.
I was an NRA
Yeah, it's
guy
a
for a
cultural
long
problem,
time. They used
absolutely.
to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where
I'm glad
my
JD
shotgun
said
was
that.
in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to
Bullshit.
mention on this is talking about cities
Bullshit.
and where it's at. The number one.
I'll strap my shotgun up in the back
where
of
the
my
most
window.
Firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides.
I can carry my AR down the fucking street if I
Children
wanted
getting
to.
guns and shooting themselves.
Yes, that's, I
And
keep my
so
gun on
we
me at all
have,
times.
and we should look
Like,
at all of the
we
issues.
don't have a gun problem. We have a
Making sure
person
folks have
problem.
health care and all that, but I want to be
Mental
very
health.
careful. This
I
idea of
daily carry my
stigmatizing
Glock in
mental
case
health,
it's ever
just
Glock
because you have a
o'clock.
mental health issue, doesn't mean you need to be
I
And I
like
think
that.
what we end up
I
doing
like
is we
that.
start looking at sometimes it just
You gotta quote that. You mean defendo Glock?
But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think
He
there's a
so
capacity
wants to
find
get back on
solutions
health
this
care.
that work, protect the Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you.
It's
Margaret?
not- they're
Thank
not-
you, Nora.
They're not in
Let's
the
turn now to
same-
the top
they're not
contributor
even in the
to
same thing.
inflation,
They're not even in the
high
same
cost of housing
realm.
and rent.
It hasn't-
Housing and
There's
rent.
a shortage of more than 4
I wanna
million
hear
homes
this
in the
one.
United States,
That's true.
and that contributes to the high
Single
housing
family
prices.
homes.
Governor Walz,
Please be
the
specific.
Harris campaign
campaign promises a $25,000
These women that want to be married, they don't want to live in townhouses.
home buyers and a $10,000
They want single-family homes that they grew up in the 90s.
Also promise to build 3 million new homes.
They want what
Where
the
are you
boomers
building
had.
these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money
Then they should
just
quit making the
drive
same
up
mistakes the
prices
boomers
higher?
made.
There you
No,
go.
it's not
Good
handing out.
question.
First, let me say this. This issue of housing And I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity.
They're completely
Always
unwilling to
writing.
hear out
He's
the
always
problems.
writing. He writes so much. He wrote more down than
There's
Kamala
nothing
did.
in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and
is a
owned one
commodity,
house in
and
my
a
life.
house is actually
My
the
mom
best-
still lives in
one
the
of the
house
best
where I was.
investments
And when
that
I think of a house, I'm
that a
thinking
person
of
can
Christmas
have.
services
It is a
after
commodity.
midnight
There's nothing wrong
mass
with that.
where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said,
ain't gonna do it
this
with the
program
government.
that the vice president is
You should
pushing forward
deregulate,
and bringing a new way of
building,
approaching this
construction,
is
all
something
this
we're
shit.
doing in Minnesota from that lead.
Get out of the
Deregulate
fucking
building and
Invested in
construction
making
and
sure our
prevent
housing
rental
was the
companies from
biggest investment that we'd ever made in
purchasing
housing.
properties.
It starts to make it easier. We
Get
cut
out
some of
of
the red
stop.
tape. Local
All
folks,
these
look, we can't do it
environmental-
at the federal level.
But what did your
regulations are
house
good.
look like?
You
I
make
bet
it
you it
Sweet.
probably looked better than mine.
Sweets.
out there,
I got.
one of the
I like both their
certainly
ties.
for me,
I'm gonna be honest.
using the GI
I
Bill
know.
was one thing, but a
I kind of
veteran's
hate
home
that they
loan,
always
the
wear
good thing
red
about a
and blue
veteran's
for
home loan is
their colors.
you don't have to pay the
It
down
annoys
payment.
me. Like
Those are things that
somebody
make it
should
big. Now, look,
just
you're
throw
gonna
it
pay
out
back,
there and wear an
and you're
orange
gonna pay your
or a
mortgage.
yellow one.
Those are things that we know in the long
Or
run.
a
Walk out there
green
with a
one.
green one.
value, the generational
Yeah.
wealth.
Hell
I would
yeah,
wear
green
a
for
green
money.
And I will give Minneapolis.
I was just thinking, I was like,
Yeah,
go in there with a
yeah,
really
one
bright
city
neon
where
lime green
inflation
tie.
rate
And
Each
I
city
would
has
just wear a lime
12%
green
increase in
suit.
stock because we
Period.
put some of these things in.
No,
And
go
we're
in there
implementing
looking
a
like the
state
mask.
program to make sure we get
I
some
would
of
be
that
the
down payment
tackiest
assistance.
motherfucker to ever run for public office.
Because here's what we know: people with staple housing,
Yellow
end up with
suit,
stable
green
jobs.
face paint.
People
But
with
I
stable
do like
housing,
their
their
ties.
kids
Yes.
able to be able to
Black
get to school.
pajama fabric.
How
those
dare
things in the
you?
long
How
run
dare you,
end
green
up
face?
saving our
I
money. And
do
that's the thing
like
that I
how
think we should be able
Vance
to find
wore
some
more
common
of
ground in.
a
But we can't blame
design one. It has,
immigrants
I
for the
guess,
only reason.
like
That's not the case
little
that's happening
lines,
in many
like
cities.
streaks
The
in it,
fact of the matter is
versus
that
just
we
the
don't have
solid,
enough naturally
shiny ones
affording,
like usually Trump
affordable
wears,
housing,
or like
but
how
we can make
Vance's
sure that the
or
government's there to help kickstart it.
No.
the
No.
other dudes
I don't
wearing.
think
Governor,
so.
get
Get
out
out the way.
Governor, your
The
time
government
is
doesn't
up.
know how to
Senator
in the way.
Vance,
Out the
as
way.
far as your campaign's position,
And you know
the
what they do? They
promise
only
is
make
to
it
seize
affordable for
federal
builders
lands
to
to build
make
homes,
either luxury
remove
apartments,
regulation, provide tax
Oh.
breaks,
for
and
people
cut
out,
back
people
on
out of
immigration,
school,
which
or
you say
20-year-olds,
pushes up
30-year-olds,
prices.
or townhomes that they can
Where are you
basically
gonna
just
build?
smush together.
By the way,
Here's
chat.
what
By the way,
promising, and
chat.
what
If you're
part
white, you ain't
any of
getting
this
none of
plan
this.
will provide immediate relief.
I mean, they have mobile homes or modular homes, or
something that I agree with. We don't want to blame
they're
immigrants
actually
for
pretty
housing
quite
crisis, but we
nice,
do
and you
blame
can just
Kamala
get your land
Harris
and
for
pop
letting in
yourself down and
millions
just
of
add
illegal
on
aliens into this
your damn
country,
self. I mean,
which
back in the
does
day, you
drive
know
up
what your
costs,
granddaddy
Tim.
probably did, or your great
25
granddaddy
million
did.
illegal
Probably built his
aliens
own
competing
house.
with Americans for scarce homes
I
is one
mean,
of the most
back in
significant
the
not
day,
allowed to do
people
that
used to
anymore. You're
build
not
their
allowed to
own
build your
house
own
because
home.
it
He's talking about
brought you
illegal
morals
stuff.
of actually
Illegal
learning how to do
stuff.
something in life.
right
Can't do that anymore because there's so
you're
many
not allowed
damn
to-
building
you're not allowed to
codes.
build your own
I
house
know, it's
anymore.
your own damn fault. It's the government's fault.
Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim
They
just
have to
mentioned a bunch of
control
ideas.
everything. That's
Now, some
why
of those
they.
ideas I actually think are
That's why I want to
halfway
go
decent. Some of them
into
I
like the
disagree with, but
mountains
the
and
most
like build
important
my
thing
own,
here
and they
is
won't probably
Kamala
know.
Harris is not
Hey,
running
you're not
this
good
country.
enough
Because
to
people
make your
kept
own
building and
decisions.
adding
She is
on
the
and
sitting
adding and
vice
adding
president.
onto
I'd
their
go
home
into
until
the
they just
forest
collapsed.
All of these
and build a
policies
cabin.
to make housing more affordable. I invite her to
None
use
of us-
the
none of
office
us
that the
here
American
is
people
is
already
intelligent
gave
enough
her,
to make our own
not sit
decisions.
around
We
and
have to rely on
campaign
the
and do
Say it
nothing
again for the
Not
ones in the
everybody
back,
knew that.
Vance.
behind the American
Say it
dream
again.
of homeownership.
She could be
no,
doing
there
this
is-
shit
Now,
already.
you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump
Yes.
says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs.
I'd be like,
aside
you
from
know
illegal
what?
immigration,
Don't,
is think about it.
because I
If a
want to
truck
be in
driver's
office
paying
so we can
40%
do it
more
when we
for
get in
diesel
there.
than
Because
the
she's
lumber
obviously definitely not doing
delivering
it
to
now.
the job site to build the house
Yeah.
is also going to become
say
a
that.
lot more expensive.
Like if you're not going to
Be
do it
like,
now,
she
when
had
we
her
get in there?
chance. She could have done it for this term, but I got it now. So people vote for me
just in housing,
if
but in a
y'all
whole
wanted
host
to
of
get
other
it done
economic
now,
goods too.
because she could have had 3 years, 4 years to have done it, and it hasn't been done.
Can I have it?
Where
She was talking about backtracking on
we will
that.
get to you
by
in a
the
moment,
way.
but Senator, where
Just
are you going to
saying.
seize the federal lands? Can you
Kamala?
clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used.
See, I
and they
can't
could
do
be
politics
places
shit.
where we
This
build
is
a lot
all
of housing.
bullshit stuff
And I
to
do
me.
think that we should be opening up building.
Politics at the end of the day is just
we have
opinions
a
with
lot
authoritative
of land
power.
that could be used.
I
We have a
know,
lot
and
of
it's all
Americans that
bullshit.
need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants
They
who are
all
competing
stink.
for those homes, and we should be building more
opinions
homes
with
for the
the
American
appearance of
citizens who
authoritative
deserve to
power.
be here.
Senator, your
Yes.
time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not
migrants,
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That look, crossing the statute is
Yeah.
beyond Donald
Oh
Trump.
my God.
But it's again blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to
Oh,
ask.
poor baby. You're supposed to
are we
be
going
fact-checking
drill and build
Vance.
houses in the same federal land?
Fucking
And I
crybaby.
think when people hear
I
federal
hope you
land,
get
these are
a
really
popcorn
important
kernel
pieces of
stuck
land.
in the way
Now,
in the back
Minnesota
of your
doesn't
mouth,
have a
and
lot
it's
of
really hard
federal
to
lands.
get
I know
out.
in the western
Rude.
part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around
It
Minneapolis,
eventually results
for
in
example.
cavities. So
Damn.
half your
Issue
tooth
is
winds
I
up
don't
missing.
He's
understand
like, I
why
hope
Oh, they
every.
can
this,
they can
and I worry
fact
about this.
check
Some of
Kamala,
the
but
things
not
that
him.
are
On a
national
really,
parks and our
really,
federal
really
lands. Look,
sharp leg up.
Minnesota, we protect these things.
I hope every time he makes love, his dog licks his ass.
These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing
I hope
and you view these
I hope
things
you
as
choke on
commodities.
an ant's
Like there's a
cock.
chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that.
I hope
think there's
every
better ways
seventh
to do
step
this.
your knee
We've seen it
buckles.
in Minnesota, we're able to foreclose some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in.
Housing
And I'm
should be a
still
private commodity.
on the
Absolutely.
Correct. It should be a private
economists.
commodity.
I hope
Absolutely.
The only source of drinking water is tap water
Which
from Flint,
economists
Michigan.
are saying that it is
There is a
immigrants
problem,
that's
though.
adding
Whoa,
money.
hey, now
There's
that's
a problem when Blackstone does
your
own
time is up, but
too much of
Senator,
the
on
too
that
much of the
point,
single family
I'd like
homes.
for you to clarify,
But that's
there are
something that we
many
can try
contributing
and
factors
figure
to
out and
high
adjudicate.
housing costs.
But,
What evidence do you have?
I've never
that
heard of any
migrants
politician like
are
him saying,
part of
"Oh,
this
we got to
problem?
think of this."
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media,
pretty sure
actually,
there's
that
a way to
really
force
drills
an
down on the
investment
connection
of that-
between
of that,
increased
uh,
levels of migration,
of that
especially
land and
illegal
stuff.
immigration and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people
We
in
also had a
jail
smaller population
for
at that time,
not
too.
doing
Everything
everything
that the
exactly
government-
as Kamala Harris says they have to
correct.
do.
That
And
is
what that
correct.
means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually
Correct.
agree with Tim Waltz.
'Cause they
We
can't-
should get
yeah,
out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be
Sell
here.
people affordable
What are the
land.
federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can
and
very
then
quickly
let them
reply.
put whatever the fuck they want on it.
I
If
get
they wanna
this
put
as
a
a
tiny
governor,
home on
and
there,
I don't
let 'em do
necessarily
it.
disagree with that. That in
Want
some
to put a
cases, many of those are
prefabricated home
local,
on there?
many
Let
of
'em do
them
it.
are state. I don't
They
know
wanna
which
live out
ones
their
are
tent?
federal, but
Let
I
'em
think
fucking do
whenever
it.
we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure
God,
that
that's
it's
not what-
fireproof and those types of
What?
things. So which are
What?
the regulations? Because
Oh
these
my
regulations are
God.
responsible.
No, just get rid of the
Fire,
fucking
so
regulations, dude. Shut the
Thank you,
fuck up.
gentlemen.
Oh, that's exactly what we're talking
We
about.
have
The
a lot to
regulations
get
of
to. You're
getting out in
passionate
a
about the
fire.
housing crisis, I can
You-
tell.
that's not
But
what we're
Nora,
talking
thank you.
about.
Look,
One of the top problems facing Americans is the high
my family
cost
was
of
middle class,
healthcare.
okay?
Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about
The
replacing the
environmental
Affordable
regulations
Care
that
Act.
are
In response,
that are
he said,
destroying
"I have
investors'
concepts
ability to
of a
build
plan."
freaking homes.
Someone
Since
needs
then,
to
Senator, you've
unburden
talked about
Tim
changing
Walz
how
from this
chronically
debate.
ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain
fire?
how that would
Fuck,
work?
man.
And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of
Wait a
course,
minute, they were
we're
doing
gonna
fine
cover
with Trump.
Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I
Correct.
think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple.
Even
common
when
sense.
Trump
I
was
think
in
as Tim
office, I
Walz
still
knows from
thought
12 years in
health insurance
Congress,
was too
You're not going to
expensive.
propose a 900-page bill standing on a
because it
debate
needs to be-
stage.
it
It
needs
would
to-
bore
the
everybody to
states need to
tears.
have more
And
Our
it wouldn't actually mean
our
anything
whole
because
healthcare
part of
system
this
needs
is
to
the
be
give and take of
revamped.
bipartisan
But
negotiation.
Yeah, it needs a serious overhaul.
right, and it also needs to be able to cross state lines and make more competition.
For the first time in a very long time under Kamala Harris's leadership.
That will drive prices down.
7% under Donald Trump's entire 4 years. They were up about 1.5%.
Exactly.
He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a
Correct.
little bit more choice and will also drive down costs.
Correct.
We talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit.
Hell no, you better drive your ass to the hospital. I'm not calling a fucking
It's not
ambulance.
just a plan, ran, he actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a good, really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump.
Fucking having to sit there and wait 8 hours in the emergency room.
President Trump has ever said or ever done.
I'll just call the police office and say, I'm going to be speeding down such and such to have an
Donald
emergency.
Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do.
I'll bleed on him then.
Has earned the right.
I don't care. I'll get a ticket, speeding ticket, if it's versus someone's life.
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history.
I'll turn myself in.
Well, no, they'll run you off the road before you make it
And
there.
the reason it was so important is I come
I'd
from
want
a
them to be
major
warned that I'll be
healthcare
speeding.
state. Home of the Mayo Clinic,
so
home to
sick
Medical
of these
Alley,
old
3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're
Bro, Minnesota sucks. Tim, Minnesota sucks balls.
I can tell you how to live a better life. No, you fucking don't. You don't even know half the
more covered than they have before. Those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare.
And he tried to. He
He
couldn't.
tried
They
to sign
stopped
an
him.
executive order to repeal the ACA.
That is a good thing.
He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill.
Fuck John McCain.
Now, fast forward, what that means to you is
Fuck
you
him
lose
twice.
your
Where's
kids.
McCain now?
If you're sitting at home and you got
Womp
asthma,
womp.
Lemon juice
if
for
you're a
Lou.
woman, probably not. Broke your foot during
jeez,
football,
okay,
might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this
Yeah,
issue.
they get kicked out before
and
they're
when
even
Donald
able
Trump
to survive in
said,
this fucked up world.
I've got a
and then
concept
they
of a plan.
contribute
It
to the homeless
cracked me
problem.
up as a
Congratulations,
fourth grade teacher
dumbass.
because my kids would have
Go to
never
hell,
given
John
me that.
McCain. Oh,
But
wait.
what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this
Obamacare was a concept.
I've done this for a long time. What they're saying is,
Obamacare was a
if you're
concept.
healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
No,
Governor, thank
no,
you. Senator, you
no.
haven't yet explained
Guys,
how you would
no.
protect
No, 'cause that'll
people
cost
with
money.
pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that
Look at the look
Obamacare
on
was
his
crushing
face.
under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that
I actually
problem,
tried to get
and he
Obamacare.
did so in a
It was
way
insane.
that preserved people's access
It
to
was
coverage who have
$330 a
pre-existing
month,
conditions.
and the
But again,
deductible was the lowest
something that
payment
these
was,
guys do is they make a lot of
$330 a month and a
claims
$2,500
about if Donald
deductible.
Correct.
Trump becomes president,
Fuck
all
that.
of these
ACA is
consequences
garbage.
are going to ensue.
I was like,
but in
I need health
reality,
insurance.
Donald
I'm
Trump was president.
27.
Inflation was low.
I was like, fuck it, I'll
take-home
go
pay
uninsured.
was
Fuck
higher,
this.
and he saved the very
I just got done doing
program from a
bodybuilding. I'm like, I'm in the best shape of my
Democratic
life. Fuck
administration
this. I'm not gonna pay
that was collapsing and
$330 a
would have
month.
collapsed
And then I basically get hit by a
absent
fucking
his
truck.
leadership. He did his
So get
job,
this,
which is
Fused.
governed
I
in a
I pay
bipartisan way and get results, not just
$320
complain about
for a
problems,
family
but
of
actually
four.
solve them.
That's crazy.
Governor, did
It's so
enrollment
cheap.
under
Fuck outta
the
here.
Affordable Care Act go up
Yep.
under the Trump administration?
That was Obamacare.
It's
in
higher now
2018.
that we've seen it go up. Look,
No,
people
well,
are
that's
using
that's
it.
because
The
I work
system
for the
works.
city.
And
Well,
the
it'd be
question
I have
is,
city
how
insurance.
much do you pay, whatever, that's
about
the
$6.50
individual
a
monthly
month.
piece of
For
this.
my- for just
And
a single
Republicans
person.
fought tooth and
a
nail
pay period
saying,
he
well, Americans
gets,
should be
it's
free to do
free.
this. Well, then
So
what
you think
happens
the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it,
It's
and we
necessary
are
because
making
the
it
government
this way,
keeps giving them
when
fucking
we
loans.
incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70.
That's
so look,
that's
the
my
ACA
that's my
works.
fucking
We can
that's my
continue
thing to
to do
figure
better.
out.
Kamala Harris
motherfucker.
did
Right.
that. The
Stop
way she
stealing my
made
fucking
everything
money.
better was
It's not going to be there when I'm
negotiating
fucking
those 10
70.
drugs on
Right.
Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you, Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America.
Let's not say we did.
There is a child care crisis in
All
this
right, I
country,
love this.
and the United States is
Here we
one of
go.
the very
Cat lady
few
time.
developed countries in the world
Who cares if we're the most developed
without a
country? We're
national
retarded.
paid
We
leave
don't have any
program
traditional
for
values
new
anymore.
parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House
We
and
are on a
Congress, this
path
is a day
of
one priority
self-destruction,
for
and that's
you.
not going to change.
How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of
shouldn't
their
be
newborns? You
required.
have 2 minutes.
It should be an
well,
incentive.
that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is.
Well, they shouldn't
Americans
be
sitting
required.
out there right now,
No.
you may work for a big company.
The
Look, we're
companies will
home in
never
Minnesota
pay
for
you
some of
any
the largest
money.
Fortune 500 companies.
The wages are
Kamala Harris
shot.
knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees
think the
healthy.
governor of New
We in
Somalia makes
Minnesota
some good
passed a
points.
paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born.
Oh my God,
This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time.
You
What we
poor
know
thing.
is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more
Go back to
consistency in
work.
that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We
Did you
implemented it in
carry the
Minnesota,
child for
and we
9
see
months?
growth.
No,
That's how you
motherfucker.
become a
Is your
pro-business
wife
state.
okay?
But the
Is she healthy?
negotiations on it, and here's
Grab
the
your
issue.
mom, grab
Those
her
big
mom,
companies are
make
able
sure
to offer
family's
it.
around her, go back to work,
Those of you out
motherfucker.
there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer
debate audio on
or your
stream?
child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is
Everyone benefits from those tax breaks. It's
when
just
it
a
works
matter of
for
how
all
you
us.
use them.
And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask
The
them.
biggest problem
As
is that
far as
people are not
childcare
able
on
to
this,
make
you
enough
have to
money.
take it
Wages
at both
haven't
the
gone up.
supply and the demand
If
side.
companies are too
You
busy
can't
being
expect the most
forced to
important people in
invest
our
money
lives to take
into
either our
potential
children
people having
or
kids,
our parents to get paid
then
the least
people are never
amount of
gonna get
money.
paid.
And we have to make it
People are never
easier
gonna
for
make any
folks
money.
to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm
family
still
leave.
telling you
Then-
this.
then they gotta
We
go
were
back to work
listed as
anyway.
the
They gotta
best
pay
state. We're
exorbitant
still in
daycare prices
crisis on
anyway.
this.
Daycare costs
A
anyway. Who
federal
cares?
program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Wouldn't need to
Governor,
pay
your time is up.
wouldn't need to pay
Senator,
for
do
daycare
you
if they
support
paid
a national paid
one
leave
of the parents
program?
a living
And
wage
if
to
so,
support not just him,
for
but his
how
entire
long
family.
should
And the
employers
other
be
parent can stay home and
mandated
take care of the
to
kids.
pay their
That's the fucking
employees
problem.
while they are home taking care
But
of
no,
their
we have
newborn? You
the
have 2
women
minutes.
have to be
Yeah, well,
working
first of all,
just as
Margaret,
much
a number
as
of
the
my
men and all
Republican
this other
colleagues
shit.
and some Democrats too have worked
Can't
on
have
this issue, and
that.
I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator, and I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's
have
approach.
a discussion
I
with
mean, look,
your
if you
wife
look at the
before you
federal
have
programs
kids.
that we have that
The government
support
doesn't need to
paid
be
family
involved. We
leave
don't- why
right
do you-
now,
why do you
the
need-
Community Development
why do we
Block
need a
Grant,
plan?
and there's another
We
block
don't need a
grant
plan.
program that spends a
We
lot
don't
of money
need a
from the
plan. It's
federal
called
government.
talk to your wife
These
and be-
programs
and
only
figure
go
out
to
what
one
is gonna
kind of
work for
child
you.
care model. Let's say you'd like
Mental
to
health. It
maybe
falls
you
in the
can't
line with
go to
mental
work.
health.
Care. Maybe you
You
live in
gotta
a
tell your
rural
wife,
area
look,
or
I'm
an
gonna
urban
fucking work
area,
to the
and you'd like to
bone,
get together
and you're gonna stay home with the
families in your
kids.
neighborhood to provide
government
child
doesn't need
care
to
in
be
the way that makes the
involved.
most sense. You don't get
You
access
don't need
to
to force
any of
jobs
these
to
federal
do it
monies.
for you.
We
What is
want to
this?
promote
What is going
choice
on?
in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because
like this
look,
default,
it is
like, oh,
unacceptable.
the woman must
and,
go
you know,
back
of
to
course,
work
Tim and I have
because
been on
it's
the
her
campaign trail a
career.
lot the past 7 or 8
women
weeks,
we
and one
have
of the
to do it
biggest
for the
complaints I hear
benefit
from
of
young
women
families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care of their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you.
He
You
should have gone back to
also
the cat
said,
ladies.
Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get
My
your
buddy pays
thoughts on this.
$2,900 a month
President
in daycare,
Trump
and his mortgage is
recently said,
$2,200.
as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in.
Yeah, I'd be willing to help somebody out and be like, hey, I'd take care of your kid.
That you have described.
Like, you know, in my community,
Well, what President Trump
I'd be
said, Margaret, I
like,
just want to
I'll
defend my
babysit
running
even
mate
though
here
I
a
work
little
from
bit,
home.
is that
I'd still
we're going to
do
be
it.
taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries
Community
who employ
needs to
slave
step in a little
laborers
bit
and
then.
then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
This is a culture issue.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortages, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families. Because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
It's too many people.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora,
how much money we bet it's going the other way around?
Damn, how long is
The economy
this,
is
guys?
shrinking and they're losing the
economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud.
I can't do that.
The governors of every state
and in some
nation,
cases, she willingly chooses to go back to
and
work
Democrats
regardless.
certified the 2020
willingly,
election
but she
results
might not.
and sent a legal
And
slate
if
of
a woman's going to
electors
have your
to
children,
Congress
I mean,
for
that's a
January
sacrifice
6th.
that she's doing.
Senator
Then there's a
Vance, you have said
responsibility on
you
the
would
man.
not
But the
have
problem is you go
certified
back to
the
work
last
and there's not enough
presidential
wages for you
election
because
and
other
would have
women are
asked the
taking your
states to
jobs.
submit alternative electors. That has been called
So, you gotta make
unconstitutional
it some
and
other way.
illegal.
And
Would
then,
you
fuck
again
it, I'm gonna move
seek
to
to
Nebraska.
challenge this year's
Buy myself
election
a
results,
$450,000
even
house.
if every
I'm gonna
governor
chill.
certifies
Hopefully I'm
the
making
results?
like
I'll give you 2 minutes.
$150K and I'm good.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
No, don't.
And that's what we're
I have
focused on.
family
I'm
there.
going
I have
because you
family
did
there.
ask.
No.
Look, what President Trump has said is that
Leftist
we're probably
crazy
in 2020,
motherfuckers.
And my own
don't even
belief
care.
is that we should
I don't
fight
give a
about
shit.
those issues, debate
They got
those
some nice
issues
houses out there, too.
peacefully
You can get, like,
in the
Peace
public
out,
square.
then,
And that's
I'm out.
all I've said,
Not
and that's
huge
all
houses.
that
You
Donald
get
Trump
big
has said.
houses
Remember, he
raise
said that on
kids in.
January the 6th, the protesters
need a big
ought to
house. I just
protest
want a simple
peacefully. And
two-bedroom
on
home.
January the 20th, what happened?
all I want.
Joe Biden became the president.
Two-bedroom home out in the middle of the
left
woods,
White
15,
House,
30
and
minutes
now
away
you
from
better
the
get
coast,
yourself
down
an
here.
we have
international woman.
all of the negative
She's not gonna be an
policies that
American
have come
woman.
from the Harris-Biden
Why, I got one.
administration.
Not a two-bed house, Rance.
Mail order bride.
Huh?
In this country, but unfortunately, it's not
Zen said a
the
two-bedroom house.
Kamala
Oh.
Harris and Tim Walz want to talk
No,
about.
I'm talking about me personally. I don't
You
care.
personally, okay, yeah, okay, that's fine too.
I
Yeah,
can make it
I would
work.
love a two-bed, but there's not an American woman on the planet that's gonna stick around.
I mean, I
for
kind of like the
50 years on a
tiny homes.
fellow citizens. And
I'd be digging like the RV life, you know?
And persuade her fellow
Just drive
Americans
around
that she wants to
places.
censor people who engage in misinformation.
If you want
Have
to
you
start a
seen
family,
some
you
of
need to
those
get a 3 or
RVs?
4 bedroom home.
Anything
Two-
that we
uh,
do
views?
in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm
Views?
really proud, especially given that I was
Have you seen
raised
some of
by
those
two
RVs?
lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Biden,
I would love to live in an
Kennedy Jr.
RV.
and Tulsi Gabbard.
You should do the
lifelong
RV
leaders in
and
the
get
Democratic
yourself the
coalition.
satellite
I'll be living
internet
alone, so I'll be alone forever.
Issue.
I'll
be alone.
down the RV
Fuck
life.
United
I
behind
I
the
told
American
Rance, I told
First
Rance I'd be
Amendment
willing to
principle
do that
that we
with
ought to
him, and we
debate our
looked at them.
differences.
They're
We ought
actually
to
quite
argue about
nice.
them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala
don't make
Harris
them like
is
they used
engaged in censorship at an industrial scale.
Bullshit.
She did it during COVID. She's done it over
I
a number
mean,
of
if
other
you know
issues, and
people,
that,
I
to me,
know
is a much
people
bigger
can
threat to
like build
democracy
them.
than what Donald Trump
So.
said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
It's bullshit
Well,
what
I've
the
enjoyed
government
tonight's
has to
debate.
tell
I think
me
there
what
was a
I
lot
can
of
live
commonality
in.
here, and I'm
But yet I
sympathetic
can live
to
in the
speaking
street,
on
but I
things, and
can't.
might
They have to tell me what I can
with the
build.
senator, but
Me
there's
too.
one-
If you're looking to get into the RV life, don't come to Tennessee.
to me, and I say that because I think we need
They are
to
hostile
forward.
towards people trying to live out of their
Donald
cars
Trump
and out of their
refused to
RVs.
acknowledge this, and the fact
Oh, I
is
won't.
that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water
I'd
go
go
up.
where there's
He was
nobody.
very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said
Like,
he did.
They literally signed a
Police
law that
officers
where
were
people
beaten at the Capitol that day.
can't
Some
even
with the
sleep overnight
American
on
flag.
public property.
Several later died, and it
I'd
wasn't
like to have
just
my
down
own
there.
place,
In
No, they
my
weren't.
own land.
A group
One of them died.
Uh,
It had nothing to do with
in
the
St.
It
government.
had nothing to do
I
with
told
what
Rance I'd
happened.
have like
This
15
motherfucker's
acres
pushing the
and an
damn
RV.
talking
The only
point
person there was
lies
my son and
again.
his dog, who was rushed out
Oh, the
crying
J6
by
lies
his-
again.
Yes.
Okay, that's probably why I'm not paying attention to what he's
That
saying.
issue. And Mike Pence standing there,
No, we're
they were
talking about
chanting,
housing.
hang Mike Pence.
I'm so sick of January
Mike Pence
6th.
made the right
So am
decision.
I.
So, Senator, it was
only thing they
adjudicated
bring
over
up.
and over and over.
It's all they've
I
got.
worked with kids long enough to know.
was a
and I said,
fucking
"This is
riot.
football
It was a
coach. Sometimes you
riot.
really want to win, but the
What about
democracy
all
is bigger than winning
2020?
an
What
election.
happened all then?
shake
What
Right, the
about all
summer of
those
love.
damn riots?
Nothing. They're not talking
One
about the.
riot
That's what was at stake here.
versus all the
thing
other
I'm
ones.
most concerned about is
And all the ones that's still happening.
imprisoning.
Obviously,
your-
there's still
What
some
was it,
going
March
on.
24th,
already laying the
2017?
groundwork for people not
Imprisoning your
accepting this.
political opponent.
And a president's
Interesting.
words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that.
Interesting.
So,
Imprisoning your political
I think
opponent.
this issue of
I
settling
hope
our
he says
differences
it.
at the
What about all
ballot
those
box,
prosecutions against
shaking
Trump?
hands when we
Fuckhead.
lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in
Misdemeanors
American history
upgraded to felonies.
that a president or anyone tried
When
to
the
never
statute of
conduct a
limitation was
fair
completely,
election and the peaceful
when the
transfer
statute
of
of
power.
limitation was
And here we
completely,
are 4 years later
null and
Tossed
void.
out.
in the same boat.
Tossed out, yeah,
I
it
will
should have
tell
been
you
tossed
this,
Completely
out.
that when
repurposing
this is
laws
over,
that
we
so
need
that
to
they
shake
apply to
hands
this
election,
situation.
and the
Because of
winner
COVID,
needs to
yeah.
be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing
Listen,
our country
guys, Hillary
apart.
Clinton still says she won
Senator Vance, did you
2016.
wanna
So
respond to
whatever
that?
this guy
Yeah,
says is
she
full of
helped the
shit.
cuts break.
First of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy
Sorry.
when he peacefully gave over power on
Donald just
January the
sneeze?
20th, as we have done for
Yes.
250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands
I was
after this
trying to
debate
hold
and
it
after
in.
this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016
Get 'em.
said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by
Get 'em.
Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say
good
that
for them to say.
we need to
I mean,
respect
it's
the
been
results
said
of the
multiple
election,
times, but
I'm
it's
on
good they say
board.
it again.
But if we want to
Yeah.
say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads.
Oh.
Look, I don't understand how we got to this point.
Did that go over his
Ignore
head?
everything
Did he
else
not
said
get that? It
and
just went
focus on
right
that
over his
one little
fucking
thing.
head?
Okay,
There's no place for this.
He pulled a Biden.
Massive repercussions.
He got lost.
This idea that there's censorship
He
to
wasn't
stop
paying
people
attention.
from doing,
He just heard Facebook
threatening
ads.
to
and
kill
that's it.
someone, threatening to do something. That's not
Did
censorship.
Hillary say that,
Censorship is
that
banned.
Donald Trump was
We've seen
fraudulent
that.
and didn't
We've
win the
seen that
election?
brought
Yes
up.
or no?
I just think for everyone tonight, and
yes,
I'm going
Facebook
to
ads is not
thank Senator
January
Vance.
6th. Congratulations.
I think this is the
Thanks for
conversation they want to hear.
Yeah, like
And
no
I
dip,
think there's a
Sherlock.
lot of agreement. But this is
You
one
going to
that
actually
we are miles apart
go
on.
after the point that he
This
said, or are
was
you
a
going to
threat to our
nitpick?
democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because
roundabout
of
about
Donald
this.
Trump's inability to say.
January
He is
6th
still
was
saying
Facebook
he didn't
ads.
lose the
It was
election. I would just ask
organized
that.
on
Did
Facebook.
he lose the
counter
2020
protests
election?
were.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
Democracy. You see how he looked at that camera when he said
It's a
democracy?
damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship.
Like, really,
Obviously,
dude.
Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the
threatening or
power
hate
of
speech.
government and big tech to silence people from
Hate
speaking
speech.
their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
Yes, you can.
That's the test. That's the
You
You
can.
guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that
can. Watch
toddlers
me.
shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the governor
masks.
does
That's
have the
not
floor.
fire in a crowded theater. That is
That's always their
criticizing
fucking
policies
go-to.
of the
Like, well, you
government,
can't yell
which is
fire
the
in a
right of
crowded
every
theater.
American.
Senator, the
Okay,
governor does have
watch
the
me.
floor for 1 minute to
Please.
respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world.
Who cares
Because
if he
look,
lost or not?
when
It's
Mike
2024
Pence
now.
made that decision
2024
to
now.
certify that election, that's why Mike Pence.
He said
is
that
on the
already. He
stage.
said, I'm looking into the
And what I'm
future
concerned
here.
about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump?
It's not a debate. You're on a fucking
The
debate.
firewall is who
He
has the
could
better
do
policies.
that.
Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. That's it.
Right.
Taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it. That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up.
Fuck democracy.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will be
Democracy is
right back
evil.
with
We're not
both
done
of
yet?
our candidates. The CBS News Vice President.
Damn, how long is this shit?
Holy. It's almost over?
It's almost over. They probably got another 20. I mean, there's probably going to go to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Jeez.
It's 10:38 right now.
It's 2 hours. It's a 2-hour thing.
It's 9:38 here, but damn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much more. I mean,
I gotta quit telling Fuse yes. No, I'm just kidding. So it's
yeah.
Me and Rance are
You
just
can't just let
dancing
him do
with
whatever
each
he
other.
wants.
It's Fun Fantasy Tuesday. Are there more debates?
Who's this guy?
oh, you're doing the same dance now. Cute.
I know.
Mhm.
Great minds think alike. That's
God,
why we married
Tim
each other.
fucking- Shut the fuck up, Tim. Never speak again.
What'd you say to me? Oh.
Not you.
Don't talk to him that
Yes,
way.
Let's further the discussion
Me that way,
on
I
this.
mean.
You can totally yell fire in a crowded theater,
Yeah.
but you're held liable for any injuries that happen as a result of
Correct.
that.
Correct.
The outcry.
If no one gets hurt, then you might get away with it. But if someone,
If
you
no
know,
one gets hurt, you
sprains their
will
ankle
get
or
away
breaks
with
a
it.
leg, you'll be liable. That's right. There you go. Because there's accountability. Accountability is there for someone calling you a racial slur.
It just comes across as
cares?
absurd to me because it's like, well, you
Oh,
can't yell
do I
fire in a
have to
crowded
be
theater.
on
Like,
the-
yeah, but at the same time, that doesn't hinder people from exchanging information and talking about ideas. That should not be an excuse to justify censorship.
Yeah. Censorship is gay.
That's absurd.
It's censorship should.
Next month's gonna be crazy on Rumble.
We are here today with one of the gay rights activists.
Yeah, especially since there's going to be a lot of people kicked off.
What do you think the October surprise is gonna be?
The heavy update.
World
I'm
War
just fucking
III.
with you.
Russell's going to be pretty busy during November, that's for sure.
I don't know. I still believe World War III started when Russia went into Ukraine.
No, I think it did too.
Yeah.
It would surprise me if the heavy update was announced in October. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, Valve having fun with the idea of October surprise.
Yeah. Guess what, guys? It's only been, what, 8 years since Meteor Mash?
Things
The heavy
are getting
update's
crazy
finally
here in
here.
the things are getting crazy in the U.S. So to celebrate, we're having our own October surprise.
Yeah.
This month, we're announcing the release of Half-Life 3 finally.
Yeah.
2 weeks later. Oh, sorry guys, we're canceling Half-Life 3. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're gonna see internal emails like 6 years later talking about Gabe getting pissed off about everybody finding the 3 keys that he ripped off of their keyboards when they started.
That's great. Yeah. It was just a prank, bro.
I felt like I've lost brain cells so far listening to him talk.
Yeah. Hey, yo, I'm a TF2 fan. I already only had the one brain cell, and now it's just deteriorating.
Look, I've just been treating any time Tim spoke as though I were watching an 80s comedy film.
Grizzly, we were able to listen to the debate and progress through the MSQ at the same time. If you did, that's pretty impressive.
I've been too distracted by the debate. I've been doing essentially chores essentially on Final Fantasy.
Oh, I've just been listening to it.
I've been crafting this whole time.
Sweets and I need a party up. We need a group for a duty.
Halfway through the debate, I realized, oh fuck, I need to be making thumbnails for my
can't really
screen
do a
for
dungeon because then you guys won't be able to see the
started
feed
gathering up
Yeah.
assets.
You guys should help Sweets and Rants, somebody. Help them party up.
Here, I'll invite them real quick. Hold on. After the debate's over, I will get off. Okay, hold on.
Oh, he's back.
I'll go run healer.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate.
Bring me on,
Now
Grizzly.
time for the closing statements. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, so they're wrapping
thank you,
up.
Senator
Okay.
Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who missed Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, this is what the democracy
Try it again.
It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built.
There it
From Bernie
goes.
Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift. And a whole bunch of folks
Did he really bring up Taylor
don't
Swift?
agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where
Dick Cheney doesn't know what the word optimism means.
We should make
And I have to
Grizzly
tell you,
play with those
that,
3 people. We should make
that
Grizzly
better
play
than it is,
Final Fantasy
is the
14
sense of optimism
Dontra with
that
those
there
3
can be
people.
An opportunity
Dude, I have the
economy
desk gun. I
that
will
works
use
for
it.
everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that
So do I
freedom
just
really
start it?
means something. Not the freedom of
Taylor
government to be
Swift,
in
Bernie
the
Sanders, and
exam
Dick
room,
Cheney.
but the
So do
freedom
I
to
just
be
hit
in
join
the
and it'll do it or what?
Those
Now,
are
we all know who
Just
Donald
click on
Trump
the
is.
dungeon
He's
and
told us, and as
we'll
Maya
get started.
Angelou said, believe it.
Like at the Game Awards when
His
that
first
one guy was
inaugural
like,
address
hey,
talked
don't
about
think Bill
American
Clinton.
And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that.
Oh wait, you got to do
Senator
the striking
Vance
screen.
tonight
Hold on.
made it clear he will stand with Donald
Are
Trump's
we missing
agenda.
something?
He will continue to push.
Oh, he's
Four
the
other
tricky
people.
team. The
Excuse
tree
me.
too, okay?
Kamala Harris gives us a different
Oh, you
option.
joining,
Now,
Jello?
I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be
Hey,
careful
why are you
about the quote,
tagging
but there's one
me?
that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me.
Yeah.
He said Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way.
Rants.
We
What?
don't
Click
need
on
to be
the
afraid.
blue
Franklin
text on the
Roosevelt
duty
was right.
finder
All
on the
we
right
have to
side.
fear is
Click
fear
withdraw
itself.
so we can
Kamala
bring Dalo
Harris
in.
is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics
No,
of joy.
just pull
She's
me in.
bringing
I withdrawed it.
middle class, and she's centering
He's
you at the heart of
He's
it.
a free trial
All the
account.
while asking everyone, join this movement, make your
here,
voices heard.
Rants, promote
Let's
me back
look
to
for
leader so
a
I
new
can
day
invite Dalo
where
in.
everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance.
You
to
right click
thrive.
on his name.
I
There you
humbly
go.
ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor
go ahead
Walz,
to it.
thank
There's
you.
15
Senator
I'll
Vance,
cue
your
us.
closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights
You don't
because
have me
Ohio gets pretty
convinced.
cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat. in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your community.
I still do that shit.
And that too has gotten harder.
Gotten harder because they told the middle class to fuck off.
Now, I've been in politics.
We need
long
another
enough
healer.
to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years.
Be
Day
able
one
to
was
afford shit and do
1,400
shit
days
and
ago,
live happily
and her
ever after.
policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential
like him
debate
a little
of
bit
this
more.
election cycle.
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
I really don't like his foreign policy. His foreign policy really grinds my freaking
That's all right. We got Trump to handle
Please
that.
get out and vote. And
He had Netanyahu going to Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, you already know that man is getting his money. So I'm not too happy about that. But I mean, I do like his foreign policy. Everything else up the way. It's just that we give them $5 billion. Do we know how much money that is?
Well,
Yeah, $5 billion, right?
I'm happy he has addressed like, okay, he never Trumpered as supporting Trump.
He did,
It's like, what changed? Are you going to say, hey, like, I thought he had that office, okay, no one needs to address it. I kind of put like, might be, he's like, okay, are you just kind of focused on the front right now? Do you hate the guy or what?
Where is this?
You guys got a screenshot. I'm gonna reload and see if Google changes shit.
Wait till tomorrow morning. Google's gonna change it.
I want to let me click on them.
They changed the words actually. No, they did change it. See, there are no laws that restrict abortion based on the time from conception. They changed the words
within the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, the words changed.
They changed it already?
The words changed. Yeah, the words did change.
Fuckers.
They changed it.
The words did change.
Do it again.
That's some shady shit.
The words changed. The words changed. It was on my stream, so you. Yeah. The words changed. The sentence changed.
And we saw it in real time.
The sentence changed. There are no laws that restrict abortion based on the time from conception. I mean, it's not that much different, but it was more clear with the other.
It's different enough.
It is different. It's a different sentence.
I'm all finding the wrong one.
Takes the thing and puts it behind another thing.
Oh, did I die? I straight up shit did.
Where you at?
I also can't seem to find. Now I can't seem to find this page on the front page.
I can bring you back if I can find you, sweets.
Oh.
I got her.
Oh, you got her? Okay.
Minnesota Attorney General. Is this it? No, this is.
Oh, I'm down. Fuck.
Oh, what? Don't target me.
That was in like one hit.
Also, guys, the governor's newsroom. This webpage that took forever. It's not on the front page anymore.
They're hiding it.
Oh no! Wait, no, there it is. Oh, I had to click the right. That's right.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
here it is. But now it doesn't take forever to load. Before it took like 40.
I'm like,
everyone searched like right after that top. Like, hold on.
Everybody was looking it up. That was the funniest part. That was great.
Well, I'm gonna get off of here, folks. Appreciate you having me out.
Have a good night.
You had fun. I'm glad you came around, Keyline.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Okay, thanks. I'll see you next time.
Come back, Kiwi.
Rakin, sup, bitch? He comes in. Rakin, where you at? Get in here.
Reagan comes in when everyone's starting to get off.
Yeah.
Save that screenshot fused.
Which one?
The one where it was just a
Dang, I
sentence on
just
Google.
can't do nothing.
Well, I don't
My
have
armor
the
sucks.
Oh, you don't have it anymore?
I mean, it's on my stream, so I mean, I can go back on my stream.
Okay.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it is different. It's not like there are no laws that restrict abortion based on the. I mean, that is essentially the same thing, but the words are different. What'd you miss? We watched the entire debate, and everybody's in the chat.
Shit.
You know, we got Grizzly.
I'm down.
I can't get close to this shit.
Stunned.
Yeah, I'm. Someone was just zapping me the whole time. Yeah, go kill that other guy.
The striking tree hard. Rama.
Is there another one?
Oh, so you and you guys in Key Lyman, you guys are very close. You guys aren't far apart.
Key Lyman is a little ahead of you guys.
Yeah, you guys. He just finished. We just did that with him. So you guys are like right where he is. I did leveling. I need to do expert.
You don't have no healing or anything, Sweets?
Very little.
I would do some if I were you.
How did it go?
They healed you.
Lady Vance did much better.
I just did it, and it's going through a power thingy-mabob.
Monster Hunter needs healed.
Who's healing?
I don't know.
I'm currently healing, but I've got that fear thing on me. It keeps me paralyzed.
Yeah, can you kill him? Where's he at? Where's it at?
You got to bring one of those sparky things on you over to me to get free.
Oh, yeah. Well, me and Goose are down.
I'm free now.
Sweets, you got to get over to that sparkling thing, I think, or something. That thing's gonna kill you.
You know how many sparkly thingies I see?
Oh, you guys watch the debate? I just finished my little debate stream.
Yeah, we finished.
Yeah, we watched it.
I think. What did you think, Jason?
Man, I think you know, a lot of the time, one thing I liked is that there was a little bit of unity, you know, between them. I think that you know sort of gets the toxicity out of the political thing. But I think that Walz's body language betrayed. Walz's body language betrayed him a lot. There were moments where like he's like looking, he looks defeated. I think Walz thought that. Yeah. I think he thought Vance was going to come in very Trumpian. That Vance was going to come in. And that he was going to be like stolen valor, stolen valor, stolen valor. And I think Walz prepared for that all day. Didn't prepare for any of the facts. Vance came with the facts, had receipts. I like the fact that Vance went alpha male on the two bitches when they try to fact check him. He's like, no, I'm sure that shit's down right now.
Yeah, he did. No, he didn't let him go.
Yeah.
But once he did, they never did it again at that point because Vance showed him, I'm the boss around here. You ain't playing that shit with me.
That's right. No,
very smart.
That's right. He did. Yeah, he did do that. Yeah. He did do that.
Yeah, he addressed a lot of the concerns. He addressed one of the major concerns that a lot of people have. He addressed
I just stayed dead the whole time. Me and Delacourt.
He addressed the major concern. Is that
I'm dead too.
Oh.
Oh, they're in a dungeon. They're in a dungeon. So they're doing a trial.
Oh, what trial are they doing?
I think my armor is not good
We're
enough.
up. We're running. We're okay. We're up.
All right, we got it.
But yeah, that dude when
I
he
need to
was
take my armor shit.
when he kind of like put his foot down on those women who were like, oh no, we're gonna move on. No.
That was
good.
He's like, no, I'm not dealing.
That was face.
Jace, we fact checked him, so we went in. I typed in, "Can I get an abortion in Minnesota 8 months?" Because he said that he was lying about the statute. And in real time, I was able to. I clicked on his governor page, the announcement of it, and it took 45 seconds for the page to load because everyone was fact checking him in real time. It took. It was spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. It wouldn't load. It would not load. It took forever for the page to load.
Did y'all catch when Tim misstepped and he said, I became friends with school shooters?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't catch that part.
Yeah.
He said, I became friends with school shooters. I'm like, oh my God, he didn't just make that mistake. Holy shit.
He got mixed up in his words when he was panicking.
We can leave now, Sweets.
I'm going to go ahead and dip out, guys. We can go make dinner and hang out with the wife.
Oh, we can.
You out?
Was there nothing else?
All right, Grizzly. Have a good night, brother.
Saturday. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for
holding
us up here.
Hey, Fuse, go to see if I remember how this works. Go to archive.org.
Thank you guys for the help.
much appreciated. I definitely need to look at my stuff, I think.
Time to fly.
And then type in the URL for that page that on that website that was talking about. Yeah, that one.
Well, it wasn't a web page. It was just like a Google search. Like, is that still
was
work
it?
too? Yeah, it wasn't an actual web page.
Yeah, it was just a Google answer.
Yeah, it was just what Google spit out a different sentence after the debate was over.
Yeah, it says something different.
Same exact words.
Freedom into law, that needs to be archived.
I mean,
No.
yeah,
Somebody
Walt
else probably
totally
did
lied.
it. It's what I was getting at. But if it was just the
Oh.
result of a random Google search,
Yeah, it's not
there's
gonna
probably
be
no way to do it.
Yeah. I mean, on my stream, I can go back and be like, I can obviously screen cap what I was showing in my screen. So.
All right, Sweets, we can end it here, man.
Everyone saw the word. You guys are out?
No, I'll talk to you guys for a little bit longer. I'm just getting
Okay,
out. I'm just getting off the game.
I'm getting off the game.
I wouldn't mind. Does anyone want to do a expert dungeon or a high level dungeon? Dalos, Vin, Jace. I don't know.
Sure, I'll do it.
You guys are all over.
Do we want to? No, it's probably too late for it. I was fixing to say we could probably try doing the Alphascape raid, but it's like almost 10 o'clock where I'm at. There's barely anyone going to be online right now.
If the four of us, we can just do high level dungeon expert, and I'm done. I want to get some tomes and then maybe do a high level dungeon.
Yeah, give me about 3 minutes. I just got to hit the bathroom.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
All right, chat.
I got 2 more dungeons in me. And then...
We'll do the verse of the day real quick, and I'm gonna keep these guys on here because they need some Jesus. So let's get this. What do we got
I'll go
here?
ahead and mute you for that.
Yeah. There you go, guys. Today's verse is Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23. That's it right there. Guard your heart above else, for it determines the course of your life. Like I always say, guys, I'm not here to preach at you. If you want to learn more about that verse, I recommend that you open your Bible and actually read it.
Yeah, that is a very true verse. We are the captains of our own ships in our lives. No one else can steer them.
Other than that, guys, I hope you enjoyed watching us play some Final Fantasy 14. And I know you enjoyed us commenting about the debate, listening to it, laughing our asses off, crying a little bit. Maybe it was just me that was crying a little bit, but nonetheless.
No, I was crying that I had to listen to anything Tim had to say.
Right.
Yeah, it was painful to listen to. I'll give you that.
It was. Damn, there's a lot of people on. Holy crap.
Who are streaming?
I
Yeah.
kind of feel like Tim was set up.
I don't think so.
It kind of actually, I kind of agree with that.
You think he was set up?
I think that he wasn't. I mean, it's like Jay said, he just wasn't prepared.
Who,
I don't
Tim?
think he wasn't prepared.
Oh yeah, he was panicked 100% of
he was
the
panicked
debate.
the whole time. He wasn't prepared. There are a lot of people streaming. You're right.
Probably prepared for a whole different
I mean,
scenario where he was
debate was
expecting
on,
different
yeah,
things to be said.
You know what? We're
He
gonna.
was thinking that CBS was going to have his back and fact check him, but they didn't.
We're gonna.
Yeah, he thought it was going to be like the previous debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. JD surprised me a bit. I knew he was a smart guy, but I just didn't think he could debate like that. But he proved me wrong.
Oh, he came with it.
Yeah, he brought the fire, man. I didn't expect him to be that fiery, but he did well. He sort of, proved that he looked more presidential for sure.
I mean,
Okay, what are they saying though? Who they're like? Oh well.
Oh, even CNN is admitting Walls lost.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah. Even CNN just admitted he
Are they
lost.
really?
Yep. I just saw that on my timeline. Even CNN is saying nope. He didn't do so well.
Hey, the game I Am Bread is $2.59.
Get to the toaster.
Oh. Oops, I got rid of myself.
Trinity Trigger.
Can't find it.
That looks like nice artwork.
My God, Trump already fucking nailing Walls on that thing that I told you. So he posted a fake sign: Trump Vance 24, not friends with school shooters.
Not friends with school shooters.
Oh my
Trump caught it already.
What
That's
happened?
funny.
Yeah, he's
What's
posting
happening?
memes. Trump is posting memes on walls saying that he was friends with school shooters.
He's probably telling his kids and stuff, hey, create that meme real quick. Create it right now. Post it. Post it
I
for me.
need the finest meme
Yeah.
about him being friends with school shooters. Oh, I got it. Trump and Vance. 2024. Not friends with school shooters.
Here it is. The CNN commentators. JD Vance came to this debate to land a bunch of punches, and he did. Tim Walz did not seem prepared for it.
Oh, the postmillennial.com posted it. Tim Walz says I've become friends with school shooters.
Yes.
Yes. The postmillennials, they already have an article on it.
Dude, just wait until the TikToks get a hold of him. The TikToks are gonna fucking rip him a new one, man.
Oh, they even got CBS fact checks JD Vance over a migrant crisis, cuts his mic when he tries to respond.
Yeah.
You logging back in?
I'm about to log in.
JD
now.
Vance schools Tim Walz on Kamala's foreign policy disasters. They're already in here writing articles up. Fantastic.
That weird story about China that Tim Walz said when they asked him.
What is really important though is the reporter and journalists that I really need to know. Like, I'm really.
He hasn't fought the tiger yet?
Is Harry
Oh, yeah, he
Sisson. I
did,
need to know
okay.
what he thinks. What happened?
You need to know what him and Destiny is who you need to find out from, huh?
Destiny's not a big Harris. He's not a big Harris.
Come on, you know Harry is not going to
Harry
throw his.
Sisson's the guy.
You know he's not going to throw his boyfriend under the bus.
I thought it was the same dude. No. Sorry. What about
Destiny's
Tim?
actually not like a far leftist. He's just.
I didn't say Tim Pool. I said post millennial.
Oh. Oh, you exited out.
I wasn't reading it. I just read the thing here. Come here. Don't run away. Bring your ass over here.
Oh, Joe Biden just posted. Trust me, I know what a good vice president looks like. Tonight's debate made it clear. My friend Tim Walz has what it takes.
Oh, it would have been better if he said JD
his
Vance.
handler posted that. He's been asleep for 6 hours by now.
Here you go,
Elon
babe.
Musk is fucking is like retweeting
Yeah, you do.
Daily Wire. Why?
I'm back in.
Why?
Daily Wire is like boomer news.
Yeah, he's like retweeting their live stream.
Who is Daily Wire is?
Elon Musk.
Elon.
Elon
Oh.
from his account is retweeting the live stream for Daily Wire. It's like,
Yeah, but that's because he's buddies with Zyklon Ben.
there you go. That's why I'm like, I'm not big on Elon, man. I mean, and Daily Wire does some good things, but I don't know.
I was gonna say I'm not that bad about Daily Wire. I mean, people are allowed to have their fucking opinions, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
oh wait,
I mean, they're very biased about certain topics that are pretty important, especially
Lots of people
and
are.
they don't report properly. They don't report on things properly at all.
Right.
Give me 1 second. I need to switch to
and they
somewhere.
also the way that the whole can situation went.
Well, see, as a Christian, Israel's very important to me too. I just don't think they need our help at the moment. Now, if they really need it, I will help them.
Well, what's the whole thing with Ben Shapiro and Andrew Klavan having a huge problem? People saying Christ is king.
Yeah,
because he's a Jew.
But they
don't Jews. They don't believe in Jesus Christ.
And then
that doesn't mean they have any place to stop other people's.
I'm not saying what they did was right. I'm just saying they can have an opinion.
Well, no, but they used it as a way to say, "Oh, we're victims," because they say, "Oh, when they're saying people are saying Christ is king, they're accusing people of saying it to undermine the Jewish religion in a bigoted way." That's what they were saying. So they were undermining Christians unfortunately, a lot of Jewish people, they tend to do what a lot of black people do, and they victimize. And
Correct.
Andrew Klavan and Ben Shapiro were doing that shit.
Correct.
And
Correct.
So that was a big problem.
And people have called him out on it and said things about it, and that's perfectly fine.
That was bad. And they got rid of Candace Owens. All because of her opinions.
I give people credit what credit's due, and I'll criticize them where it's due to criticize them. Other than that, people are getting too polarized into everything We got to get out of
Wire
this.
can't be trusted. I don't think that.
I mean, I guess they can't be trusted. I mean, I stopped listening to. I didn't.
Again, I trust no one.
I used to pay for their Daily Wire thing, and I got rid of it.
Right.
So I mean, I'm going to be honest with you about it, but.
And I've learned a lot from from Ben and all. I actually really still like Michael Knowles, but Michael Knowles had that OnlyFans chick that 2 days later became.
Oh, yeah.
2 days later, started following Christ, and all of a sudden, like literally 3 weeks ago, she was posting on OnlyFans, doing all kinds of let people progress and let me see something. Like, why are you platforming this person? You can platform any other person who came to Christ.
I want to see
this specific OnlyFans girl.
I want to see I Am Racist.
Yeah, I saw it. It wasn't that bad.
I like their work. I like Matt Walsh, and he's actually
like
coming
Matt
around
Walsh
to the
too.
video game stuff that he's been bashing, culture and video games for years.
People have been bashing video games and culture for a long time, bro. That's nothing new.
I know,
but he's been doing it from he's been doing
He
it
bashed
from
video games and
self-proclaimed
cultures. He's
principled
bashed
point.
against people that are choosing to be single for religious and political reasons.
Yeah.
And I'm okay. I like Matt, and he's actually come around. He is coming around to understanding that he may be a little bit wrong about
Dodgy
culture and all this, all the stuff that we're doing. I mean, I think he's come around a little bit, but 2-3 years ago, he would say, "Oh, these guys aren't real conservatives. They're a bunch of losers."
And that's fine.
Exactly.
And that's his opinion.
Well, it's his opinion, but that's exactly the reason why we are where we are.
Yeah, Rumble.
Not everyone has to play Final Fantasy on a Tuesday,
right?
But but why are Disney movies okay, and why is watching sports every Sunday okay? But if you like Crash Bandicoot in the '90s, you're not a real man.
Yeah, that's
Ooh. Speaking of that, I need to hook up my Nintendo 64 so I can do some.
I played Crash Bandicoot not too long ago.
I want
to
I want to do some Diddy Kong racing.
2024 baby.
Yeah.
So and like the Daily Wire, I like what really got Daily Wire would they had Brett Cooper starting to do some video game stuff. Even Ben Shapiro was doing it. It was so cringe. It was terrible.
Yeah.
When they had Brett Cooper, the 21-year-old girl that all the young guys.
Didn't they do Super Smash Brothers?
They did Super Smash Bros. It was terrible content. It was freaking awful, and they stopped doing it because they didn't even like it. But Brett Cooper actually was doing some gaming stuff, and it was actually really good content.
Awesome.
But then she got married, and then some things have come out about her. But some people think she's a plant, but I genuinely think that she does good content. Michael does good content.
Listen, what they did to Candace was wrong.
Absolutely wrong.
I agree.
Some of the things that they say and that they push for is wrong.
Yeah.
But we got to learn how to live with each other, man. I'm gonna tell you, we got to learn.
I agree with Rance on that. I think you need to sort of cheer them on when they do something good, but condemn them when they do something bad.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? You
That's
don't have to
exactly
take it all or nothing. You don't have to be all or nothing.
I'm getting so tired of that with people.
They're holding the torch, though. They're holding the torch, and they're doing great good. Like I said, I'll say it again. Matt Walsh, love his stuff. I still watch stuff. I'll go watch
Michael Knowles is fantastic.
I do like Michael a lot. I like Michael Knowles a hell of a lot. He goes on some of those Red Pill podcasts, and he's done great stuff. Like when he went on the Whatever podcast, and he was talking to those, we need more of that. He was talking to those girls. I've seen thousands of those girls in my life, and I hung out with too many of those girls in my life, and they needed someone like Michael who really spoke to them and actually made an impact. Ben's not going to do that. He can't talk to people like that. All he knows how to do is talk about the economy and all this
and
shit.
debate.
And I've learned a lot from him, but he doesn't know jack about.
Well, he's also an attorney, so that's real good too. Because I like some of his attorney views when he comes in with it.
So is my brother, and my brother's a hell of a lot cooler than Ben Shapiro.
I think there's some bias. I'm gonna call some bias on him. All right, gentlemen. I'm gonna get off of here. I'm gonna raid a buddy of mine.
All right, Rance.
We're gonna raid the Tooth Entertainment. I appreciate it, guys. It's always a blast. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Oh, Zin,
you're have a good one though.
See, you're not a. We're gonna queue.
Oh, okay. Let me change to a different.
Oh, okay.
Good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Do we have a tank?
Bye.
We need
All right, chat. We need to get to raiding. We're gonna raid my boy the Tooth from the Tooth Entertainment. He's playing some Black Myth Wukong, which is nice. It's a good game. I'll be playing that tomorrow, chat. And let's see here. Let's get his stuff up real quick. Oh, it didn't load. I got to get his. Where's he at? Where's he at? There he is. No, did he end it already? Tooth. He ended it, Sweets. Come on, bro. Who should I raid? You want to raid Next Level Gaming? Yeah, let's go ahead and raid. Yeah, I'm gonna do Mike. Kinsey, yeah. Who? Gaming with Himps on. Oh shit. We'll do Next Level Gaming. You okay with that? All right, hold on. I'm putting it in. Yeah, Mike. All right, chat. This is how this works. I'm going to put it in the chat. It's going to say join. You guys smash that join button. Go tell them it's a rants raid. It's counting down now. It's going to pop up in chat. Counting down 3, 2, 1. It'll say join. Hit that join button. There we go. Of course it froze on me. There it goes.
I will instruct the guards to let you pass.
There you go.
I will not fail you. These are dark times. I have a feeling that you will bring us light.
All right. I want to enter the sunken city.
How do I get into the sunken city? The entrance is beneath the bridge that leads out of the fortress.
What's going on,
Take
Rance?
the left branch.
Rance, what's
Tread
up, man?
carefully, unnamed.
Run for your pooper.
Apparently, my dude wants to sit down. He's like,
He has been
I think he's
placed in
on
the cell.
strike.
What are they playing, guys?
Is up the stairs.
I don't know what this is.
When you leave the room.
Works at the docks.
But I warn you, do not conspire with that traitor.
What the hell? Oh, it's
Man,
Mike.
she does not like Aerith at all. No.
Not at all.
Rance, how are you and Sister Sweet doing?
I will return when I have found Boundary.
This is Atlas Fallen.
Oh, look at my dude now. I'm having some.
So technical. You are like a genie.
I think he's pooped now.
I think he's or pooping.
Pooping.
All right, hold on here. Let me.
I cannot even move.
You can't.
I
You
got
are
levitate.
levitating.
What's all that?
Get
not
up.
cool.
Get up. All right.
My game is now.
You're getting.
Super duper.
Oh, you might have to quit and come back in. I hope that doesn't screw with the game. Because this is your game.
I don't know what Atlas Fallen is.
Well, you stay in there, and I'll jump back in, and then I'll tell it to.
Sister Sweet! We're doing good. Just got done playing some Final Fantasy 14 with Fuse and a bunch of other people. We watched the debate live. Yeah, my mother
Go to
called me.
settings. Then I gotta do that.
I was watching the live blogging on a couple of places.
Okay.
All right. Well, I have to. Let me exit the main menu and join you.
Okay.
Your last save is from 110. Okay, to 2311. It's not too far away.
Oh, save world and character. Hold on. I'm going to save world and character. Yes. I like that it lets you go back and forth between single player and co-op, unlike other games. I like that.
Yeah. Let me see where I.
We'll have to check out what this is, Sweets. This game.
Okay, I think.
It's all multiplayer and everything.
Okay. We just have to talk to Kendra again. That's where we left off. So I'll invite you again. Host.
All right.
We see. Initializing.
I messed up my stuff, chat. I selected the wrong thing on Discord.
Okay.
I gotta fix it now.
Make sure it's up to her.
Would you like to automatically?
There you go. Now y'all can hear him.
Wheelchair lady.
So I hope you guys
Fix
are
my
both
Discord.
doing well. You can see we got a light night tonight. Not many people like watching us play Atlas Fallen. I don't know why. It's a great game. All right, so let's talk to Kendra again.
You have come.
Yes, I
am
have
Kendra,
come.
The few of
Yes.
us.
Yeah,
I
you
must
can just
apologize.
skip the dialogue.
Yes.
You've heard that.
Yes.
Reeve told your
Yes. Yes.
No. The only
You speak of that.
he has no right. And that thing.
I will help you.
Valerie was. She believed that. But alas. Such ambition.
It's very fun. You and
homes.
Sweet might actually like it
So many
playing
lives.
together.
But despite our failure,
I will find her.
Valerie's research took.
All right,
us.
Sunken
If you
City,
truly
yes.
believe-
I will not fail.
These are dark times.
These are dark times. Yes.
How do I get into the sunken city?
All right.
The entrance is beneath.
So we
the bridge
do.
that leads out
So
of the
optional
fortress.
check
Take
on
the left branch.
Arif in his cell.
Yeah, let's check on the Arab. Because
yes.
maybe he will come in handy.
Please tell me.
He has been placed in a cell.
It's up the stairs on
If
the
you-
left. When
what
you
I
Yeah, I gotta get off of here, chat.
Only then will I consider freeing Arif.
A reef, not air. A reef.
I will
Okay.
return when I have found Valerie.
Unfortunately, it's getting late.
Alright, and I'm not sitting on the
no
job
worries.
this time.
No worries, brother Rant. Look, hey, you know what? I always
You know where it's
appreciate
ready
when
to
you
go?
pop in, and yeah, I feel bad that I have not been able to pop into your guys' streams lately.
I am.
But things are calming down for me at work. I should be able to start seeing people again.
The night.
I was certain, but perhaps I was mistaken.
Right, hang on. Up the
We
stairs.
must talk to Valerie. She will have answers.
There's. Ooh, what's that? Oh, I
This
got
up
that
the
sand.
stairs. This is A up the stairs.
Okay.
Oh, I found the collector.
Is he actually doing something now?
Yeah, I didn't because I couldn't get the frickin' Rumble Studio to work correctly on mobile. So it took me. I finally was able to get on with my streaming PC. So I am sorry I missed you too. All right, up the stairs.
Atlas Fallen. We'll have to look this up.
Alright. Prison.
All right, guys. That's the end of the stream there. I appreciate all of you joining me. I had a lot of fun. You guys should check out Final Fantasy 14. It's a lot of good. Check out that Atlas Fallen. That looked cool too. My name's Rance, guys. I stream Monday through Friday, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I also stream on the weekends. If you smash that follow button, have your notifications on, I'll let you know when I go live because I do a couples collab on the weekend, and it's a lot of fun. You guys should join us. Other than that, the debate went pretty good. I think JD Vance did a great job. Other than that, you guys have a wonderful night, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Help out a content creator, a streamer. Smash that sub button. I would appreciate it. My whole family would appreciate it. You guys have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Bye. Don't forget to hit that like button on the way out. Thumbs up button. I know y'all see it. So make sure you hit that. Push it. Bye, guys. Hello. All right, guys. Bye. Bye, guys. I'll take it easy. Bye. Take it easy. Bye. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye. And if you guys really want to help out a content creator, a streamer, smash that sub button. I would appreciate it. My whole family would appreciate it. You guys have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Bye. Don't forget to hit that like button on the way out. Bye.